Chapter 4879. As Di's news spread, the entire void of the Eldritch world was in an uproar. The Heavenly Tao Alliance had the biggest reaction. As soon as the news spread, the leaders of the three major forces of the Heavenly Tao Alliance gathered together. They held an emergency meeting, at the same time, in the central region of the Human Federation, on the peak of a giant life star. There were dozens of figures gathered in the hall of the Federation headquarters for an emergency meeting. Those who were qualified to participate in this meeting were all the primordial beings of the Human Federation. There were more than 40 of them. D-Air, who had just broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm, was also here. The other 6 ancient Baron Supremes of the Human Federation had yet to show their faces. Aside from D-Air, Immortal Emperor Zhu Wutian, Lord of the Sky End Palace, and Qi Xiaohong, Lord of the Temple of Glory, were also seated in a corner of the Seat of Honor. Aside from them, there were 4 or 5 figures seated in the other 2 corners of the Seat of Honor. The 4 figures on the left appeared to be humans, but there was a thick feral presence emanating from their bodies. They were none other than the 4 primordial supremes of the Alliance. They were from the first universe's slave races: the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime. As for their cultivation level, they were all mid-level primordial supremacies. The weakest was at level 4 while the strongest was at level 6. The 5 figures on the right looked like humans as well, but the aura coming from their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts, and it was very strong. They were the 5 desolate supremacies from the Star Alliance: the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. These 5 desolate supremacies were not weak. They were all primordial supremacies. The weakest was at level 1 while the strongest was at level 7. In the entire hall there were 9 desolate supremacies. Usually they would not gather together, but this time the news was too shocking. The 9 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races moved immediately through the depths of the 3 great alliances. They built a wormhole and rushed over. As the meeting started, the faces of the Heavenly Law Alliance's higher-ups in the hall turned ugly. Their gloomy expressions were filled with resentment. This was especially the case for the Blood Chelan and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who were gritting their teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. I didn't expect the master of the magic hall to be Yi Xian. Sigh. After a while, D-Air was the first to speak. He sighed halfway through his sentence, revealing endless loneliness. Speaking of which, when we were on the immortal planet, I had a good relationship with that kid. I didn't expect to be played by him like this. If the news wasn't released by the clan leader of the Tianji clan, D, I wouldn't have believed it. Presumably, D was alerted when the mantis-winged beast was instantly controlled, so he sneaked into the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. He didn't expect to discover this shocking secret. However, since the master of the magic hall is Yi Xian, it makes sense that he was able to subdue the mantis-winged beast in an instant. After all, he once infiltrated the Tianji clan and even fooled De, who made him the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. He left behind a laughingstock. That guy must have killed an official member of the Tianji clan, taken their electronic consciousness, and refined an electronic doppelganger after mixing them together. He should be able to do this. At this point, D-Air didn't say anything else. He turned to look at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the hall, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. This was indeed a little strange. Not long ago, D-Air had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Master of the Magic Hall and lost 1/3 of the members of the Machinery clan. Now that he knew that the Master of the Magic Hall was Yi Xian and had been played for a fool, he should have been even more furious. However, he clearly had a feeling of incomparable certainty. In fact, the current D-Air was indeed certain in his heart. Before he knew that the Master of the Magic Hall was Yi Xian, he had been filled with grief and indignation. The loss of 1/3 of the members of the Machinery clan was extremely painful. However, now that he knew that the Master of the Magic Hall was Yi Xian, D-Air was no longer worried. In fact, he was secretly delighted. This was because in his opinion, the loss of 1/3 of the members of the Machinery clan was only temporary in Yi Xian's hands. Soon he would be able to take back even more, including everything that belonged to Yi Xian now. At that time, it would all fall into his hands. No one present knew about all of this. Even the Immortal Emperor only knew that Yi Xian's body contained a devouring system that was spread out by the Emperor. However, the Immortal Emperor only knew a little about the true details of this devouring system. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. The other higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance turned to look at each other and took a deep look at D-Air. They obviously felt that something was wrong, but they didn't ask further as this wasn't appropriate. Soon, everyone put this matter to the back of their minds. When they thought of Yi Xian, the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the blood-devouring war lion from the Star Alliance, they immediately gritted their teeth and spoke with hatred. I didn't expect that it was actually that guy who fooled us all. How despicable! New hatred and old hatred surged into my heart. I can't wait to tear him into pieces immediately. Now that I speak of it, I was once schemed against by him before I recovered from my injuries and emerged into the world. That fellow actually sent a drop of evil venom through the talisman marking chains of the nether furnace, and it almost poisoned me and my son to death. The last person to speak was the nine-headed blood dragon. It would have been better if he hadn't said these words. When he mentioned this matter, the scarlet unicorn and the nine netherworld demon crocodile trembled in anger. The nine-headed blood dragon wasn't the only one who was harmed by the evil venom. Speaking of which, the scarlet unicorn and the nine netherworld demon crocodile had suffered even greater losses. At that time, they had each sent a clone of their consciousness to follow the rune chain to the depths of the origin of all evil star domain. However, it was a pity that they didn't find Yi Xian. Now that they knew that the master of the magic hall was him, the resentment in their hearts could be imagined. On the side, the old monster Huang Zun from the 4 clans of the Alliance of 10,000 Clans, the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime, also had extremely ugly expressions. Speaking of which, the first 3 clans among them had once formed an alliance with Yi Xian. However, in their opinion, just because of that relationship, Yi Xian shouldn't have fooled them like this. However, compared to the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the resentment in their hearts was obviously lighter. At this time, their minds were naturally stronger. After exchanging a look, they immediately reminded everyone, "Everyone, please calm down. Don't fall into Di Yi's trap. Yes, we can't let Yi Xian and the Magic Hall go, but not now. We shouldn't be the first to stand out in this matter. Let the Qinji clan fight with him for a while first. This time the Magic Hall has been slapped in the face. With Yi Xian's character, he definitely won't let this go. Yes. If there are no accidents, the war will break out soon. We'll just sit by and watch. We'll be happy and at ease. Depending on the situation, we can even launch a sneak attack on the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in the later stages." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4880. Heaven's Legacy Race, Heaven's Legacy Star Zone. This star zone was extremely vast, spanning hundreds of billions of miles. Although there were countless abandoned stars, there weren't many life stars, which was why it wasn't chosen by the Great Five Alliance. Even some small forces and races didn't care about it. However, for the Heaven's Legacy race, this was the best paradise. In less than a year, as the Heaven's Legacy race arrived in this void fragment, countless mechanical beasts and intelligent robots began to transform this star zone. Now, this star zone had been transformed into a world of machines, and the surface of countless abandoned stars was filled with machines. Mechanical Giant City, the assembly line of intelligent robots and mechanical beasts. In the void, there were all kinds of mechanical beasts, and they were extremely ferocious. They covered the sky and earth, as if they had entered a vast ocean of mechanical creatures. The current Heaven's Legacy race was completely different from what it had been 100 years ago. There were more than 100 billion modified battleships. Among them, there were more than 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race, and they could transform into metal balls in the shape of stars or different mechanical beasts with different shapes at any time. There were only slightly more than 10 million people, which was not a large number. However, without exception, all of them were already above the undying level. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Universe Knights, close to 10,000 Universe Masters, close to 1,000 Universe Supremes, and close to 100 Primordial Great Beings. As for the number of Primordial Supreme Beings, it was still unknown, but they definitely existed. At least, when they rushed out of the wormhole and transformed into a giant demonic dragon in Heaven's Legacy City, they could vaguely sense a few auras of desolate Supremes. Moreover, judging from the fact that Di Yi's clamworm avatar had the strength of a late 7th Order Desolate Venerable, the Heavenly Fate race probably had a lot of Desolate Venerables, and most of them were probably Di Yi's avatars. He was a mechanical life form, and he could transform into tens of thousands of clones. When he entered any mechanical or electronic device, it was as if he had an additional body. Even the higher-ups of the Heaven's Path Alliance in the void 100 billion miles away didn't dare to enter this place. But today, ever since the Heaven's Legacy race had established this star field as their headquarters, they had welcomed their first outsider. Moreover, this outsider didn't even bother to hide himself. Instead, he brazenly swaggered over from the distant void. "Xiao, Along with an incomparably sharp piercing sound, a ray of light shot over, closing in the blink of an eye and directly charging into the star domain where the Tianji race was located. This figure was around 3 meters tall, and shockingly, it was the master of the magic hall, a ferocious ape with a tyrannical aura that overflowed into the sky. Roar, Walala. As he descended, the figure of the magic hall master abruptly stopped in mid-air. Then there was the sound of splashing water. His entire body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the universe. Roar. Roar. Screech, the speed was too fast. Almost in the next instant, shocking roars and vicious howls came from 3 different directions in this vast sea of blood. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. A body of flesh and blood was a cosmic violent ape. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was only a purplish gold skeleton that emitted an endless ferocious aura. The body of the black fog was a shroud of black fog. Even the pair of eyes were merely 2 shrouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. In just a short breath, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had already condensed. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was shockingly at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. And with the addition of the boundless chi and blood in his 60 million kilometer body, even if these 3 Blood Sea avatars had not reached the heavenly Tao realm, they were definitely the strongest existences below the heavenly Tao realm. Roar. At this moment, his figure had just leaped out of the Blood Sea when Bao Yuan, the Blood Sea doppelganger of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers, suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his finger and pointed forward. His voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. Come out and fight. Swish. Swish. Before he finished speaking, the violent ape had already waved his hand again. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light shot out from his hand. The rays of light expanded in the wind, and in less than half a breath, they had already transformed into 2 giant mantis-winged war beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic forms were identical. They stood upright and their mantis wings were like blades. They lined up in the void in front of them. Furthermore, these 2 mantis-winged battle beasts each had a different pattern in front of their chests, which looked like emblems. The emblem on the left was a purplish gold void ladle. It was none other than the Void Heavenly King. And the emblem on the right was a blood-red blood mosquito beast. It was none other than the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King. At this moment, 5 figures lined up in the void. They were all Yi Shen's avatars. As for their cultivation strength, they had all reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm, which was the half-step heavenly Tao realm. 5 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts lined up in a straight line across the void. Such a scene was truly too shocking. In this vast and boundless primordial world fragment, it had probably never happened before in countless years. With the appearance of this scene, the terrifying suppression of the 5 half-step heavenly Tao experts emanated. The entire stellar domain spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers instantly trembled a few times. Bam! 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 Almost in the next instant, in the nearby hundreds of millions of kilometers of the void, a few intelligent robots that were roaming the void could not withstand the terrifying suppression due to their weaker cultivation levels. They directly exploded and died. As for the more powerful mechanical war beasts, their fighting spirit was aroused. They were not true members of the Heaven's Legacy race, but advanced intelligent robots in the form of mechanical war beasts forged from the flesh and blood of primordial life forms. They did not have self-awareness. Therefore, even when facing the 5 powerful half-step heavenly Tao experts, they did not feel any fear. They did not have that awareness at all. Kachacha. Boom. At that moment, with the passive activation of their combat state, the countless mechanical war beasts of different sizes in the surrounding void began to move. Thunderous roars rang out one after another, accompanied by the sounds of machinery breaking in. The battleships in the surrounding void space all began to change in shape. At the same time, the various massive facilities inside were also shifting, and the molecular structure of the alloy materials was changing. Their density constantly increased. In just a few seconds, the massive interstellar battleships transformed into ferocious mechanical war beasts. They were of different sizes, but their cultivation auras were not weak. In this form they could move and dodge. Compared to their battleship form, they were much more agile. They had lived for far too long. This scene was too shocking. As far as the eye could see, in a mechanical sea spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers, 5 massive half-step heavenly Tao experts with astounding auras stood in a row across the void. and around them was a mechanical sea filled with countless mechanical war beasts. It was a chilling sight. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 4881. Are you hiding and not coming out? After roaring angrily, seeing that Di did not appear, Yi Xian immediately sneered and roared again. In that case, I'll give you a greeting gift first. As soon as he finished speaking, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, who were on the left and right sides of the three Blood Sea clones, immediately moved. The former took a step forward and raised his head to roar, "Get out here!" As the angry roar sounded, the soldier ladle emblem on the Void Heavenly King's chest suddenly burned and shone brightly. At this moment, the tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Army all moved under the command of the Void Heavenly King. There were a total of thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each of them there were tens of thousands of Void soldiers. The ladles guarded and activated the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle clan with all their might. These unique biological frequencies were uniformly transmitted out under the guidance of the ladles in each beehive node. Thousands of beehive nodes had thousands of biological waves that were like large rivers. All of them flowed along the pipeline, surging towards the core node of the core circle, and then gathered into one. In the end, with the sudden roar of the Void Heavenly King, this terrifying mysterious biological frequency, like a tsunami, instantly poured out from his mouth in all directions. Buzz! Buzz! An invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused dense and weak void tremors in the void. Its effect far exceeded the movement that a large number of void vibrators could cause at the same time. Silence. At this moment, there was even an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Immediately after, the mysterious wave energy that had completely gathered into one instantly poured out. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of breaking through the air, which was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, instantly made everyone temporarily deaf. This feeling was far more shocking than the deafening sound of the huge explosion. In the distance, countless intelligent robots widened their eyes. In front of the void in their line of sight, there was clearly an invisible tide that was like an ocean in the starry sky. With the Void Heavenly King's angry roar, it burst out and turned into an earth-shattering nothingness. In an instant, the power completely enveloped the vast void hundreds of millions of miles in front of the Void Heavenly King. Chilala, boom, rumble. The clear sound of ripping silk resounded like rain, and the vast void, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, was instantly torn apart inch by inch. A large amount of void turbulence shot out, and at some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence was even more direct. It formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. The countless battleships and mechanical beasts that were originally in this area were crushed like paper under the impact of the endless storms raging in the void vortex. They were instantly reduced to ashes. To be more precise, the Void Heavenly Monarch had only let out a single roar of anger, but the Heaven's Legacy race had lost several billion battleships and mechanical war beasts. This scene was like the might of the heavens wreaking havoc. Anyone who saw this would tremble in fear, but the loss of several billion warships and mechanical beasts was nothing to the Heaven's Legacy race, whose mechanical army numbered more than 100 billion. The vast void that was cleared by the Void Heavenly King was quickly filled by a large number of mechanical beasts and battleships that swarmed in. Moreover, the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical army began its counterattack. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, countless earth-shattering roars resounded from all directions. All the mechanical beasts and battleships opened fire. Whoosh 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 and rumbling thunder resounded. Some opened the ship cannons and countless ship cannons interweaved with energy beams. Some were the Heaven's Legacy race army in the form of battle beasts, shooting out sharp blades and spikes that covered their bodies, launching physical attacks. There were even some battle beasts and battle beasts that rapidly transformed into giant metal balls like meteors. With the power to destroy the heavens and earth, they rumbled over, launching a suicide attack. This kind of attack covered the sky and earth in all directions, stretching hundreds of billions of kilometers. It was majestic and terrifying. But Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones were still towering and unmoving. His opponent was De, and he did not put this countless mechanical army in his eyes. Even the Void Heavenly Monarch, who had just let out an earth-shattering roar, retreated. And the one who stepped out at this time was the Blood Mosquito Heavenly Monarch. In the chest area of the Blood Mosquito Heavenly Monarch's body was the Blood Mosquito battle armor. The color of the Blood Mosquito battle armor was a dark red that leaned toward black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. There was indeed nothing unusual about the entire blood mosquito battle Hades. It was exactly the same as the other 3 battle Hades. However, the core node of the 9th circle on the inner side of the horn was different from the other thousands of beehive nodes. In front of this core node, the front half of this core node was densely packed with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node was like a giant alloy porcupine. The core node had a diameter of 3,000 meters. Although only the side facing the mouth of the horn was covered with alloy spikes, the number of spikes was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed. After the last modification, the total number had exceeded 100 billion. And the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were several times harder than the main dragon bone material of the Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They were made by mixing some special mineral or crystal. Each spike was hundreds of meters long. If they were thrown out like battle spears with a certain speed, they could pierce through battleships, fortresses, and Starry Sky Fortresses. It was simply like playing around. These tens of millions of special alloy spikes were tailor-made by the forging system according to a certain characteristic of the mosquito race. Among the 4 battle armors in the 4 heavenly monarchs' bodies, the Void battle armor had the power of the Void, the Weeping Soul battle armor had the power of the Void, and the Time battle armor was even more terrifying. It could release the tide of time related to the universe's time law. The power of these 3 battle armors was invisible. The Void battle armor only had a void ripple, and the Weeping Soul battle armor only had a terrifying cry that could destroy the soul. The tide of time activated by the Time battle armor was actually a kind of invisible law power. Only when it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light. Only the Blood Mosquito battle armor's attack should be related to the tens of millions of special alloy spikes. Among the 4 battle armors, it was the only one that had a physical attack mode. Roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, as Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito took a step forward, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his head and roared angrily. At the same time, countless densely packed tiny holes appeared in front of Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito's chest like a beehive. An invisible blood-colored mosquito spurted out of it, passing through the 3 blood sea clones and the huge body of Heavenly Monarch Blood Mosquito, and quickly radiated in all directions. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4882. The Blood Mosquito War Raja had 2 attack modes, the normal mode and the array mode. In the normal mode, the War Raja gathered the unique biological frequency of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts to form a powerful attack. It could cause all approaching attacks, including conventional physical attacks and unconventional energy attacks, to instantly retreat. Moreover, it was a backtracking in the enhanced state as if it was repelled by an invisible shockwave. While in the array mode, the kinetic energy was the same, and there would also be an invisible shockwave formed. However, this attack mode had the addition of nearly 10 million special alloy spikes in front and on the side of the core beehive node. To put it bluntly, these special alloy spikes, with the unique enhanced power of the ferocious mosquito beast's biological frequency, were fired at the terrifying speed of ordinary naval cannons in one go. At this moment, as the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King stepped out, it raised its head and let out a shocking roar. In its chest, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings instantly came out. The tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts inside the War Raja flapped their wings and roared at the same time. If they had not all restrained this high-frequency vibrating power and gathered together, gathering from the honeycomb nodes to the core node of the 9th ring, but spread out, this large area of the void would probably be disturbed and trembled violently at this moment. At this moment, if one could see the situation in the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King's chest, they would be able to see an invisible shockwave rushing out from the huge mouth of the Blood Mosquito War Raja. After the enhancement of the War Raja's special form, when it left the outer ring of the War Raja's largest diameter, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the void. It was extremely fast. When it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples similar to the fine fish scales on the water surface appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled tens of millions of miles. It faced the energy beams of the naval cannons that were shooting from all directions, as well as countless mechanical beasts, and came into contact with them head-on. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Under the invisible and weak blood-colored ripples, all the naval cannon's energy beams or mechanical beasts that came into contact with it, were actually, without exception, all of them paused abruptly. Then, as if they had been affected by some kind of stronger reverse thrust, they all turned around and shot back. Moreover, they were shooting back in a state of continuous acceleration at least twice as fast as when they came. Only in less than half a second, they arrived at the battleships and fortresses that they had just shot out. Those mechanical war beasts that had transformed into giant metal balls that looked like meteors had destroyed countless battleships and mechanical war beasts on their way back. Boom. Boom. Rumble. All of this was too shocking. Caught off guard, almost no warship or mech war beast could avoid this strange bombardment. Go. Within 10 billion miles, all the battleships, fortresses, and mechanical beasts exploded, turning into giant fireballs that illuminated a corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars had self-detonated. The power was earth-shattering. With one strike, the area where the 5 half-step Heavenly Tao experts stood, within a radius of 10 billion kilometers, was instantly cleared. The number of battleships and mechanical war beasts destroyed in the Heavenly Legacy race's mechanical army was even more shocking than when the Heavenly King of the Void had attacked earlier. There were at least 10 billion of them. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened in just a few dozen breaths. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones did not even move a single step. From beginning to end, only the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito each took a step forward, raised their heads and roared. Then they each launched a large-scale attack. It was precisely because of these 2 attacks that the Heavenly Legacy race's army, which had swarmed in from all directions as if intending to drown out the 5 half-step Heavenly Tao experts, had been instantly emptied of tens of billions of li of space in an instant. Twice, in such a vast void, all the Heavenly Legacy race battleships, fortresses, and various mechanical war beasts were destroyed without exception. Short in just 15 minutes, the losses were close to 20 billion. Wrong. The Heavenly Legacy race's battleships and mechanical war beasts were indeed not real clansmen. Moreover, as if they did not cost money, they could have as many as they wanted. After all, in this vast star domain that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers, countless abandoned planets had now been turned into the assembly lines of the Heavenly Legacy race's battleships, fortresses, and mechanical war beasts. Now, in just a few dozen breaths, nearly 20 billion battleships, fortresses, and mechanical war beasts had been destroyed. This level of loss was still somewhat unbearable for them. Although the current Heavenly Legacy race was far from what it had been in the past, it had only been less than 2 years since they arrived in this fragment of void. Their foundation was still somewhat shallow, and their foundation was not very rich. They definitely could not withstand this kind of terrifying loss. Moreover, they had paid such a heavy price, but this time only 2 of the 5 terrifying half-step Heavenly Tao existences had each taken a step forward, raised their heads and roared angrily. The 3 Blood Sea clones had not even made a move, and their figures did not even sway. This was even more embarrassing. Even if the Heavenly Legacy race's clan leader, DE, did not care at all about the loss of combat strength from these non-clansmen, when faced with such an awkward battle situation, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back. It was impossible for him to continue calmly sitting on the fishing platform. Yi Xian was well aware of this point. The reason why he did not immediately search for DE's whereabouts after arriving and instead asked the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito to take action was because he had no other choice. DE was a mechanical and electronic life form, not a living creature of flesh and blood. He did not have divine sense. Even if he used divine sense and spiritual power to search, he would not find anything. Moreover, he could even enter any mechanical or electronic device, which was really too unpredictable. Rather than spend the effort to search for him, it was better to let the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito use this kind of area of effect attack to wreak havoc in the entire Heavenly Legacy race's base camp. This kind of method could force DE to show himself. Even if DE saw through Yi Xian's purpose, it did not matter. This was the Heavenly Legacy race's base camp, and DE was the passive party. As long as he did not show himself, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito would continue to wreak havoc. But, therefore this was an overt scheme. DE had no choice but to give in sooner or later and be forced to show himself. Very obviously, Yi Xian's plan was correct, because after these 2 waves of terrifying attacks, a shocking roar suddenly came from the farthest part of the vast star field 200 to 300 billion kilometers away. Yi Xian's purpose had been achieved. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4883. That's right. As the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race made their moves one after another, they cleared the surrounding tens of billions of miles of void space twice in a short span of time, destroying close to 20 billion battleships, fortresses, and various mechanical beasts of the Heavenly Fate race. The Heavenly Fate race leader, DE, who had been quiet all this while, could no longer sit still. He was forced to show himself. Roar. An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the farthest part of the vast star domain 200 to 300 billion miles away. As this roar sounded, a ray of light shot over from the end of the line of sight. Its speed was extremely fast. Along the way, countless Heavenly Fate race battleships, fortresses, and mechanical beasts of various shapes and sizes all moved aside, making a wide star path. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 billion miles away from the other side. In the void space suddenly came to an abrupt stop. It was a gigantic mechanical planet that was 100 million miles in size. It was several times larger than Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones. It was the core of the Heavenly Fate race that had been reborn and was far from what it used to be, the Heavenly Fate City. As the core of the Heavenly Fate race, the Heavenly Fate City already had 2 forms before the Heavenly Fate race moved away from the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies. 1. The first form was this gigantic mechanical planet battle form. It was like the largest star fortress that could move at will and was extremely agile. The second form was to transform into a mechanical planet in the void. That was the normal form. And now, after many years of modification by DE, in addition to the original 2 forms, the current Heavenly Fate City had 2 more battlehead forms. They could transform into a demonic dragon and a demonic phoenix. Buzz. Kachacha. At this moment, as the Heavenly Fate City rumbled over, the metal ball that had stopped abruptly in the void space 100 billion miles ahead seemed to come alive. An extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from within. It was also accompanied by densely packed clicking sounds, as if countless mechanical gears were rotating and grinding together. Moreover, as the clicking sounds came from all directions, this gigantic metal ball was also rapidly changing form. There were some protrusions extending from every part of the sphere. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a green-black demonic dragon. Its body was extremely large, nearly 200 million kilometers long. Compared to the size of the sphere from before, even Yi Xian, who was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even stranger was that this greenish-black demonic dragon was also emitting a dazzling metallic luster. This was clearly a metallic demonic dragon made of synthetic metals. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost as soon as the demonic metal dragon appeared, countless air-piercing sounds rang out in the void hundreds of millions of miles away in front of them. Looking up, from the ferocious and incomparably huge bloody mouth of the demonic metal dragon, suddenly beams of light rushed out one after another. Their momentum was majestic and their number was overwhelming. There were at least 10 million of them. This scene was like the demonic dragon spitting out pearls, beautiful and magnificent. And these beams of light that came out of the demonic dragon's mouth were initially small metal balls. Their surfaces were suffused with metallic luster of different colors, but very soon, these extremely small metal balls came to an abrupt stop in the void. Similarly, there was also a low buzzing sound and the clicking sound of machinery grinding together coming from within. A shocking scene appeared. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the shape of the metal balls also rapidly changed. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, they had transformed into different forms of space beasts. Their bodies were tens of millions of miles long, as big as small stars. As for their forms, without exception, they were all strange and ferocious. More than 10 million huge mechanical beasts, each with different characteristics of a beast. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster, as if they were mechanical beasts of different forms. In this void that was hundreds of billions of miles away where the Tianji clan's base was located, there was originally a large number of mechanical beasts, so many that it was impossible to count. Just the 2 attacks from Void Sky Emperor and Blood Mosquito Sky Emperor had destroyed close to 2 million Tianji clan battle forces, and there were at least a few billion different forms of mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts that appeared now were completely different from those mechanical beasts. More than 10 million mechanical beasts, and the auras they emitted from their bodies were incomparably terrifying. They were at least at the Emperor level or above, and basically they were all at the Emperor level. And some of the even larger beings emitted auras that were at the Universe Supreme level, Universe Master level, and Universe Supreme level. No, that's not right. These 10 million mechanical beasts were the official members of the Tianji clan that truly possessed electronic consciousness. Just like D-Air and the 100 million or so members of the Tianji clan under D-Air, they were all true mechanical electronic life forms. At this very moment, as these 10 million mechanical beasts changed their forms and appeared, the countless battleships, fortresses and mechanical beasts in the surrounding void quietened down. They gathered into various mechanical armies, but they didn't dare to approach. Instead, they all retreated to the periphery of the void 100 billion miles away. While, within the inner void of the 100 billion miles, Yi Xian's 5 bodies stood in the central region. That's right. On the other side, over 10 million automaton battle beasts of varying sizes, all over 10 million miles in size, all at least at the Emperor level undying level, were gathered together malevolently, occupying a huge space as they spread out. In the center of this terrifying army of mechanical battle beasts, a black metallic demonic dragon that was 200 million miles long was hovering in the void. Its body was moving slowly, emitting a formless pressure. Although it was extremely obscure, it wasn't any weaker than any of the 5 bodies of Yi Xian in the void. It was obvious that the metal demon dragon's cultivation level had reached the 9th stage supreme level of the primordial great being. Furthermore, considering that the metal demon dragon was originally formed from the Tianji city, its internal space was vast and boundless like a small world. Therefore, there was definitely more than one body of DE in its body. Therefore, although the cultivation level aura emitted from the metal demon dragon was at the 9th stage supreme level of the primordial great being, it definitely didn't represent just one half-step heavenly being. There were at least a few of them. Because of this, when the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, arrived in the Tianji clan star sector, 5 half-step heavenly being bodies lined up in a row. DE, who was hibernating in the metal demon dragon's body, clearly didn't show the slightest bit of fear. No, in fact, within the pressure emitted from the metal demon dragon's body, there was even an extremely cold and ruthless aura. It was as though it wanted to devour someone, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Roar. At this moment, 100 billion miles away, the black metal demon dragon that was 200 million miles long suddenly raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its aura was too violent, and an invisible force was wreaking havoc. Within a few 100 million miles, a large number of stars exploded. This power shocked the world and caused it to tremble slightly. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4884. Roar. These 2 mantis-winged battle beasts should be the products of that mantis-winged beast from the mechanical clan after being decomposed by you, right? At this time, as the Tianji city descended, it transformed into a giant black dragon form for battle. Then, it spat out more than 10 million real Tianji clan members from its mouth and transformed into different forms of mechanical battle beasts. Dai's voice murmured after a shocking roar. After a complete decomposition, you can still maintain the peak desolate supremacy battle strength of a supreme desolate supremacy at the peak of supreme desolate realm 9th stage. It seems that you have integrated new elements. From the 2 bombardments just now, it seems a little familiar. It's similar to the attacks of the 4 starry sky battle claws in your hands. If I'm not mistaken, you should have integrated a battle claw into the bodies of these 2 mantis-winged battle beasts, giving them new attack abilities. Not bad. From this, it can be seen that your electronic doppelganger is indeed extraordinary. In such a short time you can improve so much. No wonder you could swallow one of DE's mantis-winged beasts. Unfortunately, even so, you only have the battle strength of 5 supreme desolate supremacies at the peak of supreme desolate supremacy. With this little strength, you dare to come to my Tianji clan's base camp and behave atrociously. You are too confident. Screech, rumble, kachacha. After the last sentence, DE suddenly roared and a surge of murderous aura rushed toward them. The entire vast and boundless void trembled slightly because of this. This was followed by the earth-shattering rumble of thunder and the incomparably crisp sound of machinery grinding together. Boom, 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 boom. Looking over, the black mechanical demon dragon in front of them, which was 200 million miles long, actually began to disintegrate at this moment. Advance. The disintegration was very fast. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon dragon had divided into 6 sections. However, this was not the end. After the mechanical demon dragon was divided into 6 sections, each section was more than 30 million miles long. However, this was clearly not the limit. The crackling sounds continued to echo in the air as a large number of tentacles and limbs rapidly extended out from the 6 segments of the black demonic dragon's body. Even its body was expanding at a rapid pace. Yet again. 3 breaths later, the mechanical demon dragon's body was completely different from before in the blink of an eye. The 6 parts of their bodies had all turned into enormous mechanical beasts. Each of them was 50 million miles long, and they all stood on their hind legs like 6 giant mechanical bears. However, they all had extremely sharp alloy wings on their backs. In addition, there were some parts of their enormous bodies that were slightly different from each other. What was shocking was that before it disintegrated, the black demon dragon that was 200 million miles in size emitted the aura of a 9th stage desolate supremacy. Yet now, after the black demonic dragon had disintegrated into 6 mechanical battle beasts that were 50 million miles in size, its cultivation aura was actually not weakened in the slightest. The 6 mechanical war beasts with huge mechanical wings on their backs emitted cultivation auras that were all at the peak of the 9th step of the desolate sovereign. Any one of them wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's 5 clones. Only just based on this point, it was enough to prove that Di Yi's Tianji clan had at least 6 9th stage desolate supremacy peak experts, and all of them were his avatars. Even this was most likely not the limit. Di Yi had always been extremely cunning. According to Yi Xian's speculation, it was impossible for him to reveal all of his trump cards now. Although Yi Xian had expected this result, now that it had become reality, after seeing it with his own eyes, he felt different. Not to mention, even Yi Xian felt a strong sense of pressure when facing these 6 mechanical battle bears that were at the 9th stage desolate supremacy peak. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting 5 against 6, this trip to the Heavens Legacy race today would lose its meaning. This time he had come in anger. Although the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King had attacked twice, destroying nearly 20 billion Tianji clan battleships, star fortresses and various mechanical battle beasts. However, to Di, those existences were as many as he wanted. They were far from being real Tianji clan members. Such as if he came in anger and only made such a small commotion before retreating, that would be too much of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Not only would he become a laughingstock, it wouldn't be in line with Yi Xian's temper. He would probably be depressed to death. Yes, the 6 DE avatars in front of him all had the cultivation of the 9th stage desolate supremacy peak. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, he would have to use the fallen sky bow and other powerful magical powers. Otherwise, even if he used the Shenong 9-colored flame and turned it into a sea of flames, he would not be able to kill one of them. After all, the current situation was 6 against 5, and the other side still had the advantage in terms of numbers. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian immediately made a decision. If it was 5 against 6. Anyway, he would not have any advantage. Since that was the case, he might as well fight 3 against 6. 3 The Great Blood Sea Avatar fought against Di Yi's 2 mechanical avatars. Although he did not have the advantage with the 9-colored flame sea in Yi Xian's hands, the power of the Shenong Cauldron and the treasured pestle, he could still grit his teeth and ensure that he was not injured. If this way, the remaining 2 mechanical avatars, namely Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, could be freed to deal with other targets besides Di Yi's 6 great avatars. If Yi Xian's target naturally could not be the warships, fortresses, and ordinary mechanical beasts gathered in the surrounding void 100 billion miles away. Void Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito's target was the more than 10 million official members of the Tianji clan surrounding Di Yi's 6 great avatars. It should be known that the mechanical clan had more than 100 million official members. After losing more than 30 million in the battle outside the rising Forbidden Land, Di Yi was on the verge of collapse. There were only slightly more than 10 million official members of the Tianji clan. With the strength of Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, if they suddenly attacked, killing 2 to 3 million in a short time was no problem at all. Even if it was only 2 to 3 million, it was definitely an unbearable burden for Di. Moreover, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito were both Yi Xian's electronic avatars. Against these official members of the Tianji clan with electronic life, it was not as simple as killing them. They could completely devour while fighting. This way, this trip to the Tianji Star Zone would be perfect. Not only would they vent their anger, but they would also devour a large number of electronic life forms of the mechanical clan. This was definitely a wonderful thing that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, if Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito could really devour 2 to 3 million official members of the Tianji clan this time, not only would Di probably go crazy with anger, but it would also be a heavy blow to the Tianji clan. At least they would not be able to catch their breath for a period of time. In this way, when Yi Xian subsequently attacked the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Star Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, he would no longer have to worry about the Tianji clan playing tricks behind his back and taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Magic Hall. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4885. Roar. Screech. After making the decision, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars immediately raised their heads and let out earth-shattering roars and howls. Their murderous auras soared into the sky, and even the void trembled a few times because of it. In the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the Void Heavenly King, and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King rushed out at the same time. The 5 huge figures turned into 5 rays of light, and their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already traversed billions of miles of void. Boom! Rumble? In the distance, Di's 6 mechanical avatars who were lined up in a row in the void, also rushed out at the same time. The aura in their bodies was extremely violent, and they attacked Yi Xian's 5 avatars head-on. This battle. No one can escape. I'll beat you until you explode. Roar. Whoosh. Huff. Seeing this scene, a dark light flashed in the depths of the violent ape's eyes. It raised its head and roared angrily. Before its voice fell, it had already waved its hand and a 9-colored light shot out. As it soared in the wind, it had already turned into an endless sea of flames in just half a breath. A strange sound like the howling of a violent wind could be heard. The 9-colored sea of flames that had just descended instantly spread out in all directions. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was endless, enveloping the vast void within a radius of tens of billions of miles. In a flash, it directly turned into a ball like a giant star in the shape of a flame. The interior of the star was hollow. Yi Xian's 5 avatars were all inside, including Di's 6 mechanical avatars. Caught off guard, they were all enveloped and trapped. A few moments later, at the same time, Di's voice rang out, reverberating endlessly within this giant fireball that was like a star. It's useless. Although your 9-colored sea of flames is terrifying, I have 6 mechanical avatars of the 9th stage Great Perfection here, and you only have 5 avatars. Even if you use the power of the 9-colored sea of flames, you can't do anything to me. Not to mention killing me, you can't even seriously injure me. Yi Xian, in this battle, you won't be able to gain the slightest advantage. You are destined to return with your tail between your legs. Ha! In the end, Di's 6 mechanical avatars all laughed strangely. The sound was ear-piercing, as if machines were grinding the ears, making people extremely uncomfortable. Indeed. Before the strange laughter fell, Yi Xian's words came out of the violent ape's mouth. However, since we can't gain the upper hand, then let's play a little bigger. Let's go 3 against 6. My 3 Blood Sea avatars will take on 2 of your avatars separately. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Heavenly King and Heavenly King Blood Heavenly King Heavenly King Heavenly King Heavenly King King Heavenly King Heavenly King Heavenly King King. His speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the flame screen behind him. At this time, 2 passageways automatically appeared on the 9-colored flame screen that completely sealed off this void space. They were both about 50 million miles long, just enough for the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito to pass through. This was done deliberately by Yi Xian. He had been prepared for this. Therefore, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King were extremely fast. The 9-colored flame screen behind them also coordinated perfectly. Wink in the blink of an eye, the figures of the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito had already disappeared, and the 2 huge holes that appeared on the 9-colored flame screen were instantly closed. Originally, with the cultivation and strength of Di's 6 avatars, if they had been prepared, they could have followed behind Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito and rushed out in a flash. However, all of this was caught off guard. By the time Di realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. His 6 avatars only shook slightly, and the 2 passages on the 9-colored flame screen had already disappeared. The reason why Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones did not use this method to rush out was because Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones did not use this method. It was to ensure that Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito were successful. No. In that case, if there were no 3 Blood Sea avatars to cover and restrain Di's 6 Blood Sea avatars would definitely be able to react in time when Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito rushed out. At this time, Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito successfully rushed out, and Yi Xian's purpose was achieved. Until regarding the 3 Blood Sea avatars, he had never thought of using this method to rush out because it was completely impossible. Once there was any change, Di would immediately be alerted. If 1 or 2 of his 6 avatars took this opportunity to rush out, then all of his previous efforts would be wasted. Matter in fact, Yi Xian did not intend to let the 3 Blood Sea avatars rush out. Difficult, he had to fight head-on with Di's strongest avatar, and he could take this opportunity to test his strength. Therefore, even if it was 1 against 2, Yi Xian would definitely not miss this opportunity and give up. Roar. 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 Damn it, I fell into a trap. Yi Xian, what do you want? At this time, as Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito retreated, they disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the sealed space formed by the 9-colored flame sea. Yes. On the other side, Di finally realized that something was wrong. The 6 mechanical avatars, each as large as 50 million miles, raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their auras were too violent. The earth-shattering roar was sealed in a fixed space. If the 9-colored flame sea did not have the property of buffering and absorbing energy, this huge flame ball would have exploded at this time. It's nothing. Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito have nothing to do anyway. It's a good opportunity to go out and meet your more than 10 million official members of the Qinji clan. His wild roar hadn't finished when the violent ape had already spoken, but its tone revealed an extremely pleased feeling, and it spoke lightly as if it was speaking of a trivial matter. Of course, if there's a chance, it's also fine to madly devour them while we're at it. After all, Heavenly King of the Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito are also electronic life forms. When they encounter similar existences, it should be relatively smooth for them to devour. The only pity is that your official members of the Qinji clan seem to be a little too few. There are only 10 million of them. It doesn't sound too easy to devour. Roar. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared at the same time. Shock. At the same time, the Blood Sea avatar, Bao Yuan, flipped his huge palm, and a big black stick appeared in his right hand. The skeleton avatar on the side also laughed strangely. With a flip of his hand, he actually took out the Shinong treasured cauldron. He held one of the 3 legs of the cauldron upside down with one hand, raised it above his head, and directly swung it. As for the last Black Fog avatar, with a flash of light in his eyes, his entire body disappeared in an instant. Again. When he appeared again, he was already behind one of Di's 6 mechanical avatars. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his fist and fiercely punched out. Boom. 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 This punch directly hit the back of this mechanical avatar, and an earth-shattering explosion followed. And this punch also opened the curtains of the great battle. Di's 6 mechanical avatars and Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars instantly fell into a crazy chaotic battle. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4886. Roar. Screech. Amidst the furious roar, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers moved at the same time. One carried the big-headed black cudgel, one carried the Shinong treasured cauldron, and one disappeared like a ghost, directly appearing behind one of Di's doppelgangers. Boom. Rumble. A punch blasted out, directly smashing into the back of this mechanical doppelganger, and an earth-shattering explosion followed. It was this punch that opened the curtains to the great battle. Di's 6 mechanical doppelgangers and Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers were instantly caught in a frenzied and chaotic battle. As soon as it began, it was already in full swing. At the same time, outside the sealed space formed by the 9-colored fireball, in the core of the star domain where the Qinji clan was located, without Di's orders, regardless of whether it was the ocean-like sea of battleships, fortresses, and ordinary mechanical beast army that had gathered 100 billion miles away. Still, it was the more than 10 million official members of the Qinji clan who had gathered in this void within 100 billion miles of this area that had transformed into advanced mechanical beasts. Without exception, there were no abnormal movements at all. Originally, if there were no accidents, the following battle had nothing to do with them at all. Di's 6 mechanical doppelgangers were fighting against Yi Xian's 5 doppelgangers. These official members of the Qinji clan and countless battleships were simply not qualified to participate in the battle. The only thing they could do was to stand around the battlefield and watch from the sidelines. But now, as Yi Xian's 2 electronic doppelgangers, namely the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito, rushed out of the 9-colored fireball at lightning speed, all of this was clearly changed in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air. Suddenly, 2 weak rays of light shot out from a corner of the gigantic 9-colored fireball that was tens of billions of miles in diameter. These 2 rays of light were the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito. They were extremely weak at first, but as soon as they appeared, they surged with the wind and abruptly stopped in the void in less than a breath's time. They were actually 2 mantis-winged war beasts that were 50 million miles in size. Roar! Screech! As their figures appeared, Void Heavenly King and Blood Mosquito Heavenly King suddenly raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Then, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, they rushed toward the more than 10 million official members of the Tianji clan gathered 10 billion miles away. In the blink of an eye they were already in front of them. At this sight, the 10 million some official members of the Heaven's Legacy race gathered in the void 10 billion li away were struck dumb. Even though there were many of them, over 10 million of them, and their strength was extraordinary. Even the weakest was an emperor. However, even the most powerful beings were only at the universe supreme level. This was normal. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De had spent almost all of his energy on forging his doppelganger and improving his cultivation. Even when he had some free time, he would spend it commanding the 10,000 some members of the Heaven's Legacy race to develop as many warships, fortresses, and ordinary mechanical war beasts as possible, constantly increasing the overall strength of the Heaven's Legacy race. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't spend a lot of effort to help the 10 million official clansmen with electronic life forms forge their bodies, constantly improving their strength. However, De obviously didn't spend much of his energy on this level. Because, in his opinion, there was no need to make all of the 10,000 some official clansmen into desolate supreme-level beings like himself. On one hand, it was impossible. The 10,000 some official clansmen were too large, and it was impossible to find such a large amount of top-grade forging materials. On the other hand, it was also completely unnecessary. Under certain circumstances, when it was necessary to improve the strength of the 10,000 some official clansmen, he could transform into 10 million clansmen and integrate himself into the bodies of the 10,000 some official clansmen. This way their strength would naturally improve. However, even De would never have thought that such a situation would occur. As the clan leader, he was trapped by a huge fireball formed by the 9-colored flame sea, and the 10,000 some official members of the Heaven's Legacy race under his command were all left outside the 9-colored flame sea. Today, the most powerful of the 10,000 some official clansmen was only universe supreme level. They didn't even have the strength of a primordial great being, and they had lost De's unified command. When the 10,000 some official clansmen faced Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were two terrifying beings whose battle strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the desolate supremacy, it was no different from a newborn lamb meeting a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain. The 10,000 some official clansmen of the Heaven's Legacy race gathered in the void ahead were clearly aware of this point. They were not ordinary mechanical beasts that were hibernating in the void 100 billion miles away. They were official clansmen of the Heaven's Legacy race. They were mechanical electronic life forms like De and D'Air. They were beings with intelligence, self-consciousness, and thoughts. Just as because of this, when they saw Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito suddenly appear and rush toward the place where the army was gathered, the 10,000 some official clansmen of the Heaven's Legacy race were momentarily stunned. Then all of their bodies shook violently. They raised their heads and roared and howled, revealing endless panic and fear. Peng. Hong Long Long. It was only a distance of more than 10 billion miles in the void. For Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who had the peak of the 9th level of the desolate supremacy, it was not a problem at all. Following that, they activated the power in their bodies with all their strength and advanced forward. In less than 2 breaths, they had already rushed to the front of the Heaven's Legacy race army. What happened next was no longer suspenseful. The 10,000 some official clansmen of the Heaven's Legacy race who had originally gathered together scattered at the first moment. Like stray dogs, they wished they could immediately grow wings and fly away from this void, escaping without a trace. Void Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito attacked at the same time. This time they did not activate the Void Battle Claws and Blood Mosquito Battle Claws that had merged into their bodies and were located at their chests. Instead, they directly attacked with a pair of incomparably hard alloy fists and the pair of sharp mantis wings on their backs. An earth-shattering rumble rang out, and a corner of the void trembled violently. This was a one-sided massacre. A large number of mechanical beasts exploded, but they did not have time to turn into fireballs. Immediately after, they were swallowed by the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito in the first instant. This scene looked exactly the same as a real battle between ferocious beasts. Although Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito only swallowed the bodies of these mechanical beasts that were made of cosmic alloys and the flesh and blood of some primordial creatures. However, in fact, their electronic consciousnesses were also in these bodies. Even if they were scattered after being swallowed, they could be pulled out by Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito and directly refined. And this kind of refinement, to these official clansmen of the Heaven's Legacy race, was the disappearance of consciousness, was a true death. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4887. Peng. Peng Peng. Hong Long Long, Heavenly King Kong and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito attacked at the same time, using a pair of extremely hard alloy fists and a pair of razor-sharp mantis wings on their backs to attack. Thunder rumbled continuously, and a corner of the void space trembled violently. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. Large amounts of automaton battle beasts exploded, but they didn't have time to become fireballs. They were immediately swallowed by Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito. They were refined and their consciousnesses were extinguished. From then on, they were completely annihilated. Of these 10 million official members of the Tianji clan, the strongest was only a universe supreme. There wasn't even a single ancient being. Speaking of which, to put it bluntly, to Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, they weren't even ants. In just one attack, in less than 10 breaths, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had swallowed 500,000 to 600,000 each. Together they had swallowed more than 1 million, which was equivalent to 1/10 of the Tianji clan army, and this was because they had to be devoured bit by bit after the slaughter. Otherwise, if it was just a simple slaughter, not even a third of the 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race would be left alive in 10 breaths of time. Yi Xian had previously set his target at around 2 to 3 million because of this reason. One more than 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race didn't sound like a lot, but if they weren't immediately devoured after being killed, the scattered electronic consciousnesses in their bodies would quickly dissipate. In this case it would be a complete waste and it was clearly not desirable. Even if they were willing to kill slowly and kill less, they had to ensure that they swallowed as much as they killed. God, it was worth it to escape. At least they would have a chance to swallow again next time. And in this space fragment of the void space, only Di Er's Automaton clan and Di Yi's Tianji clan could be found. There wasn't a third party. Yi Xian's electronic bodies, which were the 4 heavenly kings, had long viewed them as future resources to be swallowed. Sooner or later they would be swallowed. Hence they would rather let them go than waste. Peng peng. Ping, hong long long. In the air the earth-shattering sounds continued, not stopping for even a moment. The space within 100 billion li of the sphere of flame had been transformed into a mechanical hell. The 10 million members of the Heaven's Legacy race fled in all directions, but the Heavenly Kings of Void and Blood Mosquito race were calmly chasing after them. Oh God, perhaps even a real hunt wouldn't be as easy and relaxed as this. Their speed wasn't fast. They just strolled through the void and killed a handful of them. Then they immediately opened their bloody mouths and swallowed them on the spot, completely refining them at the first moment. Some of them were made of cosmic alloys and the flesh and blood of ancient creatures. After refining them, they could fuse with the user and increase the strength of the body. As for the electronic consciousnesses that were scattered in these damaged mechanical bodies, they were directly refined by the electronic consciousnesses of the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito. They were absorbed as if they were devoured, strengthening their own electronic consciousnesses. In short, there was no wastage at all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. Because these 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race had scattered and fled, the density of their scattering in the void had decreased sharply. Therefore, although the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race hadn't stopped for a moment, the two of them had only devoured about 600,000 or 700,000 each. Plus together they had also devoured more than 1.5 million. If one were to include the 1 million that they had devoured earlier from the beginning until now, the total number of official members of the Heaven's Legacy race that the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race had already exceeded 3 million. The official members of the Heaven's Legacy race had only 13 million in total. Now, more than 3 million had been devoured in just half an incense stick's time. The remaining members were only 10 million dead. The loss of more than 20% was simply disastrous. Yes, at this time, the remaining 10 million official members had basically spread out in all directions. They could be seen everywhere in the vast void where the 9-colored sphere of flame was located. Even more, some had already rushed out of the range of this 100 billion li and merged into the sea of battleships, star fortresses, and ordinary mechanical beasts gathered in the outer circle. Such as in this way, it was obviously not realistic to want to devour a large number of them efficiently. However, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Even if it was nibbling away bit by bit, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race wouldn't dislike it, let alone easily let go of such an opportunity. Roar. Screech. After each raised their heads and let out a wild roar, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito race shook their shoulders and rushed to the left and right in an instant, once again launching a frenzied devouring. At the same time, in the sealed space of the nine-colored sphere of flame that was tens of billions of li in diameter, everything outside the sealed space of the sphere took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just half an instant's time. If one counted carefully, it was less than 100 breaths from beginning to end. But, it was in this less than 100 breaths that the original 13 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race had been reduced to 10 million. They had lost more than 3 million, more than 20%, and nearly 30%. As the patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE naturally sensed all of this at the first moment. Although the nine-colored sea of flame had completely sealed off this vast void with a radius of tens of billions of li, this kind of seal was aimed at flesh and blood bodies, or the alloy shells of the Heaven's Legacy race and other objects. Even the consciousness and soul power of flesh and blood creatures could be sealed by more than half, suppressing a large area. However, the Heaven's Legacy race was different. Their electronic consciousness had a unique frequency. On a certain level, it was actually somewhat similar to the ever-changing and endless frequency of the insect race's insect race. Although the nine-colored sea of flame could suppress it, it couldn't completely block it. Positive because of this, as the patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE naturally knew everything that happened in the outside world, no matter how big or small. One thinking about how in less than 100 breaths of time, he had lost more than 3 million of the official members of the Chenji clan under his command, leaving only 10 million dead, he immediately felt a kind of crazy hatred, almost to the point of going berserk. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Yi Xian, you damned guy, you will definitely pay for everything that happened today. At this moment, DE's 6 mechanical doppelgangers raised their heads almost at the same time and let out a series of shocking roars, which revealed endless resentment and anger. Before the roars had died down, one of the mechanical doppelgangers suddenly turned around and rushed toward the flame screen on the right. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4888. In less than 100 breaths of time, the 13 million official members of the Celestial Legacy race had been reduced to 10 million. They had lost more than 3 million, more than 20%, and almost 30%. As the clan leader of the Chenji clan, DE naturally sensed all of this immediately. Roar. Roar. Yi Xian, you damned guy, you will definitely pay the price for everything that has happened today. Furious, DE's 6 mechanical avatars raised their heads at the same time and let out earth-shattering roars. Their roars were filled with endless resentment and anger. The nine-colored fireball that enveloped a radius of tens of billions of miles shook slightly because of this. After all, the roars of 6 half-step Heavenly Dao experts were too powerful. Swoosh! In the next instant, before the roars from the nine-colored fireball had died down, one of the mechanical avatars suddenly turned around and charged toward the flame screen on the right. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. He immediately rushed out to intercept it. Although Yi Xian did not know what DE's mechanical avatar was going to do, such a sudden and unexpected action at such a critical moment was definitely not a good thing. DE had always been crafty, and the mechanical avatar that suddenly rushed out was a half-step Heavenly Dao existence at the supreme primordial level 9 perfection. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Xian had to be on guard. Where are you going? Huff! Rumble! With a roar, Yi Xian flipped his right hand, and the big-headed black cudgel that he was dragging behind him was suddenly raised high above his head and smashed forward ruthlessly. The power was so fierce that the rumbling of thunder came from the void. The aura swept out and it was a shocking sight. At this moment, DE's mechanical avatar happened to be inside the nine-colored fireball on the right. It was only about 100 million miles away from the nine-colored flame screen. What was strange was that as Bao Yuan's staff fell, the mechanical doppelganger that was originally moving at extreme speed, as if it wanted to take the risk of forcibly passing through the flame screen, suddenly turned its head and looked over. At the same time, he stopped abruptly and even grinned at Yi Xian. Boom. At this moment, Bao Yuan frowned and felt that something was wrong. However, he did not stop what he was doing. He swung the big-headed black stick high above his head and smashed it on the shoulder of DE's mechanical doppelganger as if it was falling from the sky. An earth-shattering boom was heard. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if the stick hit a solid target, it would only make DE's mechanical avatar stagger in the void and be slightly injured. However, this was obviously not the case. At the same time that the earth-shattering boom was heard, DE's mechanical doppelganger completely exploded. The terrifying body that was 50 million miles wide completely collapsed and turned into a huge fireball. It smashed hard on the 9-colored flame screen on the right side of DE's body. Everything happened too fast. In addition, this kind of action was really inconsistent with common sense. No one would be able to react in time. Self-destruction? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian instantly understood. Bao Yuan's expression changed and he cried out in alarm. His stick was indeed not enough to directly blow up DE's mechanical doppelganger. The only explanation for this situation was that it had self-destruction. DE's original purpose was this, and Bao Yuan's stick only increased the power of his mechanical doppelganger self-destruction by 10%. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the howling of the wind rose to the sky. As DE's mechanical doppelganger self-destructed, it turned into a huge fireball. The 9-colored flame screen on the right side of DE's body instantly rolled up violently. A crack that was 100 million miles wide appeared. Although it was only for half a breath, this crack was closed because of the stability of the 9-colored flame screen. However, in this half a breath or so, there were already 6 rays of light that rushed out from the flickering crack at an extremely fast speed. 5 of them were the other 5 mechanical doppelgangers of DE, and the last one rushed out from this mechanical doppelganger that had exploded. Obviously, the electronic consciousness that DE had hibernated in this body did not disappear because of the self-destruction and escaped. Roar. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan, the skeleton doppelganger, and the black fog doppelganger raised their heads at the same time and let out earth-shattering roars. They had been too careless. In a moment of carelessness, DE had escaped with such a trick. Originally, this situation would not have happened. However, although the 9-colored flame sea was boundless and endless, it had now turned into a round fireball that enveloped the void space of tens of billions of miles. It was really too vast, which directly caused the flame screen of the fireball to not be very thick. In this way, in addition to DE gritting his teeth and abandoning a mechanical doppelganger that he had meticulously built and whose cultivation had reached the perfection of the 9th-ranked desolate supremacy, the power of his self-destruction was terrifying. Finally, the 9-colored flame screen, which was not very thick to begin with, was temporarily blown open. Although the crack appeared for a very short time, only half a breath, DE had done this deliberately. However, DE had done all of this on purpose. He had already made full preparations. Even if it was just a split second, it was enough for his mechanical doppelgangers to take the opportunity to rush out. And with DE's escape, Yi Xian's previous plan was obviously interrupted. Before this, the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito had, in less than 100 breaths, devoured more than 3 million of the original 13 million official members of the Tianji clan, causing them to be reduced to only 10 million members. The loss was huge, more than 20%, close to 30%. Even Yi Xian was quite surprised by this result. In his heart he was secretly delighted. He had originally planned to expand the result of the battle as much as possible, greatly increasing the original target of devouring about 2 million to about 5 million. In this way, the loss of the Tianji clan would be so great that it was almost comparable to the loss of the mechanical clan under Dier. It was absolutely so disastrous that it was almost unbearable. But now, it was obvious that all this could not be realized. In fact, the reason why DE did not hesitate to self-destruct a mechanical doppelganger was to prevent this from happening. Now that his trick had succeeded, even if Yi Xian was unwilling, he could only helplessly accept his fate. Huff! At this moment, as DE's 5 mechanical doppelgangers and an electronic consciousness that had lost its shell rushed out of the 9-colored flame ball, Yi Xian immediately moved his mind. In an instant, the 9-colored flame sea that enveloped this vast void rapidly shrank. In just half a breath, it turned into a weak dot that was like a firefly. It shot over, entered between Bao Yuan's eyebrows and disappeared. Boom! Rumble? In less than 100 breaths, you actually made me lose 3 million members of my clan. Yi Xian, you must pay for all this. Just at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the void in the distance. Accompanied by the earth-shattering explosion, DE's thunderous roar rang out. 10 million doppelgangers. Explode. Chapter 4889. In front of them, in the cosmic void tens of billions of miles away, DE's 5 mechanical avatars raised their heads at the same time. Their thunderous roars reverberated. 10 million avatars. Explode. Boom. Rumble. Before the last word, explode, could be heard, an earth-shattering explosion came from that part of the void. At this moment, the 5 DE avatars, whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, actually exploded at the same time in an instant. As for DE's electronic consciousness, which had already self-exploded in the nine-colored flame ball and lost its avatar shell, it could not be seen in the void at this moment. It was obvious that before Yi Xian withdrew the nine-colored flame ball, it had already rushed into one of the 5 mechanical avatars. At this moment, following the explosion of the 5 mechanical avatars, a huge black hole instantly appeared in that corner of the void. The void was cracking inch by inch, and the violent turbulence of the void surged out. However, it had no effect on the self-explosion of Di Yi's avatar. At the moment of the explosion, the 5 enormous avatars instantly turned into countless fragments. However, they were not swept away by the turbulence of the void. Instead, under the terrifying power of the explosion, they scattered in all directions and shot toward the 10 million official members of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void. At this moment, if there was time to count in detail, one would discover that the number of fragments formed by the self-explosion of the 5 DE avatars was clearly slightly more than 10 million. This number was exactly the same as the number of mechanical battle beasts formed by the official members of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void. Very obviously, the fragments formed by the self-explosion of these mechanical avatars would be shared by every mechanical battle beast formed by the official members of the Tianji clan. In fact, following this shocking explosion, what was rapidly shooting toward the surrounding mechanical battle beasts was not only the fragments formed by the self-explosion of Di Yi's avatar. Previously, before the self-explosion, Di Yi's avatar had roared, 10 million avatars. If it was only the fragments of the body, it obviously could not be considered a true 10 million avatars. This was because the body could not represent Di Yi's existence. The core of its existence was its electronic consciousness. The so-called 10 million incarnations, strictly speaking, was a statement at the level of its electronic consciousness. In fact, this was indeed the case. Right now, in these 10 million pieces of body fragments of varying sizes that were shooting out in all directions, a faint light could be seen flickering. This incomparably cold light was Di Yi's electronic consciousness. This scene happened too quickly and the scene was shocking. Even Yi Xian did not expect that Di Yi's 5 mechanical avatars would suddenly self-destruct and roar out the words, thousands of incarnations. The reason why his mechanical avatar had self-destructed in the 9-colored fireball was because he had no other choice. However, this was clearly not the case today. Moreover, in this situation where he was not trapped, Di Yi actually detonated all 5 mechanical avatars at once. These were 5 perfect bodies that had all reached the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. However, without the slightest hesitation, they instantly self-destructed. Since Di Yi had paid such a terrible price, it was obvious that he had a big plan. Although Yi Xian did not know what Di Yi's ultimate goal was, he sensed that something was wrong. He even vaguely felt an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rising in his heart. Roar. Screech. Screech. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the Heavenly King of the Void, and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito raised their heads and roared at the same time. Without any hesitation, they immediately scattered in all directions, charging toward the area in the void where the mechanical battle beasts formed by the official members of the Heavenly Legacy clan were relatively densely gathered. Boom! The violent ape rushed to the left and reached the target area in the blink of an eye. The big-headed black stick in its hand swept through the air, and a shocking explosion sounded. In the blink of an eye, more than 200,000 mechanical battle beasts were killed. On the right, the skeleton avatar was even more violent. It directly teleported and appeared in the middle of a group of mechanical battle beasts in less than a tenth of an instant. The inverted Shinong's treasure cauldron in his hand was swept in a circle by him. With a boom, more than 300,000 mechanical battle beasts exploded. At the same time, the black fog avatar suddenly flashed and appeared in the area slightly forward on the right in less than half a breath's time. With a punch, more than 100,000 mechanical battle beasts exploded and died. As for the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito, they split into 2 groups. One rushed to the front while the other rushed to the back. With a roar, they opened their bloody mouths and each swallowed more than 200,000 mechanical battle beasts in less than a breath's time. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact it happened in a breath's time. In a breath's time, Yi Xian's 5 avatars attacked with all their strength and killed more than 1 million mechanical battle beasts. This included the body fragments of Di Yi's avatar that were shooting toward these more than 1 million mechanical battle beasts. Even the scattered electronic consciousness of Di Yi that was attached to these body fragments was also destroyed. Whoosh! Swish! Swish, swish, swish. After this attack, the 5 avatars did not continue to attack. The Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito were the most direct. They chewed on the spot and refined the mechanical battle beast fragments that they had swallowed into their bodies to nourish themselves. As for the 3 Blood Sea avatars of Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in their eyes. They each waved their hands and swept up the large number of mechanical battle beast fragments that had just exploded, turning them into a giant ball that was 1,000,000 feet in size. With a thought, all of them swept over and shot toward the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito. Another breath's time passed. Yi Xian's 5 avatars gathered together in the void. At this time, the more than 100,000 mechanical battle beasts that the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito were chewing in their mouths had also been swallowed into their stomachs and quickly refined and absorbed. The 3 Blood Sea avatars did not hesitate at all. They merged the 3 giant balls that they had just collected together and then divided them into 2. They immediately shot toward the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito. They were directly swallowed into their stomachs, chewed and quickly refined. This time, the 5 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time and killed more than 1,000,000 mechanical battle beasts. Including the more than 3,000,000 from before, the total number was 5,000,000. In addition, they had also obtained more than 1,000,000 pieces of the shell fragments of Di's avatars after they had self-exploded. They were all made of the best materials. In addition, these shell fragments contained a wisp of Di's scattered electronic consciousness. It could be said that the benefits that the Heavenly King of the Void had obtained from swallowing this time were probably even greater than what he had obtained from hunting alone for 100 breaths. And because of this, the official members of the Tianji clan under Di's command had also decreased by more than 1,000,000. Now there were only about 8,000,000 left. Roar. Roar, 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 screech. Almost as soon as the Heavenly King of the Void and the Heavenly King of the Blood Mosquito swallowed the last giant ball fragments, a shocking roar came from the surrounding void. The scattered shell fragments of Di's avatars began to merge with the more than 8,000,000 mechanical battle beasts. At the same time, Di's shocking roar rang out. The more than 800 mechanical battle beasts all emitted his voice, which merged into one and shook the heavens and the earth. Tianji, change? Chapter 4890. Roar. Roar, 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 screech. All around the void there was suddenly an earth-shattering roar and howl. At this time, the fragments of Di's body had already merged with the remaining 8,000,000 or so mechanical battle beasts. What was surprising was that these 800 or so mechanical battle beasts were roaring at the same time. What came out of their mouths was actually Di's voice. When combined together, it was earth-shattering. Tianji, change. Boom. Rumble, ka-cha-cha. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar came from all directions. It was like a surging tide, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding. It was a shocking sight. At this time Yi Xian's 5 clones had already gathered together. Their expressions were all solemn. They did not move at all. They quietly observed the situation, paying attention to the subsequent changes of the 8,000,000 or so mechanical battle beasts in the void around them. In fact, Yi Xian had already vaguely guessed what was going on in front of him. 3-1, quick update. This was because this scene was very similar to the mechanical fusion that D'Air's mechanical clan had carried out back then. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that D'Air's mechanical clan army of more than 100,000,000 had carried out the fusion on its own under D'Air's command. D'Air had not participated in it. However, De had participated in the fusion that was happening in front of him. Moreover, it was not just a simple participation. He had completely exploded his 5 clones, turning them into countless body fragments. Together with the scattered electronic consciousness, they had all merged into the bodies of the 8,000,000 or so mechanical battle beasts. It should be known that his 5 powerful clones were transformed from the black demonic dragon in the battle form of Tianji City. Now all 5 clones had exploded and merged into the bodies of the 800 or so mechanical battle beasts. This meant that Tianji City had completely disappeared, and the 800 or so mechanical battle beasts had been scattered and merged. Based on this, De had called this the Tianji transformation, and it clearly lived up to its name. De had paid such a heavy price in exchange for the complete fusion of the Tianji clan. It was obviously not comparable to the fusion of D'Air's mechanical clan back then. In fact, this was indeed the case. At that time, D'Air's mechanical clan had spent half a day to complete the 7th fusion. Now, following Di's roar, the more than 800 Tianji clan mechanical battle beasts that had merged with his doppelganger's body parts moved at the same time. They gathered in one direction like more than 800 shooting stars converging in one place. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! In the void, the sharp sound of something tearing through the air resounded from all directions. It was extremely ear-piercing and it faintly made one's heart tremble. In a short span of 3 breaths, these 800-odd mechanical beasts had gathered in a void nearly 100 billion miles away. Their speed was too fast, far surpassing that of Air's mechanical army. Moreover, these 800 or so mechanical war beasts of the Heaven's Legacy race had clearly fused together. They had not been split into multiple camps and spread out multiple times. After gathering together, these 800-odd mechanical war beasts had fused into one body in less than 10 breaths. However, everything was not over yet. In their line of sight, a terrifying mechanical war beast that was more than 400 million miles in size was slowly stretching its huge limbs. However, there was still the ear-piercing sound of mechanical grinding coming from its body. Very clearly, this fusion was more than half complete. At present, there were only some internal adjustments that were continuing. As this internal adjustment was carried out, the surrounding void also began to vibrate faintly. Within the terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles in size, the suppressive aura that emanated grew stronger and stronger. Even the void fragment of the Eldritch universe was about to collapse. This was a very bad feeling. The increasingly powerful aura made Yi Xian feel increasingly uneasy. This was because it was clearly getting closer and closer to the true Heavenly Path realm. It felt the same as the 8th fusion of Air's mechanical army. The only difference was that Air's mechanical army had taken more than half a day to begin the 8th fusion. As for the Heaven's Legacy race army in front of him, with Yi's full participation, it only took them about 10 breaths to reach this stage. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was what gave Yi the right to do this. The 8th fusion of Air's mechanical army was clearly a warning. Yet, he still dared to attempt the true Heavenly Path realm in this Eldritch universe void. Where did he get the courage and self-confidence? With this doubt in mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He subconsciously looked up into the sky above his head. The next instant, as though in response to his call, there was an extremely terrifying loud sound coming from high up in the sky. Boom. Rip. Following the loud sound, a crack appeared in the void. It was pitch black inside the crack, but a gigantic green vertical eye suddenly opened. Just as Yi Xian expected, just as the mechanical behemoth in front of him was about to step into the Heavenly Path realm, something unexpected happened once again. High up in the void, there was an earth-shattering explosion. After the sound of ripping silk, a black void crack appeared. Within the crack, there was a gigantic green vertical eye that suddenly opened. This green vertical eye was the primeval Heaven's Eye. Just like before, it was likely a projection avatar of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Its true body was most likely carrying out some important arrangement, so it could only descend as a projection avatar. Kacha, boom. Rumble. Almost at the same instant that the green vertical eye appeared, there was suddenly an ear-piercing cracking sound coming from high up in the sky. In their line of sight, a green light shot out from the vertical eye in the black crack. At first it was not big, only about 3 meters wide, but as it fell, it instantly expanded. Its speed was too fast, and in less than half a breath of time, this cyan lightning bolt that was only about 3 meters wide had already turned into a vast sea of lightning. In the void below, the mechanical behemoth that the entire Heaven's Legacy race had transformed into was more than 400 million kilometers in size. Furthermore, the fusion was basically complete, and all that was left was the final fine-tuning of the interior. But in an instant, it was completely submerged by the majestic sea of lightning that showered down from high up in the sky. The scene was just too horrifying. Loud booms shook the heavens as they resounded incessantly. The green sea of lightning constantly emitted booms that made one's heart tremble. Boom! At the same time, another boom came from high up in the sky. Turning his head to look, the green vertical eye in the sky that shot out a beam of green lightning and turned into a vast sea of lightning also quietly closed at this moment. Then, even the void crack disappeared as if it had never appeared in the first place. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He didn't know if Yi's shocking move would succeed or not. The meaning of the two different results was as different as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 4891. Boom! High up in the sky, a second earth-shattering boom rang out. The projection of the heavenly green eye disappeared into the darkness. Even that crack in the void had disappeared, although this projection of the heavenly green eye seemed to have done the same when Air's army of the mechanical race carried out the 8th fusion last time. But for some reason Yi Xian clearly felt that this time, compared to the previous time, there was a sense of urgency. He didn't know if it was because the heavenly green eye was busy with other arrangements and had no time to leave, or if it was for some unknown reason. But no matter what, to Yi Xian this was definitely not a good thing. It made the uneasy feeling in his heart grow even stronger. It could be said that at this moment, his heart had already leaped to his throat. He didn't know if Di's shocking move this time would succeed or not, but he was extremely nervous about it. This was because the difference in meaning between the two different outcomes was really too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. With heavy worry in his heart, Yi Xian's 5 great clones turned their heads at the same time. They retracted their gazes from that crack in the void that had already disappeared high up in the sky and turned to look at a place close to 100 billion miles ahead. Previously, when that beam of green lightning shot out from the projection of the heavenly green eye, it rapidly expanded and turned into a vast and boundless green sea. In the void in front of them, this mechanical beast that was more than 400 million miles long and formed by the fusion of the entire heavenly legacy race was completely submerged by the majestic sea of lightning that poured down from the sky above its head in an instant. Now, this boundless green sea of lightning was still wreaking havoc, enveloping a vast expanse of void that was 10 billion miles away. This entire stretch of void had turned into a green sea of lightning. Nothing could be seen except for the endless green lightning that had turned into a raging sea of lightning that was roaring and wreaking havoc. That gigantic mechanical beast that was only around 400 million miles long had entered this vast green sea of lightning. It might not be said that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, but it was probably more or less the same. At this moment, there was no trace of that mechanical beast at all. But Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, did not relax for even a moment. This was because he knew that as long as this vast and boundless green sea of lightning had not dissipated, everything was not over. At this moment, the boundless and distant void had long since fallen into a deathly silence. Billions of li away, countless Heaven's Legacy race warships, starships, and ordinary mechanical war beasts stretched as far as the eye could see. The scene in front of him was really too shocking. The loud noise shook the heavens and resounded continuously. There was always a continuous rumbling sound coming from the sea of green lightning, causing people's hearts to tremble. Even though the warships, star fortresses, and ordinary Heaven's Legacy race mechanical beasts gathered in the distance did not have intelligence and self-awareness like the official members of the race. However, at this moment they seemed to be shocked by the shocking scene in front of them. In this corner of the void of the primordial world fragment, except for the roaring and raging sound of the sea of green lightning that enveloped a radius of 10 billion miles, the other boundless and vast areas were so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. It was so quiet that it made one's heart tremble. Looking at all this and feeling the strange aura in the air that was so quiet that it was terrifying, Yi Xian's heart grew heavier and heavier. At this moment, the scene of the mechanical race army under Di carrying out the 8th fusion and attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm surfaced in his mind. Back then, after seeing the heavenly Tao descend personally and confirming his guess, Yi Xian did not wait for the sea of green lightning that enveloped the gigantic mechanical beast to dissipate. He left early on. After he left, the sea of cyan lightning continued to wreak havoc for several dozen breaths of time before dissipating. According to the black-robed desolate sovereign, at that time as the sea of green lightning dissipated, the terrifying gigantic beast that only lacked the final internal adjustments to complete the 8th fusion appeared. However, it had already fused together, and its terrifying body that spanned a radius of 400 million li had been torn apart, turning into more than a dozen mechanical war beasts of varying sizes. This was what it should have been. This was the purpose of the heavenly Tao's green eye's sudden descent. The reason why the gigantic mechanical beast that Di had fused with had been torn apart was because it was forcefully suppressed by the heavenly Tao, interrupting the sign of the 8th fusion. Without a doubt, such a forceful interruption by external interference was an unimaginable heavy blow to Di, who had fused into that terrifying war beast, and the more than 80 million members of the mechanical race under his command. After the sea of green lightning dissipated, Di's figure was battered and exhausted, and he was almost seriously injured. Furthermore, according to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, at least 10 million of the 80 million members of the mechanical race had perished. After the sea of green lightning disappeared, more than a dozen war beasts of various sizes appeared after being torn apart. There were different wounds on their bodies, but all of them were ghastly. Such a result was consistent with Yi Xian's judgment. Although only a single bolt of green lightning had descended, it was the work of the heavenly Tao's green eye after all. It represented the suppression of the will of the heavenly Tao, and its power was not to be underestimated. It was also because of this reason that after the sea of green lightning dissipated, Di did not dare to stay for even a moment. He immediately took the dozen or so mechanical war beasts and hurriedly turned around and fled in a sorry state. Until now he had never appeared again. Obviously the loss that time was too great. To the entire mechanical race under his command, it would take a long time before they could catch their breaths. According to the situation that time, if nothing unexpected happened, the sea of green lightning that was still raging endlessly in front of them would, at most, dissipate in a dozen breaths' time. Following the disappearance of this sea of green lightning, the mechanical beasts of the Tianji clan had basically completed the entire fusion. Only the internal fine-tuning was still continuing. Most likely, it was the same as the 8th fusion that the mechanical race under Dier's command had carried out not long ago. Not only was it a complete failure, but it also suffered heavy losses. However, for some reason Yi Xian still had a very strong intuition in his heart that made him feel extremely uneasy. He felt that the situation this time was very likely to be different from the fusion carried out by the mechanical race under Dier's command not long ago. There was no reason for this intuition. He merely felt that Di was well aware of the result of the fusion carried out by Dier not long ago. Under such circumstances, with his craftiness and shrewdness, if he was not confident, why would he recklessly follow in Dier's footsteps? At that time Dier had failed. If the result today was different, then the fusion carried out by Di and the power of the entire Tianji clan this time would undoubtedly be a success. If all of this was true, then the current situation in this void fragment of the untainted world would instantly change again. The impact would be so great that it was simply unimaginable. A dozen breaths worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the earth-shattering roar in front of them suddenly quieted down. The sea of green lightning that enveloped the void space of billions of miles dissipated in the blink of an eye. The mechanical beast that had merged with Di and his clan appeared. Almost in the next instant, Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, the heavenly Dao's eye is really going easy on us." Chapter 4892. Darn it, the heavenly Dao's green eye is indeed going easy on me. Following that, the earth-shattering boom in front of him suddenly fell silent. The azure-colored lightning sea that enveloped the void dissipated in a blink of an eye, revealing the form of Di's merged mechanical behemoth. Yi Xian drew a cold gasp as he exclaimed, in front of him, in the void tens of billions of kilometers away, an extremely powerful aura was surging over as the azure-colored lightning sea dissipated. Even the void tortoise that Yi Xian had previously encountered in the primordial chaos void had recovered its peak cultivation. It was an existence that was infinitely close to the heavenly Dao realm, but the cultivation aura it emitted was slightly inferior to what Yi Xian sensed. Heavenly Dao realm. The mechanical behemoth that Di had fused with the strength of the entire Heaven's legacy race had broken through to the heavenly Dao realm. None of this was normal. Yi Xian was instantly enlightened. At that moment he recalled Xinghua. Back when he met Xinghua in the primordial chaos star domain, the old bastard was clearly with primeval Heaven's eye. It was obvious that the two were in cahoots. And not long ago, when Di's mechanical behemoth began fusing to break through to the heavenly Dao realm, primeval Heaven's eye had sent a projection avatar down. It caused Di to suffer heavy losses, resulting in his failure to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. From that moment on, Yi Xian's suspicion of Di had nearly dissipated. He did not believe that he was in cahoots with Xinghua. As for Di, although he had his suspicions since Di did not collude with Xinghua, the possibility of Di being in cahoots was even lower. However, the truth was astounding. Primeval Heaven's eye suppressed Di, but went easy on Di. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. In the three main dimensions of the cosmos, it was rumored that Xinghua was killed by Di. As for Di, he had a falling out with Di because of this. He had always been with the humans, serving as an imperial preceptor in the human technological faction's immortal dynasty. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The possibility of Di colluding with Xingbo was very small. On the contrary, Di, Xingbo, and Primeval Heaven's eye most likely had some kind of secret relationship that the outside world did not know about. Realizing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly became extremely heavy. He did not know what Xingbo, Primeval Heaven's eye, and Di were plotting. He did not even know what special arrangements they had. But now Di had used the strength of the entire Tianji race to fuse with the mechanical behemoth and attempt to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. He had even succeeded because of the heavenly Dao's green eye going easy on him. This was clearly part of their plan. It was obvious that the heavenly Dao's green eye wanted to use Di to integrate and control the various forces in the primordial world fragment void. With this in mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered, "Heavenly Dao realm? If you piss me off, it might not be impossible for me to kill you." The heavenly Dao realm was also divided into strong and weak. For example, the headless infant corpse and the primeval Heaven's eye were the strongest existences in the heavenly Dao realm. As for the mechanical behemoth that De had fused with the strength of the entire Qinji race, although it was also at the heavenly Tao realm, it had just entered the realm. Furthermore, it had been achieved through such a forceful fusion. Although it was also a heavenly Tao realm expert, it was definitely the weakest existence in the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to senior peak desolate supremacies like the void gigantic tortoise and the golden divine dragon, ancient existences that were infinitely close to the heavenly Tao realm, it was likely only slightly stronger. Now Yi Xian already had a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. Although he was still a little inferior to ancient peak desolate supremacies like the void gigantic tortoise and the golden divine dragon, he was still a little inferior. However, if he were to use the heaven falling bow, it was not impossible for him to kill De's mechanical behemoth with one arrow. In fact, the possibility of that happening was very high. After all, in that incomparable battle that had caused chaos in the primordial chaos, the primordial Yiksha had used the heaven falling bow to shoot an arrow into the sky. It had even nearly blasted the primeval heaven's eye out of the void. However, the heaven falling bow was no trifling matter. The destructive power that it could unleash in an instant was extremely terrifying. Even Yi Xian had always treated it as a trump card. He had always kept it hidden and had never used it casually. Therefore, even now Yi Xian did not plan on using it casually. However, even if he did not use the heaven falling bow to kill De, it did not mean that Yi Xian would not take action. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the true combat strength of the mechanical behemoth that De had fused with the entire Qinji race. With this thought in mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he immediately turned his head to look ahead. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Its might was so astounding that the void trembled violently. After all, the existence that had let out the roar was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. This mechanical behemoth was fused with the remaining 8 million plus Qinji race members of De's own body. After the baptism of the Azure Lightning Sea, it had now stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In this primordial chaos void, it was definitely a supreme existence. The entire mechanical behemoth was 400 million kilometers in size. It stood upright and had 3 legs and 6 arms. Its head was shaped like a beehive and it had many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from the battleship cannons in all directions. In truth, there was no need for the ship's cannons to attack with such a colossal mechanical behemoth. Even a simple punch from it would be enough to cause the weather to change. Roar! Yi Xian, my heavenly legacy beast, has completed its fusion. Although it has lost more than 5 million clansmen, causing its combat strength to be much weaker than expected, it has only just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, the heavenly legacy beast suffered quite a bit of damage during the lightning tribulation's baptism. It has yet to reach its peak state, but even if I can't kill you today, I will definitely heavily injure you. You will not be able to escape this calamity. Roar! With that said, De did not speak further. The heavenly legacy beast raised its head once again and let out a shocking roar. Following that, its body flashed as it charged over with its fist raised. Rumble, Kacha! The heavenly legacy beast's body was just too massive. It was 400 million kilometers in size. With a single step, it traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers. In a blink of an eye, it was right in front of De. This punch caused the void to shatter inch by inch. Its strength was just too ferocious. Not only that, what was even stranger was that apart from the ferocious strength of the punch, there was also a mysterious force that pressed down from every direction. This was the suppression of the heavenly Tao. A world could only have one will of the heavenly Tao. Even if there were many, only one could be the main one. The other heavenly Tao were like subsidiary existences. Although they could not control the nomological operations of the world, they were authorized by the main heavenly Tao. To a certain extent, they could attract the suppression of the world's will. Now, the invisible force that Yi Xian's 5 avatars sensed was clearly the power that the primeval heaven's eye had authorized to the heavenly legacy beast. It was a portion of the nomological operations of this world. To put it simply, anyone who fought the heavenly legacy beast was equivalent to fighting a portion of the world's power. It was obvious how difficult it was. Chapter 4893. Roar! The heavenly mystery beast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, its figure flashed as it charged over with its fists raised. Rumble! Kachacha! Its body was too huge for 100 million miles long. With a single step, it covered hundreds of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Xian. This punch caused the void to shatter inch by inch. Its strength was too violent. What was even stranger was that when he punched out, in addition to the ferocious strength, There was also a mysterious force that pressed down on him from all directions. This was the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Fighting with it was equivalent to fighting against a part of the power of this world. The difficulty of this battle could be imagined. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom. However, he did not escape. The heavenly mystery beast in front of him was indeed not in its peak condition. After all, it had just experienced the baptism of the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. According to Yi Xian's calculations, this heavenly mystery beast would need to recuperate for at least a few years before it could fully recover from the damage it had suffered from the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. At that time it would be in its peak condition. If Yi Xian did not even dare to fight with it now that it was not in its peak condition, wouldn't it be even worse in a few years' time? Furthermore, running away from a battle had never been Yi Xian's style. This time, even if he had to suffer some injuries, he had to fight a few rounds with this heaven's secret beast to test its strength. Roar. Roar. Screech. Rumble. At this moment, as a cold light flashed in his eyes, Yi Xian's 5 clones charged out at the same time. Violent Ape, Skeleton, Black Fog, Void Heavenly King, and Blood Mosquito Heavenly King. The 5 clones had all reached the peak of Supreme Primordial Level 9. They were peak Desolate Supremacies, which was half a step into the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, they attacked at the same time, each charging towards the heavenly mystery beast from different directions. With a punch, heaven and earth trembled violently. Bang! Boom! A sky-shaking boom could be heard as the 40,000 miles tall heaven mystery beast stopped moving abruptly. The punches launched by all 5 of Yi Xian's clones landed on his body. On the contrary, its punch missed. After all, its body was too big and its agility was not as good, so it was dodged. However, the result left everyone speechless. Although cracks that looked like a spider web appeared on the heavenly mystery beast's body, they didn't spread too far. The 5 areas that were struck were all only a few million kilometers away, and they just so happened to be the size of the fists of Yi Xian's 5 clones. In other words, the 5 peak Desolate Supremacies, who were half-step heavenly Tao experts, had only managed to leave a small crack on the surface of the heaven's legacy beast's body after being struck by their full-strength punches. Furthermore, they had even landed a solid blow on its body. Based on this point alone, these 5 punches definitely wouldn't cause any internal damage to him. To put it bluntly, it was a flesh wound. Piff. This result made Yi Xian's heart sink again. Immediately after, Bao Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the heaven's mystery beast's punch was avoided, even the remaining force was extremely terrifying. Bao Yuan was the closest to the punch, and when he dodged to the side, the wind from the punch rubbed against his chest. Just like that, Bao Yuan's qi and blood were in turmoil. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was far from a serious injury, it could be considered a light injury. Just you wait. Bao Yuan raised his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and roared angrily, revealing endless resentment and unwillingness. Although it was only one exchange, he had basically figured out the depth of this heaven's mystery beast. As such, there was no need to continue this battle. It was time to withdraw and escape. The next moment, there was a strange sound of splashing water. The skeleton avatar and the black fog body collapsed instantly, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe void. Even the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King turned into a ray of light and entered the sea of blood. The sea of blood appeared quickly and dissipated even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a tiny dot the size of a firefly. It shot over and entered between Bao Yuan's eyebrows. Immediately after, Bao Yuan turned his head and glanced at the heaven's mystery beast. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and tore open a crack in the void. He stepped into it and disappeared. Roar! The target disappeared into the distance. The heaven's mystery beast raised its head and let out a shocking roar. However, it didn't give chase. Instead, it turned around and rushed into the depths of the heaven's mystery star zone. To it, the most important thing now was to recover from the injuries it had suffered during the heavenly tribulation. It was only a few years. Once it recovered from its injuries, it would conquer everywhere and destroy the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance in one fell swoop. D had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. In less than 3 days after Yi Xian's departure, this news had spread throughout the primordial world fragment, causing an uproar and setting off huge waves. It could be said that the entire vast primordial world fragment was trembling because of this. The Magic Hall didn't have any reaction. The upper echelons of the various small factions were all trembling in fear. However, they were all hiding in their own star zones, not daring to show themselves. The one with the biggest reaction was the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The moment the news spread, the upper echelons of the three major factions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance gathered together and held an emergency meeting, in the central region of the Human Federation. On the peak of a towering mountain on a gigantic life star, dozens of figures were gathered in the main hall of the Federation's headquarters. Regarding this matter, they were holding an emergency meeting. In the Heavenly Tao Alliance, those who were qualified to appear in the main hall were all primordial beings of the Human Federation. There were a total of more than 40 of them. However, the other 6 ancient Baron supremacies of the Human Federation did not appear this time. In addition to Di, the immortal Emperor Zhu Wuqian of the Sky Palace and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory were also sitting in a corner of the main hall. In the other 2 directions of the main hall, there were 4 to 5 figures each. The 4 figures on the left looked like humans, but their bodies were filled with the aura of ferocious beasts. They were the 4 primordial supremacies from the alliance of 10,000 races. They were the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime from the First Universe. The aura of the 5 figures on the right showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts in them, and it was extremely thick. They were the 5 desolate supremacies from the Star Alliance. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood WRM, the Azure Rock, and the Bloodthirsty War Lion. There were a total of 9 desolate supremacies in the main hall. Usually they would not gather here so easily, but this time when the Master of the Magic Hall attacked the Tianji clan, they had already gathered here waiting for the news. However, the final result was simply too shocking. In addition to the 3 Blood Sea clones, the Master of the Magic Hall had even modified the mechanical behemoth in a short period of time. Now it had split into 2, and their cultivation had both reached the 9th level of the Supreme of the Ancients. Chapter 4894. In other words, there were already 5 peak desolate supremacies who were half-step Heavenly Tao. Just this news was already shocking enough, but what was even more shocking was yet to come. After the Magic Hall Master killed more than 5 million official members of the Tianji clan, Di made the same choice as Di did on that day in a fit of rage. With the combined strength of the entire Tianji clan's 8 million official members, he fused them into a mechanical battle beast and used it to attack the true Heavenly Tao realm. The only difference was that Di failed that day and was suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. As for Di, although he attracted the primeval Heaven's Eye and the Lightning Tribulation, he actually succeeded. When they thought of this, the expressions of the Heavenly Law Alliance's higher-ups in the main hall turned ugly. Deep resentment could be seen in their gloomy expressions, especially Di. He gritted his teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. From the looks of it, this primeval heaven and earth fragment is going to change again very soon. After a short silence, Di broke the silence and spoke first. Halfway through, he sighed faintly, sighed to think that our Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Magic Hall, and the Tianji clan had just formed a tripartite balance of power. Who knew that we would be left far behind in the blink of an eye? Needless to say about the current Tianji clan, even the Magic Hall has 5 peak desolate supremacies. In addition, there are 9 early-stage desolate supremacies who have just broken through and entered this realm. Unknowingly, with 16 desolate supremacies, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which was originally the strongest, has now become the weakest existence. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Di's face. Send out the order. The 3 alliances should be quieter recently. If there is no need, other than the daily patrols and scouts, the rest of the forces should not wander around casually. There's no need to worry about the Tianji clan. After all, Di's Heavenly Tao Beast has just survived the Heavenly Tao Lightning Tribulation and is somewhat injured. For such an existence, even a small recovery will take at least a few years. However, we have to be on guard against the Magic Hall. Yixin has fallen and is full of tricks. Currently, our alliance's 3 factions have yet to have a half-step Heavenly Tao realm ancestor awaken. Before that, we should be on guard. Hearing this, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's upper echelons in the hall. Although their faces were filled with indignation and unwillingness, no one refuted him. With the current situation, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which had been the dominant force not long ago, could only swallow its anger and tuck its tail between its legs. Rising Sun Forbidden Area, Yixin's Immortals Cave Star. After leaving the Heavenly Mystery Star region, Yixin immediately returned to the Forbidden Land of Sunrise. He didn't even stay in the void of the Forbidden Land and directly entered the Immortals Cave Star. Now he was sitting within the Demon Palace at the peak of the towering mountain. With a thought, 2 beams of light shot out from his glabella. They expanded with the wind and transformed into 2 mechanical war beasts that were more than 50 million kilometers long. They were none other than Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito. This time, the two mechanical Heavenly Kings had reaped great rewards in the Tianji Star Zone. Just the mechanical war beasts and the scattered electronic consciousnesses of the official Tianji clan clansmen had devoured more than 5 million. Now that they had safely returned, they would split half of the spoils stored in their bodies to Heavenly King Time and Heavenly King Crying Soul. The 4 Heavenly Kings would need to fuse in the future to attempt to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore it was best to distribute them evenly before that happened. That way the future fusion would be the most stable. Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Time guarded the entire rising sun forbidden land outside the cave abode star. Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito immediately left, splitting half of the spoils with them. As for Yi Xian, after some thought, he decided to enter seclusion once again. He had long absorbed all the benefits he had gained from his breakthrough, fusing them into his soul and body. Furthermore, his final strike had injured his physical body, Berserk Ape. He could take advantage of this opportunity to make another breakthrough, as if he had broken through and then stood up again. Rumble! After making the decision, he suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a beam of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the Shinnong Cauldron and hovered behind the huge mountain where the magic hall was located. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and stepped into the cauldron's mouth that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Only after entering the cauldron's space did he sit down cross-legged above the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the next instant, a large number of faint air-breaking sounds were heard. Beams of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs that had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by the power of the Shinnong Cauldron's field. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into his stomach. The nascent soul fist-sized round bead quickly melted. Whoosh! Rumble! Within his body, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. A majestic energy river formed in his meridians. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. As he circulated his qi over and over again, the large river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians. After completely merging with his divine soul and physical body, he only needed to gather his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles broke. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Desolate Ancient Stage 9 Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's blood qi. Current realm. Desolate Ancient Stage 9 Perfection. Desolate Ancient Stage 9 was the perfection realm. It meant that Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the peak of the mighty realm. Before this breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was at the 8th order of the Desolate Era. After activating the ancient Devil Ape bloodline in his body, his strength instantly rose to the 9th order of the Desolate Era. If he executed the 9 Devil Ape transformations and reached the 9th order, his battle prowess would rise to the 9th order of the Desolate Era. In other words, he was at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, as he was crossing a major realm, even with the addition of his majestic body's blood qi to his cultivation level, his true combat strength could not reach the level of a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. But now, with this breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the cultivation level of a Desolate Supreme after activating the primordial demon ape bloodline. Under such circumstances, once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would instantly reach Heavenly Tao realm level 1. In fact, with a body that was 60 million miles long, the power of blood and qi that was so boundless that it made one's hair stand on end had not even been taken into account. Chapter 4895. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and instantly attained the cultivation level of a primordial supreme. Under such circumstances, the moment he used the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability and entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm in an instant. If one were to include his massive physical body that spanned 60 million miles and the power of blood and qi that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end, then he would be a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, this was only in theory. In fact, although he had successfully broken through this time, Yi Xian still didn't show any joy on his face. He didn't seem to be in high spirits and could even be said to be in low spirits. This was because even though he had yet to use the 9 devil ape transformations, he had a vague intuition that the guess that suddenly appeared in his mind was probably true. If everything was true, then after this breakthrough, he still wouldn't be able to reach the true heavenly Tao realm. Even if he broke through 1 or 2 more stages, he would become a mid-stage mighty figure. At that time, after using the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability to the 9th transformation, he would still be infinitely close, but he still wouldn't be considered to have reached the true heavenly Tao realm. To put it simply, every time the 9 devil ape transformations transformed, the effect of increasing one's cultivation level by 1 stage was only effective within the heavenly Tao realm and couldn't surpass the true heavenly Tao realm. Previously, when he saw that D-Air, the Claw Elephant War Beast, and the Star Python War Beast were about to step into the true heavenly Tao realm because of the 8th fusion, Yi Xian immediately thought of himself when he encountered the projection of the heavenly Tao's green eyes and was forcefully stopped on the path of the heavenly Tao. It was because of this that Yi Xian didn't even have the interest to see what would happen to D-Air, the Claw Elephant Battle Beast, and the Star Python Battle Beast. He immediately rushed back to the cave abode star and entered seclusion. The last time he broke through, he was looking forward to 2 consecutive breakthroughs. His goal was to see if using such a bloodline divine power to instantly enter the heavenly Tao realm and become an existence at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm would result in the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Or rather, would he be able to successfully enter the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm? However, during his last closed-door cultivation, the 2 consecutive breakthroughs that he had anticipated did not come. As a result, Yi Xian was unable to truly verify this conjecture. Now he was already a half-step desolate venerable. Once he activated the 9 demon ape transformation, he would instantly step into the first-ranked desolate venerable. After the 9 transformations, he should be able to reach the first stage of the heavenly way. However, it was still unknown whether he could actually reach the first stage of the heavenly way. This was too important. Even he felt very uneasy in his heart. Forget it. What will come will come. If this is the truth, it's better to face it sooner rather than later. Muttering softly, Yi Xian sighed faintly, then he no longer hesitated. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he immediately rushed out of the Shinong cauldron and appeared in the universe void outside the cave star. He raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. Roar. As the roar shook the heavens in the blink of an eye, his body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath's time. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was rolling like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged from his limbs and bones. There was also an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that spread out. Moreover, at the same time that his body expanded, the aura of cultivation that was emitted from the body of the violent ape also rose rapidly. In less than half a breath, from the first-ranked desolate venerable, in the blink of an eye, to the current 9th-ranked desolate venerable. After that, there were no more changes. Of course, although Yi Xian was still at the 9th-ranked desolate venerable, this time, after all, he had broken through another level of cultivation. Under the state of the 9th transformation compared to before, he was obviously stronger. However, there was still a layer of window paper that had not been pierced through before reaching the true heavenly way realm. This result made him feel quite depressed, and he sighed again. His guess had become reality. This fragment of void belonged to the primordial world. Now, as the end of the primordial world was approaching, the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was rapidly regaining control of the primordial world fragments that had been shattered during the great battle back then. Unknowingly, the power of law in this void fragment of the desolate world was changing invisibly. It could be said that it was not only this void fragment of the desolate world, but also the other void fragments formed after the collapse of the desolate world, including the current 3 main dimensions of the starry sky. If one did not obtain the recognition of the primeval heaven's eye, no existence could truly enter the heavenly way realm. It was certain that when the 9th-ranked desolate venerable was about to break through to the true heavenly way realm and was about to succeed, it would trigger the reaction of the laws of heaven and earth, causing the primeval heaven's eye to descend and send down the heavenly way lightning tribulation to destroy or prevent it. As for Yi Xian's current cultivation base, it was only at the great perfection stage 9 of the primordial era. The desolate sovereign's cultivation base at the great perfection stage 9 was only achieved by the effects of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability. This effect was only effective below the heavenly way realm, and there was no way to exceed it. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had the powerful cultivation level and combat strength of a desolate venerable's 9th-ranked desolate venerable, He had yet to truly touch that chord. The power of law in this void fragment did not sense the aura of someone about to break through to the true heavenly way realm. Therefore, the primeval heavens I did not descend. From the looks of it, with my present cultivation level, I can only step into the true heavenly way realm in the 9th demonic ape transformation state in the primordial chaos void. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian muttered softly, although this is still a guess, there shouldn't be any surprises. This is because the primeval heaven's eye is only a manifestation of the will of the primordial heavenly Tao back then. It is unable to affect the nomological powers of the primordial chaos void. Over there, the so-called heavenly Tao's eye is only an existence similar to other living beings in the cosmos. In other words, there's no need for the recognition of the primeval heaven's eye to enter the heavenly Tao realm there. Upon saying this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a flash, he charged into the cave abode star again before the green ox, the six-headed blood WRM, and the other members of the upper echelons of the magic hall rushed over after hearing the commotion. Although he wanted to immediately head to the primordial chaos void and attempt to enter the 9th transformation state, he wanted to see if it was as he guessed. There, he could successfully use the 9 demonic ape transformation divine powers effects to directly step into the heavenly Tao realm. However, this matter was not urgent. There was plenty of time. The most urgent matter at hand was to raise his cultivation level to the true desolate venerable realm. After his breakthrough, he was already a primordial venerable 9th rank desolate venerable. As long as he consumed a level 29 desolate venerable pill, he would be able to step into the true desolate venerable realm in a short period of time. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now that it was right in front of him, he naturally could not delay any further. Chapter 4896. Whoosh. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. After returning to the cave star, Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he once again stepped into the cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored mist. After entering the cauldron space, he sat down cross-legged above the volcano in the central region. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and floated in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and other top-grade cultivation resources. But the most important thing was a level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pill that emitted an extremely rich energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Very quickly, all of the cultivation resources were activated by him. The power of the domain was compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then he swallowed them all into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. In the end, the great river of energy disappeared from the meridians in Yi Xian's body and completely merged with his soul and body. As for Yi Xian, he'd only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles broke. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, First Order Primordial Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, First Order Primordial Supreme. First Order Desolate Supremacy. He had finally officially stepped into this realm, but Yi Xian did not feel too happy. This was because he knew that even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again after this breakthrough and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Primordial Supreme. Of course, he would definitely be stronger than before this breakthrough, but no matter how strong he was, there would still be a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm. In this void fragment of the desolate world, without the recognition of the desolate heavenly Tao, he would never be able to break through that layer of paper and would never be able to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. However, although he was more or less certain of this result, since he had another breakthrough no matter what, it was still necessary to try again. After all, it would not affect anything. What if this time, because his cultivation strength had entered the true heavenly Tao realm, it was different and caused some unexpected changes? Although this hope was extremely slim, it was worth a try. With this thought in mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed out of the Shinnon cauldron once again, but he didn't go to the void of the universe outside the cave star. In the next instant he raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 9th transformation. As this roar shook the heavens in the blink of an eye, his body, which was originally only 10 feet tall, had completely expanded in less than a breath's time. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was only when he was 60 million miles away and was about to touch the atmosphere above the star that he suddenly stopped. In addition, the power in his body was surging like a roaring river, an endless murderous intent surged from his limbs and bones. Invisibly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that spread out, and at the same time as his body skyrocketed, his cultivation aura also rose rapidly. In less than half a breath's time, he had already soared from the First Order Primordial Supreme to the current Ninth Order Primordial Supreme. Then, there was no then. Sure enough, even if his own cultivation had broken through to the true Primordial Sovereign Stage 1, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and using it to the 9th transformation, the limit of Yi Xian's cultivation. It was still the great perfection of the 9th step of the Desolate Sovereign. That step, he was still unable to take it. It seems that if I want to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to obtain the true heavenly Tao realm cultivation in advance, I can only enter the primordial chaos void. This time Yi Xian completely gave up. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Otherwise, in the shattered void formed by the collapse of the primordial chaos void, no matter how much I break through, I can only get closer and closer to the true heavenly Tao realm. That final step has already become a natural chasm that is impossible to cross. Sigh, boom, rumble. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed in the universe void outside the cave star beneath his feet, an earth-shattering sound of thunder suddenly came, and a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. When he turned around to look, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely covered in pitch-black tribulation clouds. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. Now that he was a true primordial supreme, there would naturally be a lightning tribulation. This was the tribulation of the desolate supreme that belonged to him. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now it's finally here. As he muttered softly, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant, rushing out of the cave star. Boom! Rumble! As his figure rushed out of the cave star, the tribulation clouds in the void gathered even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had already enveloped a radius of 1 billion miles. The sudden appearance of this terrifying tribulation cloud had already caused an uproar in the huge forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The green ox, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the other upper echelons all walked out of seclusion with a look of surprise. The other upper echelons of the magic hall were still in seclusion. In fact, the green ox and the others had already been alarmed. However, by the time they arrived, Yi Xian had already left. Just as they were about to leave, an earth-shattering thunderclap suddenly came from above their heads, giving everyone a fright. However, when they looked up and saw that the center of all the tribulation clouds was the Devil Master's cave star, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. Since the tribulation clouds had descended, it was clearly the rhythm of the Devil Master's breakthrough. With his powerful cultivation, how could he be afraid of this small heavenly tribulation? Just as everyone's hearts were surging, a ray of light suddenly rushed out from inside the star and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. It actually left the forbidden land of Rising Sun and rushed out of the forbidden land. The vast tribulation clouds that originally enveloped the cave star also followed like a shadow and chased after it. The green ox, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the others turned their heads and exchanged glances. They all understood. The Devil Master did not want to undergo the tribulation in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to avoid being implicated. He immediately rushed out with the other upper echelons of the magic hall and followed behind the vast tribulation clouds, looking into the distance. Chapter 4897. Whoosh! Rumble! A slight sound was heard. Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the Rising Sun forbidden land. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a remote void that was nearly 10 billion miles away from the Rising Sun forbidden land. At the same time, behind him, the vast tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion miles followed closely behind. Shocking rumbling sounds were constantly heard. This, after all, it was the lightning tribulation of a desolate supremacy. Its power was not to be underestimated, so the number of tribulation clouds was shocking. Moreover, Yi Xian was not an ordinary desolate supremacy, so the power of the lightning tribulation was naturally stronger. Although he was completely unafraid of the so-called heavenly tribulation, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates. After rushing out of the rising sun forbidden land, he had successfully lured away the tribulation cloud and was completely relieved. Take everything that followed was just a baptism of a few waves of lightning tribulation to him. In the face of the lightning tribulation that made cultivators pale, he had never taken it seriously. Rumble, Kacha. At this moment, the tribulation cloud that was chasing closely behind him was so dense that it was as black as ink. It covered nearly 10 billion miles of the universe void, which was shocking. Then Yi Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop in this secluded void. The vast tribulation cloud that had been following behind him once again shrouded the sky above his head. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbling sounds, a purple-gold lightning descended at the first moment. This tribulation lightning was too thick. It was at least 1,000,000 feet long. Looking at its power, even an ordinary star would be split in half. So outside the rising sun forbidden land, a large number of scout fleets from various large and small forces had gathered. They had been quietly lying in wait, but now, they were alarmed by this incomparably dense tribulation cloud that shrouded the area. They all became vigilant. After a moment of hesitation, they immediately scattered in all directions, retreating to a distance of more than 2 billion kilometers before stopping. Lightning. Lightning? The power of the tribulation was too shocking and its power was monstrous. Only by escaping so far away could they feel a sense of security. They were afraid that if they stayed too close they would be implicated. Yi Xian didn't care about anything that happened in his surroundings and completely ignored it. Here at this moment, his entire mind was attracted by the first wave of tribulation lightning that descended from the sky. In the past he would have already summoned the Rai Di seal above his head, using this opportunity to refine the thunder spirit of the Emperor seal and devour lightning to increase his cultivation. But this time Yi Xian had no such intention. This was the desolate sovereign lightning retribution that belonged to him. He had to withstand all 3 waves of retribution lightning by himself. This would be the strongest tempering of his body. At this moment he was still in the form of a violent ape. Facing the first wave of tribulation lightning that fell from the sky, he raised his head and let out a violent roar. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire person was like the most blazing small star. In the blink of an eye, the thick bolt of purplish gold tribulation lightning struck down. Boundless lightning enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, causing him to disappear. After a full 3 breaths everything stopped. The sea of lightning dispersed, and Yi Xian stood in the void. His aura was stronger but he was not injured. Instead his spirit was better. Only the body of the violent ape that was only 3 meters tall seemed to burst out with endless light at this moment, shooting out through the 1.08 billion pores on its body. Crack. In the next moment, an ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. After a short breath of time, the second incomparably thick purple gold lightning bolt had already struck down. This second wave of tribulation lightning was still 3 million meters in diameter, but its color was much denser. It was so purple that it was as if water could drip out of it. The terrifying energy aura caused one's soul to tremble. With some hesitation Yi Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye he had already disappeared into the lightning, and his entire body was submerged. The sea of lightning wreaked havoc, spreading across the vast void within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. This time, when the lightning dissipated after a few breaths, Yi Xian's figure appeared once again. Although he was still uninjured and his aura was still incomparably strong, his face was somewhat gloomy. The second wave of tribulation lightning looked the same as the first wave, but in fact, its power had increased by 3 times. He could be considered to have survived countless lightning tribulations, so he felt uneasy about this strange situation. After all, as the day of the end of the Great Desolation approached, the primeval heaven's eye's control over the fragments of the void formed after the collapse of the Great Desolation was becoming stronger and stronger. To put it simply, it was actually the control of the heavenly Tao that was becoming more and more obvious. This time, the desolate sovereign tribulation was far from the one that the black-robed holy sage of the tribe had encountered. It was very likely that it was the result of the primeval heaven's eye's secret suppression. However, this kind of suppression was only subconscious and was not deliberately targeted at Yi Xian. Otherwise, he might not even be able to withstand the second wave of tribulation lightning so easily. However, even if it was only a subconscious suppression, it was still enough to make Yi Xian feel uneasy. This was because this kind of change meant that a variable had already appeared. Now that the lightning tribulation had not completely dissipated, what would happen next was truly hard to predict. Crack. Just as he was secretly calculating all of this, the third incomparably clear explosion sounded out in the sky above his head. An incomparably thick bolt of purple gold lightning struck down. Its power was actually several times greater than before. The diameter of the lightning tribulation had reached 3 million feet. Although the diameter had only increased by 3 times, the power was definitely not as simple as 3 times. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the power of this wave of lightning tribulation was probably more than 9 times that of the first wave of lightning tribulation. Roar! A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the violent ape. At the same time it raised its head and roared furiously. Its body was like a shooting star that shot backwards. In an instant it shot towards the third frightening lightning bolt that was descending from above. Crack! Rumble! In an instant the two collided, and an incomparably clear tearing sound rang out. Yi Xian's entire body was completely enveloped, and the boundless purple gold sea of lightning was more than 10 billion kilometers in size. Even the void was shattering inch by inch, and then it quickly healed. It was clear that the circulation of the laws of this world had strengthened by a lot. It seemed to vaguely verify Yi Xian's guess. This scene was too shocking. The scout fleets of the various great powers, which had already retreated more than 2 billion kilometers away, immediately moved after a short moment of shock. They once again retreated in a hurry. Because the third wave of tribulation lightning had already struck down, but the dense tribulation clouds that enveloped the sky did not disperse. This was clearly the rhythm of the fourth wave of lightning tribulation. Since there was a fourth wave, there was a high possibility that there would be a fifth wave. No one dared to guarantee how many more waves there would be. For the sake of safety, it was best to retreat further. However, if the lightning tribulation really came wave after wave, then the lightning sea would wreak havoc in a wider and wider area. If they were not careful and were caught in the crossfire, then it would be too late for regrets. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4898. Typically, there were only 3 waves of lightning tribulations for mighty figures of the primordial era and supremes of the primordial era. Only when one stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm would the lightning tribulation be different. It was either 1 or 9. 9 if it was Tao, there was a chance of successfully surviving it. But if it was just 1 bolt, it was basically certain death. Now, Yi Xian had yet to attempt to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. He was only transcending the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. However, after the third wave of lightning tribulation struck down, the dense tribulation cloud above his head did not disperse. When this scene entered his eyes, his heart stirred. He already had a guess. No, the third bolt of lightning had already struck down. Its might was at least 9 times that of the first bolt. Even he had to treat it with caution. Therefore he had no time to care about it. He temporarily threw the guess in his heart to the back of his mind. The third bolt of lightning enveloped an area of more than 5 billion kilometers. The scene was extremely shocking. After about half a minute, the boundless sea of lightning dissipated, revealing Yi Xian's figure. If today he was in the form of a raging ape. He did not have a robe on him, only a leather skirt around his waist. It was also transformed from the energy in his body and was one with him. Therefore, no matter how powerful the lightning was, it was impossible for his robe to tear. After this wave of lightning tribulation, Yi Xian's aura remained the same. It was powerful and tyrannical, but his expression was even gloomier than when he transcended the second wave of lightning tribulation. It was as though water could drip out of it. The power of the third wave of lightning tribulation was indeed extremely powerful. It was 9 times that of the first wave and 3 times that of the second wave. With every wave of lightning tribulation, the power would increase by 3 times. If there were really 9 waves of lightning tribulation, even he would be severely injured. Boom! Rumble! Kacha! Just as he was feeling worried, an earth-shattering thunderous roar came from the void above his head. There was also the crisp sound of tearing silk. Looking up, a purplish gold lightning bolt that was 9 million feet in diameter was smashing down from the sky with an aura that could destroy the world. First, the third wave of tribulation lightning from before was already 10 million meters in diameter. Now, the fourth wave of tribulation lightning had actually reached 9 million meters in diameter. It had increased explosively by 3 times, and its might would probably increase by at least another 3 times or even more. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian's heart sank. Okay, as this bolt of lightning struck down, the tribulation clouds that enveloped an area of close to 10 billion kilometers in radius instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud was gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning. Its power was so strong that it caused one to tremble. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had experienced in the past, and it couldn't even be compared to it. It emitted an endless aura of destruction. However, Yi Xian was still fearless. He was now a true primordial sovereign, and his physical body had always been strong. Even if it was a terrifying tribulation lightning bolt with a diameter of 90 million meters, to him, it was only a tempering of his physical body. If there were 9 bolts of lightning this time and each one was several times stronger than the last, then even Yi Xian would find it difficult to withstand the final 8 and 9 bolts of lightning. But now that it was over with just 4 bolts, he didn't feel any pressure at all. After enduring this wave of lightning tribulation, he would become a true primordial sovereign. There are clearly only 3 waves of lightning tribulation, but today there is a 4th wave. This is clearly the result of the heavenly Tao's eye cheating. I will take care of this matter for you, and in the future, there will be a time to settle this. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He curled his lips, and with a flash of his body, he charged straight towards the terrifying tribulation clouds that enveloped the endless void above his head. Screech! The next moment, under the agitation of his emotions, a long roar came out of the mouth of the violent ape. He did not dodge, but instead, his body rushed out amidst the violent roar. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble? The following scene was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying rumbling and explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until now. The lightning bolt with a diameter of 90 million meters exploded, and the vast void of billions of miles was enveloped by the sea of purple gold lightning. The entire void was trembling slightly, constantly shattering and rapidly healing, as if it could collapse at any time. Although it was just a bolt of lightning, but this time, it wreaked havoc for dozens of breaths. Then, the vast sea of lightning that enveloped more than 10 billion miles of void completely disappeared. The vast void was thus cleared. Whoosh! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Next. In an instant, the violent ape walked out of the void high in the sky. There was not a single wound on his treasure body. It was shining brightly, and it emitted an endless aura of an eternity lord, spreading in all directions. At this moment, the cultivation aura that had been hidden in his body was also released due to the dissipation of the lightning tribulation. He was a first-order supreme primordial, but compared to an ordinary first-order desolate venerable, he was much, much stronger. However, a first-order desolate venerable was a first-order desolate venerable. No matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to a ninth-order desolate venerable. The gap between the two was too great, and the difference in strength was too great. Before this, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones had always been at the late stage of the desolate sovereign realm. Not long ago, when he went to the Tianji clan, the 3 Blood Sea clones were even at the peak of the 9th stage of the supreme ancient desolate realm. They were peak desolate venerables or half-step heavenly Tao. Because of this, when he suddenly underwent a tribulation this time, other than Green Ox and a few other existences who knew about Yi Xian's foundation and understood the truth, even most of the upper echelons in the magic hall thought that he was about to undergo a heavenly Tao tribulation, and that he was about to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. More than half of the upper echelons in the camp were already like this. Needless to say, the outside world was even more so. Everyone thought that Yi Xian was undergoing a heavenly Tao tribulation, but they never thought that he was actually undergoing a desolate venerable tribulation. Before this, because of the suppression of the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian's cultivation aura did not spread out, so no one sensed it. For example, now, as the aura of a first-level desolate venerable spread out clearly from his body, all the experts who didn't know the truth were stunned for a moment before their bodies shook violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Ah! Demon Lord's cultivation aura? Did I see wrongly? He's actually only a first-order desolate venerable? He's only undergoing a desolate venerable tribulation? That should be right. After all, there are only 4 lightning tribulations, not 9. This is definitely not a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Doesn't that mean that Demon Lord's previous cultivation strength was only at the primordial great figure realm? What a terrifying bloodline ability. It can actually raise one's cultivation by an entire realm? It's simply heaven-defying. First-order desolate venerable. After the Magic Hall Master underwent the lightning tribulation, his cultivation strength was only at the first-order desolate venerable realm. Heavens, he was only at the great figure realm previously, but he stirred up a void. Now that he has broken through again and it's a leap in strength, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Such a monstrous talent is simply outrageous. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4899. The lightning tribulation was over, and the thick tribulation clouds that enveloped billions of kilometers had dissipated. The cosmic void outside the forbidden land of the rising sun had regained its previous tranquility. However, in the scout fleets of various factions that were lying dormant in the distant void, the hearts of all the experts were surging like never before. This time they had unwittingly discovered a major shocking secret. The Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, was not a true primordial supreme. His desolate supremacy cultivation level was forcefully raised through some heaven-defying bloodline mystic technique. All this while, he had only been a mighty figure of the primordial era. Only now did he welcome his own desolate supremacy tribulation. This news would soon spread out, and it was destined to shock this vast and boundless untainted land fragment void. First, previously, when he was still a mighty figure of the primordial era, Yi Xian had already reached the terrifying cultivation level of a primordial supreme at the 9th stage when he used that heaven-defying mystic technique. But now, his cultivation level had once again broken through, crossing a large realm and becoming a true first-stage desolate supremacy. Would his true combat strength reach the level of a heavenly Dao realm expert? Although it was uncertain, there was at least a certain possibility. While, furthermore, he had never broken through before. This time he had suddenly decided to break through after attacking the Heaven's Legacy race and accidentally causing the Patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, to use the strength of the entire Heaven's Legacy race to fuse into a Heaven's Legacy beast with a true heavenly Dao realm cultivation level. Just based on this point, not only was there a possibility that his true combat strength would reach the first stage heavenly Dao realm after breaking through, it was also not small. With this fear and shock, the various large faction scout fleets that were lying dormant in the distant void quickly and silently retreated. Slightly as they left and returned to their respective races, they spread the news of what had happened outside the forbidden land of the rising sun. This primordial world fragment would once again welcome a shocking earthquake. Fear perhaps even the Patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, who had just fused into a Heaven's Legacy beast with the strength of the entire race, would be shocked and bewildered. Yes, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. After the desolate sovereign lightning tribulation ended, his figure flashed and he immediately returned to the cave-dwelling star in the rising sun forbidden land. He immediately entered seclusion. After all, he had just officially broken through to the next realm. Furthermore, after experiencing the baptism of the terrifying desolate supremacy tribulation, his body was even stronger and his spirit was more focused. Naturally, he needed to go into seclusion to stabilize everything. While with his return, the Green Ox and the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall who had followed him to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to watch from afar also returned. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they gathered outside Yi Xian's abode star. Aside from them, all of the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall who were in seclusion also gathered here after receiving the news of their breakthroughs. This time he spent a whole 7 days in seclusion. 7 days later, a beam of light shot out from Yi Xian's abode star and stopped abruptly in the void outside the atmosphere. It was none other than Yi Xian. At this moment he was no longer in his ape form. Instead he was using his own appearance. He was the human form of the Sky River Star Lord Yi Xian. This time, the desolate sovereign tribulation had caused his true cultivation to be exposed. Since that was the case, Yi Xian didn't care. He might as well officially reveal his true identity in front of all the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. Of course, the news that the master of the Magic Hall was Yi Xian had already been spread by the Patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE. The higher-ups of the Magic Hall, who had been kept in the dark, were all bewildered, except for the Green Ox and a few others who knew. But none of them dared to take the initiative to ask. Here at this moment, when they saw Yi Xian in the appearance of the Sky River Star Lord, everyone's eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with realization. In their sight, there were the six-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Chen Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, and the other powerful beings of the remnant people, Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans. Therefore, the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall were all here. For example, the Sangji remnant tribe of the remnant people, the more than 20 titled Undying Elders of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, the Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives of the nomadic army. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the army of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans, including 9 powerful beings of the primordial era from these 3 clans. There were also the three powerful beings of the Remnant People Alliance and the Black-Robed Desolate Supremacy. Of course, the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 evil army were all gathered here. Even more. There were the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wention, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small sects and clans. A total of over 1,000 figures were all gathered here. Even Yi Xian hadn't seen everyone gathered together like this for a long time. At this moment as he appeared, his line of sight swept over them one by one. His face immediately revealed a gratified expression. Within. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion and crazily improved his cultivation level. All of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had greatly improved their cultivation level. Now they were all Universe Knights and above, just as the rumors say. I am Yi Xian. After looking around at the upper echelons of the Demon Palace, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he continued, "Amongst all of you here many years ago, you have all come into contact with me. In fact, it's not just once, and some of you even have a good relationship with me. The reason why I became the master of the Magic Hall was before I reunited with all of you. I wasn't against you. Later on I just went with the flow. I didn't mean to hide anything. It wasn't easy for us to come together. Since we have said it out loud, I should express my stance." At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and changed the topic. "Besides, my cultivation level did reach level 9 Desolate Supremacy because of some secret technique. Now that I've consumed a level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill, I've successfully entered the Desolate Supremacy realm. However, the void space of this fragment of the universe seems to be suppressed by the green eye of the Heavenly Tao. That heaven-defying secret technique is only effective for those below the Heavenly Tao realm. In order to verify this, I will immediately rush to the primordial chaos void and use the secret technique there to see if I can successfully enter the Heavenly Tao realm. Although this is a risky move that might attract the attention of the green eye of the Heavenly Tao, it has to be done. During this period of time, the subordinates of the Magic Hall are not to leave the forbidden land of Rising Sun unless absolutely necessary. Although I'm leaving, the 4 heavenly kings will stay behind and watch over my cave abode star. With these 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences watching over it, there should be no problems. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4900. Although I'm leaving and entering the primordial chaos void, the 4 heavenly kings will stay behind to preside over my cave abode star. With these 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences presiding over it, there will be no problems. Shoo. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian once again looked around at the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. He slightly nodded as a greeting and didn't say anything else. With a flash of his body, he instantly disappeared from the spot. As for the 4 heavenly kings, they remained in the cave abode star. They were 4 powerful half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. As long as the Heavenly Legacy Beast fused with the Heavenly Legacy Clan's DE did not come, any accidents could be easily resolved. While the Heavenly Legacy Beast would need at least a few years to recover from the injuries left behind when it attempted to transcend the Heavenly Tao realm tribulation. Yi Xian had only entered the primordial chaos void to test out the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power. He would soon return, so there's no need to worry. Shoo! A faint sonic boom sounded as a beam of light flashed. Yi Xian appeared in an extremely remote area deep in the forbidden land of Rising Dawn. There were only a few abandoned stars in this area, making it appear extremely desolate. Therefore, although the 6 legions in the Magic Hall had many subordinates, there were no legions stationed in this area. After all, the entrance to the primordial chaos void's stellar vortex was here. It was of great importance, so Yi Xian did not even inform the Azure Ox. At present, the stellar vortex passageway that he had concealed with a mystic art was still extremely safe. Apart from Yi Xian, no one else knew about it. Soon Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly entered the stellar vortex passageway. He vanished as his aura completely vanished from this primordial chaos void fragment. After a few seconds, the scene before him changed. An extremely dark void appeared in his vision. This void was pitch black with nothing in it. Not even a speck of cosmic dust could be found, much less an abandoned star. Searching ordinary cosmos experts would find nothing even if they wandered aimlessly in this void for an extended period of time. Not even a speck of cosmic dust could be seen, much less an abandoned star. It was as if this was an endless void, slumbering eternally in the darkness. Yi Xian's spirits rose. Calculating the time, It had been almost 10 years since he left this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. He had returned to the primordial void again, but it was completely different from when he left this place and entered the fragment of the primordial void. He was now a true primordial supreme. Although he was only at the first stage of the primordial realm, his true battle strength would instantly reach the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm once he activated the 9 changes of the demonic ape in his body and entered the 9th transformation of the demonic ape. Cause in this place, the heavenly Tao realm wasn't the pinnacle of existence. Therefore, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability shouldn't be affected by the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Even though all of this was just Yi Xian's guess, he was rather certain. Now that he was in the primordial void, he would be able to verify it very soon. Xiao. With a thought, Yi Xian's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. However, this wasn't the end. Following that, he executed a few more extreme teleportations. He only stopped when he was more than 1 trillion kilometers away from the secret passageway that connected to the fragment of the primordial void. The reason why he did this was to avoid the passageway and prevent it from being leaked. After all, he was about to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. It was bound to attract the attention of many. Even the primeval heaven's eye was likely to descend because of this. When that happened, Yi Xian would officially face the primeval heaven's eye for the first time and test its combat strength. This was also one of the reasons why he entered the primordial void this time. Everything will descend very soon, muttered Yi Xian. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the 3-inch demonic ape's power field that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. Hum. The next moment, a faint buzzing sound sounded from Yi Xian's body. All the lifeblood powers in his body were instantly mobilized and circulated. Because of this, the 3-inch devil ape that had been hovering in the air above his sea of consciousness completely disappeared. Transforming, it fused into Yi Xian's body for the sake of some mysterious power. It also had a mysterious effect on all the lifeblood powers around him. Very quickly, Yi Xian's body immediately began to change. His physical appearance changed as he constantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a black demonic ape that was about 100 feet tall. Apart from that, 2 other bodies grew out of his body. One was a skeleton that was grayish-gold in color. It exuded a metallic texture that gave off an extremely cold feeling. The other was an illusory black fog body. Its aura was extremely ethereal, as though it didn't exist at all. It was completely a black fog. Only its 2 eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of blazing red light. These 2 bodies were also about 100 feet tall. They were connected to the back of Yi Xian's physical body, forming a 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body. An incomparably dense and ancient aura spread out from the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body. This was the demonic ape true body state that Yi Xian had not activated for a long time. Following after the demonic ape true body was activated, Yi Xian could no longer see his original appearance. Even the aura of his divine spirit was completely different. This was deliberately done to confuse the heavenly Tao's eye and prevent it from associating him with the master of the magic hall. By that void fragment of the chaos world was still under the suppression of the heavenly Tao's eye. He had no choice but to do this. After everything was ready, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind. Without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, directly activating the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability in his body. Roar, 9 demonic ape transformations, 9th transformation. As the roar sounded, the power in Yi Xian's body instantly surged. His aura was like the roaring of a raging river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and there was even a terrifying energy of vital energy and blood that was majestic to the point of being shocking, gushing out from his body. Originally it was only 100 feet tall, but in the blink of an eye, it rapidly expanded like a balloon. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already reached a size of 60 million miles, like a giant star. In addition, the cultivation aura emanating from the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body rose at the same time as his body. When the 60 million feet tall body appeared, the demonic ape true body's cultivation aura had reached the terrifying second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In an instant, Yi Xian felt that there was an invisible membrane in the surrounding void. Previously he could not touch it, but now it was extremely clear. He knew that this was the power of the heavenly Tao. In the primordial world, this was the strongest power. But in this primordial world, it was only the power of a slightly stronger realm. Below the heavenly Tao realm, there was definitely an even higher level. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 49:01. Roar, 9 Transformations of the Devil Ape. Ninth Transformation. As the angry roar sounded, the power in Yi Xian's body instantly surged. His body, which was only 100 feet tall, rapidly expanded like a balloon in a blink of an eye. Short in less than 3 seconds, he had reached a size of 60 million kilometers. He was like a gigantic planet. The cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the terrifying second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down. His guess was right. The reason why the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape bloodline divine powers cultivation enhancement was ineffective in the primordial desolate world fragments void was because the world's will there was the primeval heaven's eye. The heaven's Tao's eye was already the strongest existence. Without its recognition, no living being or existence could take that step forward and come into contact with the true strength of the heavenly Tao realm. But the primordial chaos void was an existence of a higher level than the primordial desolate world. Even the primordial desolate world was only the land of 3,000 fiend gods that was born in the primordial chaos epoch. It was also a world that Pangu had sacrificed himself to create when he created the world. But compared to the primordial chaos void, which had experienced countless samsara epochs, the so-called primordial desolate world was nothing. But here, the heavenly Tao realm was not even the limit of cosmos expanse experts. There were even stronger existences. Furthermore, the primordial chaos void was like a free void without the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Here, there was only the suppression of the primordial chaos laws. The suppression of the heavenly Tao did not exist. To put it simply, the so-called heavenly Tao realm was like the primordial mighty figure realm or the primordial paragon realm in the primordial desolate world. It was just a realm level. But once one's strength reached a certain level and took that step, any living being could freely enter the heavenly Tao realm. Now Yi Xian was in such a situation. With the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape bloodline powers, he had successfully entered the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, he was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. After entering this realm, Yi Xian felt that there was suddenly a layer of membrane in the void around him. Previously he could not touch it, but now he could feel it clearly. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. Although he had only temporarily come into contact with it through the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability, it was extremely important to Yi Xian. In an instant he gained all sorts of insights. His mind flashed one after another and they didn't stop. Even the devouring system in his body, which he had always been unable to understand, seemed to have gained some sort of understanding at this moment. It was too complicated and obscure, and required time to deduce and explore before he could understand it. All of this was extremely profound. It was only after he came into contact with the strength of the heavenly Tao realm that he was able to sense it. He felt that it was too profound. If he had to use words to describe it at this moment, he felt as if he had been enlightened, boom. Rumble, kacha. Right at this moment, numerous rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. A rift appeared high up in the sky and it suddenly became even more obvious. At this moment Yi Xian's heart pounded wildly. His heartstrings tightened and his breathing seemed to have stopped. There was no need to guess at all. He had already realized who the existence that was tearing through the void was. Sure enough, in the next moment his guess was verified. Swoosh. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a figure rushed out from this huge crack in the void. Quasi. To be precise, it was a vertical eye that was several times larger than a giant star. It was completely misty green, and at this moment, it was still closed, but it was already emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate incomparably. Primeval heaven's eye. And, moreover, its aura was different from the heavenly Tao's eye that had appeared twice in a short period of time in the void of the great desolate world fragment. It was clearer and more real. But, at the same time it was also more powerful. Without a doubt, what had appeared in the void crack high up in the sky was the original body of the primeval heaven's eye, which was also the will of the great desolate world. Countless fragments of the great desolate world that were formed after the collapse of the great desolate world was the controller of the heavenly Tao. Previously, in the void of the great desolate world fragment, Dr and De had tried to break through to the heavenly Tao realm one after another. The primeval heaven's eye had only sent a projection avatar. It was enough to show that although he attached great importance to those 2 incidents, he did not take them too seriously. By that was the void of the great desolate world fragment, a place that was controlled by him. There, he was the supreme will of the heavenly Tao. Even if someone tried to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm, he only needed to send a projection avatar to deal with it. Because as long as he did not approve of the will of the heavenly Tao, no matter how strong the existence was, they would not be able to truly take that step. But, here, in the void of the great desolate world, the situation was completely different. Even the green eye of the way of heaven in the untainted land was no different from the other experts in the starry sky. He was at most a relatively powerful existence. In addition, although he could intervene to stop any living being that attempted to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, such interference was akin to a battle between starry sky experts. It was completely different from the invisible suppression at the heavenly Tao level. If the other party was stronger than him, he could not even stop them. There was nothing he could do. Therefore, when he sensed the terrifying aura of a true heavenly Tao realm expert suddenly appearing in the great desolate world, not only did the primeval heaven's eye immediately descend, it even sent its true body. It showed how important it was. Previously, Yi Xian felt that the primeval heaven's eye was extremely powerful and mysterious. After all, it was a manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. However, this so-called power was an extremely vague concept. Yi Xian only knew that he was definitely not its match, far from it. However, he did not have a clear idea of how powerful it was. He could not use a clear classification to measure and compare it with himself. However, that was in the past. For example, today Yi Xian had activated his Devil Ape bloodline and cast the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation. His cultivation level had reached the true second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In fact, due to the Devil Ape true body's massive body and the terrifying lifeblood powers augmenting it, his true combat strength could be raised to another level. It was enough to match a third-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. With the support of this kind of cultivation, Yi Xian once again saw the heavenly Tao azure eyes of the desolate era. Moreover, it was in such a situation where he was facing it head-on. This was the first time he had a clear understanding of the true strength of the heavenly Tao azure eyes. The 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm was just a step away from the 9th stage's perfection. At that moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed the level of strength of the primeval heaven's eye. Although he was alarmed, he felt a sense of security as though a boulder had been lifted. His present peak combat strength was only comparable to a third-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. Compared to the primeval heaven's eye at the 8th stage of the realm, he was indeed much weaker. However, at the very least he finally knew the gap between them. He was no longer like before, only knowing that his opponent was very powerful, but not knowing the limits of that power. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4902. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a crack appeared high up in the sky. It abruptly grew bigger, and a figure rushed out from this huge crack in the sky. To be precise, it was a vertical eye. A vertical eye that was several times larger than a gigantic planet. It was green and misty. At that moment, it was still closed, but it was already emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. 8th stage heavenly Tao realm. It was just a step away from the 9th stage perfection. At the same time that this scene caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble, it also aroused his intense fighting spirit. Now, his peak combat strength was only comparable to a third-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. Compared to the 8th stage primeval heaven's eye, he was indeed much weaker. But at the very least he now knew how big the gap was between them. He was no longer like before, only knowing that his opponent was very strong, but not knowing the limits of that strength. So what if it's an 8th stage heavenly Tao realm expert? The heavens fall bow isn't. It's just that I haven't killed it before. As it murmured to itself, scorching purplish golden light suddenly erupted from the eyes of the skeletal body of the devilish ape, and a mysterious aura surged forth like a raging river. The next instant the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly flared with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. The entire bow's design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of the palm was a two-headed strange beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast that was facing up and down, there were 2 human-shaped spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. And the 2 humanoid life forms also opened their mouths in anger, as though they were roaring. A bowstring that was clearly formed by countless thin golden threads was connected to the 2 humanoid life forms' wide mouths. It was the primordial Yiksha's most powerful divine power, the Heavens Fall Bow. In the primordial war, the primordial Yiksha that was as powerful as the void gigantic tortoise and the golden divine dragon had used this most powerful divine power to shoot a gigantic, irreparable hole in the primordial world. Even the heavenly Tao green eye, which represented the will of the primordial heavenly Tao, was almost shot down by that arrow, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, the current green eye of the Heavenly Way's cultivation of the 8th stage of the Heavenly Way might have already surpassed its cultivation level when the primordial war broke out. However, at that time, the primordial Yiksha was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. Now Yi Xian's combat strength was comparable to a 3rd stage Heavenly Tao. If he were to shoot this arrow now, the threat to the Heavenly Tao's green eye was probably even greater than the incomparable battle in the primordial world back then. This was precisely the source of Yi Xian's confidence. Otherwise, with his current Heavenly Tao 3-star cultivation, even if he only had the thought of retreating after a single clash, testing the true battle prowess of the Heavenly Tao's azure eye would be incomparably dangerous. But now that he had the fallen sky bow, the situation was completely different. At this very moment, as he activated the small golden bow suspended in his sea of consciousness, it transformed into a huge bow with an incomparably powerful aura in the left hand of the skeleton clone. As expected, the Heavenly Tao's azure eye, which had just descended from the sky in front of him, flashed with a strong sense of fear. However, Yi Xian did not continue. Although the skeleton's right hand was on the bowstring of the huge bow, the golden energy arrow did not appear on the string. In fact, he had no intention of truly pulling this arrow. This was because once the arrow was released, Yi Xian's strength would be mostly depleted and he would be in danger. If this arrow did not kill the Heavenly Tao's azure eye, then it would really be troublesome. Without any other backup plans, he definitely could not be so reckless. Furthermore, he had not tested the true battle prowess of the Heavenly Tao's azure eye and was not very clear about its background. Yi Xian did not have much confidence in being able to kill it with one arrow. Back then, didn't the primordial Yiksha miss with one arrow? If he had perished in that battle, the root cause was very likely that the arrow had instantly drained most of his strength, causing him to be in a weakened state. Yi Xian would definitely not make such a mistake again. Without full confidence or being forced into a desperate situation, he would definitely not take the initiative to release this arrow when facing an existence at the level of the Heavenly Tao's azure eye. Now, the reason why he had activated the fallen sky bow and only condensed the body of the huge bow without the golden energy arrow was to deter the Heavenly Tao's azure eye. In fact, he had achieved his goal. The primordial Heavenly Tao azure eye's descent was because it had sensed the appearance of a new Heavenly Tao realm aura. It wanted to stop or kill it directly. Furthermore, with its terrifying cultivation level at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, it was completely possible for it to do so. Otherwise, it would not have rushed over so confidently. But now, with its descent, just as it was about to take action, Yi Xian's skeleton suddenly raised its hand and activated the fallen sky bow. In the skeleton's raised left hand, a ferocious energy bow condensed. It was precisely the appearance of this enormous bow that caused the figure of Heaven's Path's Qing Yen to freeze, and a dark light burst forth from his weak eyes. There was even a wisp of fear that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed, and it imperceptibly spread out. Fallen sky bow? Why would it appear in your hands? Could it be that Yiksha has really perished? In the next moment, as the figure of the Heavenly Tao green eye that was about to shoot over came to an abrupt stop, an incomparably deep voice resounded in this void. Also, who are you? I've never seen you before, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Roar. Yi Xian did not pay attention to his words. It was best not to speak at such a time. It was best to let the other party be confused and suspicious. The more he spoke, the more likely it was to slip up. With a thought, the 3 devil ape avatars raised their heads and roared angrily at the same time. Immediately following that, Yi Xian's body swayed, and his body of flesh and blood instantly swung its right fist. With a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, it blasted towards the Heavenly Tao's azure eye that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. During this period, the skeleton did not move at all. Its left arm was raised high, and its right hand was placed on the bowstring. It could condense a golden arrow at any time and shoot it out. Similarly, the Black Fog avatar did not move at all. However, its pair of eyes that were as deep as the stars were constantly staring at the Heavenly Tao's azure eye that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, waiting for an opportunity to take action. So you only wanted to test my strength. A wisp of understanding flashed through Tian Dao Qing's eyes, and there seemed to be a faint trace of ridicule. Even the voice he transmitted through his divine sense was filled with an inexplicable sense of disdain. A mere 3rd order of the Heavenly Tao actually has such courage. You're quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, an ant is still an ant in the end. The difference between a minor stage in the Heavenly Tao realm is already like a natural chasm, much less a difference of 5 minor stages between us. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Phew. Before the divine perception voice could finish, a green beam suddenly shot out from the gigantic vertical eye in front of him. An unprecedented sense of danger instantly enveloped Yi Xian's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. Chapter 4903. Phew! Before the voice could fade away, the gigantic vertical eye in front of him suddenly shot out an azure beam of light. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped Yi Xian's heart. It made his expression change drastically. His body that was shooting forward came to a halt in midair as though it was a conditioned reflex. In the distance, the cyan light that shot out of the eyes of Great Way of the Heavens was not very large. It was only tens of thousands of meters in diameter, and its aura was not very strong either. However, as the cyan light shot out, an indescribable aura suddenly boiled up in the space within a radius of trillions of miles. It was formless and formless as it came crushing down on Yi Xian's figure. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. Although it wasn't the strongest power in the primordial chaos void, and there were even higher levels, Yi Xian was only at the third stage of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, he was only able to sense it ahead of time by using the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline mystic technique. It could be said that his understanding of the power of the Way of the Heavens was almost completely blank. However, the green eye of the Way of the Heavens was different. His control of the power of the Way of the Heavens must have reached a level of perfection. If he was in the primordial chaos, he could control a portion of the void and instantly gather the entire void's power to kill any existence. In the primordial chaos void, although he couldn't control a portion of the void, the heavenly Tao's power that he could use was enough to crush Yi Xian. This wasn't because Yi Xian had miscalculated, but because he had yet to truly enter the heavenly Tao realm. He didn't understand all of this, or he probably wouldn't have had the thought of probing the primeval heaven's eye's true combat strength. Despite being in the same void as his opponent, his control of the heavenly Tao's power was far inferior to his opponent's. Yet, he still wanted to attack his opponent to test his combat strength. This was the most foolish method. It was no different from putting himself in danger. You aren't at the true heavenly Tao realm. You only used some mystic technique to instantly raise yourself to this level. It's no wonder I haven't seen you before. How can a true heavenly Tao realm appear so easily? How can an unfamiliar existence appear so casually? Clearly, the primeval heavens I had already guessed the truth from Yi Xian's foolish actions. At that moment, Yi Xian's figure suddenly came to a halt. The primeval heaven's eye's deep voice once again, filled with endless disdain and coldness. A mere desolate supremacy dares to act so boldly just because he grasped a rather extraordinary bloodline mystic technique. You truly don't know death. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, he thought of immediately activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Although he was suspicious and wary of the devouring system, he had to admit that the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system was very powerful. Unfortunately, with just a thought, Yi Xian immediately discarded this thought because it was utterly impossible. There was an extremely terrifying energy of the heavenly Tao rumbling over from all directions like a raging river. Although he had never tried it before, based on his experience in deduction, even if he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body, it would be useless. He would not be able to activate it successfully, and it would be a waste of time instead. This was a battle at the heavenly Tao realm. Even a split second could determine life and death. At that moment, Yi Xian couldn't afford to waste a second. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, an extremely dense murderous aura spread out from the 3 true forms of the devil ape. At this moment, the fingers of the skeleton on the bowstring of the heaven-fallen bow moved slightly. Since he couldn't escape with Yi Xian's character, there was no way he would just sit there and wait for death. He decided to use the heaven-fallen bow. Even if it would weaken him and put him in a difficult situation, it would at least give him a chance to severely injure the primeval heaven's eye and escape. Otherwise, if he didn't do anything, he would definitely die. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all flashed through his mind in a split second. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the heaven-fallen bow in the skeleton's hand to condense the golden energy arrow that was powerful enough to destroy the world and shoot it out, something strange happened. Phew! In that moment of life and death, the left side of Yi Xian's flesh and blood suddenly became hot and emitted an incomparably familiar low buzzing sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the headless infant corpse that had been hibernating on his left chest that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo, suddenly waking up. At this moment, Yi Xian was shocked and withdrew his thoughts of activating the heaven-fallen bow. However, before he could extend the power of his divine sense to the left side of his chest and use it to communicate with the headless infant's corpse that had just woken up, an almost imperceptible sound broke through the air. After the left side of his chest suddenly burned up, it instantly returned to normal. At the same time, a blood-red light rushed out from the left side of his chest. The headless infant's corpse actually left Yi Xian's body and officially appeared in the vision of the primeval Heaven's Eye in its original form. In the next moment, a dim light burst out from the void in front of him and revealed a ferocious infant's corpse. Its head was tightly held in its arms and had been tightly closed all this time. The headless infant's corpse had descended and imperceptibly emitted the aura of a sovereign. It had a feeling that the moment the infant's corpse appeared, all living things would submit to it. Although it was only a foot tall and looked extremely small, its aura was in no way weaker than the massive primeval Heaven's Eye's avatar. 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm? At this moment even Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He cried out involuntarily, but his tone revealed a deep sense of joy. With the appearance of the infant's corpse's true body, he who was already at the Heavenly Tao realm, could sense the headless infant's present cultivation level and strength with just a glance. Previously, when he faced the headless infant's corpse, it was the same as when he faced the primeval Heaven's Eye. He only knew that it was extremely powerful, but he had a vague idea of how powerful it was. Now, from this moment on, he had an extremely clear understanding of the headless infant's corpse's cultivation level and strength. Just based on this point, this trip to the primordial chaos void was not in vain. Although it's a little early, the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm is almost there. Just as Yi Xian's exclamation faded, a shrill voice resounded in the void. It was the headless infant's voice. It seemed to contain a faint sense of helplessness and depression. I can't just watch you be killed by that old geezer here, right? Since all of this has come ahead of time, there's nothing much to say. Having said that, the headless infant's corpse paused for a moment before continuing. Countless years have passed. Although the primordial chaos apocalypse has yet to fully descend, it is indeed time for my Heavenly Tao true body to be reconstructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the infant corpse in his arms suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 4904. Since all of this has come early, then there's nothing more to say. 3-1. Quick update. Countless years have passed. Although the apocalypse of the primordial era has yet to fully descend, it's time for my Heavenly Tao true body to be rebuilt. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the infant corpse in his arms suddenly opened its eyes. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out, exuding an endless murderous aura. Even Yi Xian shuddered, and the vast void within a radius of trillions of miles trembled slightly because of this. The murderous aura was too thick. However, this was understandable. The headless infant corpse was born in the early stages of the primordial era because it held a strand of heaven's destiny in its hands. It was an artificial heaven's way formed by the so-called demonic cultivators who controlled the primordial Heavenly Tao law of the primordial era. Although it succeeded, when it was born, it had already been led by the primeval Heaven's Eye, a group of beings in the early stages of the primordial era who were no different from the so-called demonic cultivators of the primordial era. In the end, before it had matured, it was killed by the Heavenly Tao's eye and could be said to have died prematurely. This kind of experience, after countless years of brewing, accumulated resentment could be imagined. Previously, this resentment had been suppressed by the headless infant corpse in the head of the infant corpse that it was holding in its arms. But now, as the pair of blood-red eyes of the infant corpse opened for the first time, it suddenly leaked out. "It's you? You really didn't die?" It was only at this moment that the primeval Heaven's Eye's exclamation came from the void in front of him, although he had long known that the Heavenly Tao infant corpse had not died, and had even been secretly searching for traces of it for many years. After Yi Xian descended into the starry sky, there were even a few accidents that led to the headless infant corpse and the primeval Heaven's Eye to secretly come into contact. But all this time, the two had never directly come into contact with each other. Now, this moment had finally come, and it came so unexpectedly. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye was extremely surprised. After a cry of surprise, the primeval Heaven's Eye's eyes suddenly flashed with a dark light. The invisible aura of coldness soared several times as it roared, "But it doesn't matter. Since you've appeared today, you're destined to die. So what if you're an 8th-stage Heavenly Tao? Now, you're just a divine soul without a physical body." Physical body? There will be. In the previous epoch, I was born with destiny, but I died prematurely. Although it has nothing to do with you, Hongming, you owe me karma. Bloody light burst out from the eyes of the headless baby corpse, and soft murmurs that sounded like sleep talk came out. Almost in the next instant, a second incomparably mysterious low buzzing sound rang out. Hum? Swish? Before Yi Xian could react, endless and weak sounds of breaking through the air sounded out from all directions. Rays of light appeared out of thin air from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if they were being attracted by some invisible force, and as if they were being driven by an unseen force, they all converged towards the headless corpse of the infant that was 50 billion kilometers in front of Yi Xian. Converged. This was the nomological power of the primeval void. In terms of level and grade, it had already surpassed the nomological powers of the primordial world. Although it was incomparable to the top-notch primordial world providence in this void, it was more than enough to condense a heavenly Tao realm body. The primordial world had existed for countless years, and it had a transcendent status. There had never been an eye of the heavenly Tao that seemed to be the embodiment of the primordial heavenly Tao's will. However, in this void, there was an invisible nomological power that operated everything. Just a moment ago, the headless infant corpse was conversing with the nomological powers of the primordial world. It seemed to be seeking to end the karma from countless years ago. The nomological powers of the primordial world that transformed into countless beams of light that shot over from all directions was the price to pay for ending the karma from providence. To the primordial void that possessed an extraordinary status, such a little bit of the primordial laws was nothing. It was even to the extent that it was not even a hair on 9 oxen. However, to the headless infant corpse, it was the best thing to condense the body of the heaven Tao. Similarly, to the eye of the heavenly Tao who was standing opposite the headless infant corpse, the incoming nomological powers of the primordial world were a huge threat. Although he did not wish to see this happen, he was powerless to stop it. As the embodiment of the primordial heavenly Tao's will, he was the supreme ruler in the primordial world. However, in the primordial world he was no different from other experts in the cosmos. Now, the nomological powers of the primordial world seemed to have sensed something. After the headless infant corpse took the initiative to ask, it wanted to end the karma from back then. Under such circumstances, if the primeval heavens I tried to stop it and destroy it, the consequences would undoubtedly be extremely serious. It would be like a creature in the primordial heavenly Tao being suppressed by the will of the primordial world. It would instantly feel the rejection and suppression of the nomological powers of the primordial world. If that was really the case, then while he was being suppressed by the nether laws of the primordial chaos, he would have to face his old enemy, the headless infant corpse that would soon condense the heavenly Tao body. At that time, the situation he would face would be extremely severe and dangerous. It was not entirely impossible for it to die here. It was precisely because of this that although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was extremely unwilling, it could only sigh in the face of the power of the laws of primordial chaos that was shooting at it from all directions. In the end, it suppressed the thought of taking the risk to attack and watched everything unwillingly from the side. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! In all directions far and near, rays of light appeared out of thin air, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their speed was extremely fast, and in just 3 breaths of time, they all gathered, forming a colorful sea that spanned billions of miles, completely drowning the headless infant corpse that was standing there quietly. 100 billion kilometers away, Yi Xian had already stopped moving. The dark light in his eyes continuously flickered, and his heart was already in his throat. He did not make any strange movements, because he had long realized the difference between him and the primeval heaven's eye. Perhaps only by stepping into the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm and becoming in existence at the late stages of the realm would he have the possibility of fighting it head-on. At this moment, the headless infant corpse was condensing his heavenly Tao body. Due to the participation of the nomological powers of the primordial world, even the primeval heavens I did not dare to interfere in this process. As such, there was no possibility of external interference. It could be said that the only key to the future development of today's situation was the headless infant corpse. As long as his heavenly Tao body could be successfully condensed, then everything was possible. Chapter 4905. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. In all directions rays of light appeared out of thin air, its momentum covered the sky and covered the earth, and its speed was extremely fast. In merely 3 short breaths of time, it had all gathered together and formed a multicolored ocean. This ocean was tens of billions of kilometers wide, and it was completely condensed from the precious power of the primordial chaos laws. In the blink of an eye, it had completely submerged the headless infant corpse that was standing quietly in the void in front of it. Facing all of this, whether it was Yi Xian or primeval heaven's eye, neither dared to interfere. It was as if they were outsiders, separated by this vast ocean of law energy, watching from afar. However, the two of them were clearly in completely different states of mind at this moment. Primeval Heaven's eyes' heart sank to the bottom of the valley, incomparably heavy. As for Yi Xian, although his expression was calm, his eyes were burning with excitement. From time to time, a bright light would burst forth, revealing a hint of excitement and anticipation. Almost at the same instant that this 10 billion kilometer wide mottled ocean gathered together, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the center of the ocean. Although it was almost undetectable, it still existed and did not disappear. As this faint buzzing sound rang out, in the void in front of them, the entire ocean of 10 billion kilometers wide suddenly seemed to be affected by some kind of suction force, and it was as if an invisible vortex had appeared in the center of this vast ocean. Boundless waves surged up, and the endless power of the primordial laws in the entire ocean suddenly began to condense inwards. The speed was very fast, and in just 3 breaths of time, the originally 10 billion kilometers wide ocean was only left with a radius of 100 million kilometers. However, everything was not over yet. Even though it had condensed to a radius of 100 million kilometers, and its density had increased by 100 times, the size of this ocean was still shrinking. Another 3 breaths passed, and the last 100 million kilometers of ocean disappeared as well. A ball of light appeared in the void up ahead. It was only a meter in diameter and was oval-shaped. It stood in the void like a mysterious egg. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the egg. It was identical to the billowing baneful aura unique to the headless infant's corpse. Not only was the aura identical, even its cultivation level was the same. It was still at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Without a doubt, the heavenly Tao true body of the headless infant corpse was being nurtured within this mysterious egg that was formed purely from the boundless primordial laws. Moreover, this type of nurturing definitely wouldn't take too long. It would end soon. And that was indeed the case. Kachacha, after the oval egg with a diameter of only a meter appeared, it only took another 3 breaths before a clear cracking sound came from that location again, like a piece of silk being torn. On the surface of the oval egg, dense spiderwebs appeared. Then the entire egg collapsed. Not a single part of the egg was wasted. After all, this egg was condensed from the pure power of primordial laws, so it was far too precious. As the egg cracked, countless egg fragments of various sizes instantly transformed into a ball of light that condensed inwards. This time it was even faster. In just an instant the egg had vanished, leaving not a single piece behind. And what appeared within the egg was the headless infant corpse. Now he was no longer in an energy form of a divine soul state. Instead he possessed a true body of flesh and blood. His body was still only a foot long and he still looked like an infant. However, what was surprising was that even though he had condensed a true heavenly Tao true body, and one that was formed from pure and massive primordial laws, the headless infant corpse that appeared in front of him was still headless for some unknown reason after the egg disappeared. It had an extremely ferocious expression, and its head was held in his left arm, by his chest. The headless infant corpse now looked no different from before. The overflowing fiendish aura was still the same, and the ferocious appearance was still the same. Even the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was still the same. It was still at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The only difference was that he was previously in an energy form of a divine soul state, but now he had a true physical body. Furthermore, this body was extremely pure and was condensed from massive amounts of primordial chaos laws. Its strength was something that even primordial heavenly Tao Green-Eyed, who was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, could only sigh at his inadequacy. Even if he struck with all his strength, it would probably be difficult to severely injure him. Now, do you still want to say that you will kill me here? As the heavenly Tao true body formed from the endless primordial laws was successfully formed, the headless infant corpse's voice rang out once again. It was still as sharp as a baby's cry, and it exuded an endless fiendish aura. However, I've already spoken. You are the heavenly Tao's eye, the embodiment of the primordial heavenly Tao's will. Isn't it a little embarrassing to go back on your word? Whoosh! Boom! Before his voice died away, the headless infant corpse made the first move. His body, which was only a foot tall, transformed into a beam of light and shot forward. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Xian was dazzled. In the blink of an eye, the headless infant corpse had left the distance of hundreds of billions of miles behind. The headless infant corpse, which was only a foot tall, appeared right in front of the green eye of the prehistorical great Tao of nature, only hundreds of millions of miles away. The difference in size between the two was too big. Although the primeval heaven's eye was only a vertical eye, it was hundreds of millions of miles in size. It was incomparably huge. On the other hand, although the headless infant corpse had the body of a normal human, it was only a foot tall. At such a close distance, their auras locked onto each other, and they were facing each other with equal harshness. This scene was simply too bizarre. At this moment, the headless infant corpse's head was in his left arm, but his right arm suddenly stretched out, and he threw a punch at the incomparably huge primeval heaven's eye. Boom! Rumble! The strength was too majestic and its aura was shocking. When the punch was thrown, the entire endless void, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, trembled. So what if you are the heavenly Tao true body formed from the primordial laws? You still can't do anything to me? Whoosh! At this moment, the deep voice of the green eye of the heavens rang out once more. Its pupils constricted, and a beam of azure light shot out toward the headless nascent soul's fist. It rumbled as it shot toward the incoming headless nascent soul's corpse. Rumble, kacha. Screech. Countless years have passed, and this scene has unexpectedly arrived. The time seems to have come a little early, and this is beyond my expectations. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded from the right side of the primeval heaven's eye. A crack appeared in the void, and a turtle claw as large as a star stretched out. The tyrannical howl clearly belonged to the void tortoise. However, what caused Yi Xian to be greatly shocked was that when the giant void tortoise descended and extended its claw, it actually didn't attack the green eye of the great desolate heavenly Tao. Its target was clearly the headless corpse of the infant. Chapter 4906. Rumble, Kacha. Screech. At that moment, a sudden turn of events happened. To the right of the primeval heaven's eye, a shocking boom sounded as the void tore open. A turtle claw that resembled a star extended out. The screech was very familiar. It left Yi Xian's heart palpitating. It was clearly the voice of the void gigantic turtle. However, what left him appalled was that despite the void gigantic turtle's unexpected arrival, the claw that it extended out was not aimed at the primeval heaven's eye. Its target was clearly the headless infant corpse. Bam! Bam! Pwah! Everything happened too quickly. Before he could react, the huge green light beam shot out from the green eyes of the untainted heavenly way had already blasted the headless corpse of the infant. At the critical moment, the void tortoise's gigantic claw, which was far larger than a giant planet, landed squarely on the headless corpse. There was almost no gap between the two attacks, as though they had descended at the same time. It was obvious how terrifying the combined strength was. The primeval heaven's eye was a supreme existence at the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm to begin with. Furthermore, it had been entangled with the headless infant corpse for eons. Now that it had met again after so many years, it had definitely used its full strength in its furious strike. Although the void gigantic turtle was not a true heavenly Tao realm expert, it was a super old monster that had lived from the early stages of the primeval desolate era to the present. In that battle, the primeval Yaksha had used its supreme divine power Heaven Falling Bow, and nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye down from high in the sky. It was obvious that peak desolate supremacies that were born in the early stages of the primeval desolate era basically had divine powers similar to Heaven Falling Bow. Once they used it at full strength, the terrifying strength they could instantly reach was absolutely astounding to heavenly Tao realm experts. The void gigantic turtle's sudden appearance at such a critical moment was definitely not a coincidence. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that it had been lying in ambush by the side, using the isolating forces of the different voids to conceal its aura. Under such circumstances, his attack was well prepared and could be said to have been premeditated for a long time. The instantaneous burst of power under full power was definitely not weaker than the effect of the ancient Yaksha's ultimate move, the Skyfall Bow. To put it simply, the void gigantic turtle's strike might be inferior to the primordial heavenly Tao's azure eye at the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm, but the difference was definitely not too great. It also meant that at that instant, the headless infant corpse was equivalent to receiving the full strength strike of two late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts. Although he had already condensed a heavenly Tao true body that was condensed from massive amounts of great void laws, the shock he received from being struck by two late-stage heavenly Tao realm powers when he was caught off guard was obvious. In the void, after two astounding booms, there was a dull thud. The headless infant corpse was sent flying backward as it spewed out a mouthful of blood. His body was condensed from massive amounts of primordial chaos void nomological powers. Even a drop of blood was the same. At that moment, when the blood spewed out, it instantly dissipated into a rain of light before transforming back into pure primordial chaos nomological powers and returning to the void. Void turtle, you deserve to die. Roar. Screech. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His three true forms raised their heads and roared angrily. Their shocking roars were filled with endless indignation. Although he did not participate in the epic battle that shattered the entire primordial chaos, he could clearly see scenes of the battlefield from the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the Skyfall Bow. In the vast and endless primordial chaos void battlefield, countless primordial chaos beings were engaged in battle. Only the single-horned weeping soul demon ape was lurking behind a gigantic planet. Its actions were mysterious. The other primordial chaos beings were divided into 2 battalions. Their standpoints were clear as they fought to the death. It could be said that Yi Xian was the only one who was wary of all the ancient creatures that had participated in that primordial war. The only one he suspected was the weeping soul demon ape. Later on, he discovered Xing Bo's true identity and realized that the relationship between Xing Bo and the great desolate heavenly Tao was mysterious, and that they must have colluded. At the same time, he knew that there was a weeping soul demon ape among the followers by Xing Bo's side. However, when Xing Bo appeared in this world and didn't see the weeping soul demon ape, the suspicion in Yi Xian's heart grew even stronger. He was extremely suspicious that the primeval Heaven's Eye and Xing Bo had already colluded as early as the epic battle broke out. However, he could not deduce where Xing Bo was at that time and what his identity was. However, the weeping soul demonic ape that had appeared in the primordial era's great void battlefield, lurking behind a gigantic star and acting strangely, was very likely to be one of Xing Bo's followers. Such a guess made him sniff the air. He smelled the scent of a conspiracy that originated from the epic battle in the primordial chaos. However, Yi Xian's suspicions and vigilance had always been limited to the great desolate heavenly Tao's green eyes, Xing Bo, and the weeping soul demon ape. He never would have thought that there would be a spy in his own camp with the headless corpse. Furthermore, this spy was actually the void giant tortoise. One had to know that when the epic battle broke out, it was the most powerful peak desolate supremacy warrior under the headless infant corpse. Even during the epic battle that had collapsed the entire primordial chaos world, the void giant tortoise had been fighting bravely. After the battle, it had been entangled with the withered devil blade of the heavenly demon for countless years. It was only recently that it was rescued by Yi Xian. It had hidden too deeply. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that it was a spy from the enemy camp. It had not revealed any flaws for countless years. However, at this moment, when the headless infant corpse had just appeared and successfully condensed the heavenly Tao true body, at the most critical moment, it had joined forces with the primeval Heaven's Eye to heavily injure the heavenly Tao green eye. All of this flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning, causing his entire body to feel cold. In his heart, there was endless fury surging and roaring, screech, bang, hiss. Just at this moment, the headless infant corpse's incomparably shrill howl suddenly came from the void to the left in front of him. Following this howl, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The heavenly Tao true body that the headless infant corpse had just condensed actually exploded at this moment, causing countless rays of light to explode. This physical body had just been condensed from a massive amount of primordial law power, and now it had exploded in the blink of an eye. If nothing unexpected happened, the rain of light would completely dissipate, turning into the power of the primordial law, and once again fusing into this void. All of his previous efforts were equivalent to a drop in the bucket. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as the heavenly Tao true body of the headless infant corpse completely exploded, a rain of light burst forth, and a crack was actually torn open in the primordial chaos void. Behind the crack was a brilliant starlight, and the aura that was emitted was clearly that of the Milky Way star region. Whoosh! Before he could react, a beam of blood-red light shot out from the burst of light rain and rushed into the Milky Way star field in the crack. It was clearly the headless infant corpse's divine soul, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Success. I'll go first and wait for you. Chapter 4907. Screech, bang, hiss. In the distant void to the left, the headless infant corpse suddenly let out a shrill scream. The heavenly path true body he had just condensed actually exploded at this moment, and countless rays of light burst forth. A terrifying and violent force wreaked havoc, and a crack was actually torn open in this primordial void. Behind the crack was a dazzling starlight, and the aura that came out clearly belonged to the Milky Way star domain. Before Yi Xian could react, the divine soul of the headless infant corpse had already turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the Milky Way star domain in the crack. Only a voice reverberated in Yi Xian's mind. Success. I'll go first and wait for you to come. At this moment, Yi Xian's body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze on the spot. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were wide, and even his breathing had stopped. His mind was buzzing and he was completely stunned. Success? Go first and wait for me to come over? As this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly understood. Everything that had happened just now was all fake. It was just a show put on by the headless infant corpse and the giant void tortoise. And their purpose was to send the headless infant corpse to the Milky Way star domain where the mother planet was located, which was now completely isolated by the invisible shield formed by the primordial void's nomological power. For this purpose, not only was the primeval heaven's eye tricked, but the heavenly path's vertical eye also shot out a green light beam, which turned into the power needed by the headless infant corpse. Even the primordial void's nomological power was fooled by the headless infant corpse and the giant void tortoise. The headless infant corpse had a purpose in wanting to end its karma with the primordial void. It wanted to use the massive amount of primordial void's nomological power to condense a heavenly path true body that belonged to itself. Immediately after, when the primeval heaven's eye attacked with all its might, the giant void tortoise that had been lying in wait by the side descended and added a claw at the critical moment. However, the full power of the primeval heaven's eye and the void tortoise was still unable to break through the invisible shield that enveloped the Milky Way. It was precisely because of this that the headless nascent soul abandoned the heavenly Tao true body he had just condensed and self-destructed at the last moment. He used the vast amount of primordial laws of chaos to forcefully tear apart the primordial void and break through the Milky Way shield to smoothly enter the Milky Way star field. All of this was similar to the scene that the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye, Xing Bo, and his subordinates had joined forces to launch. 1 and only 31. The difference was that primeval heaven's eye and Xing Bo were more ruthless. In order to send Xing Bo to the Milky Way, they sacrificed all of Xing Bo's followers. Now, only 2 of them were left and their whereabouts were unknown. On the other hand, the headless nascent soul and the void tortoise did not suffer any losses. They merely settled their karma with the primordial void. They even made use of the primeval heaven's eye. This alone was very satisfying. Of course, although Xing Bo and the headless nascent soul successfully entered the Milky Way star field one after another, Xing Bo entered in his physical body, while the headless nascent soul entered in his godly soul state. There was obviously a difference between the two. However, Yi Xian could not judge to what extent the difference would be. This was because he did not even know what Xing Bo and the headless nascent soul were scheming to enter the Milky Way star field to get close to the mother planet. What exactly were they scheming? In addition, before the godly soul of the headless nascent soul left, it secretly left a voice message in Yi Xian's mind. It said that it would leave first and wait for Yi Xian to go over. This made Yi Xian's heart surge with endless doubts again. What? The headless nascent soul had succeeded. It had made use of the primeval heaven's eye and the primordial void to smoothly enter the Milky Way star field. If that was the case, why did it say such words? Why did it have to wait for him to enter the Milky Way star field and enter the mother planet? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. His mind rumbled and his heart was in a mess. Although he had understood a lot, there seemed to be even more new questions that appeared, causing him to almost go crazy. Screech! Right at this moment in the void in front of him, an extremely shrill scream suddenly sounded. Damn it! The headless nascent soul, the old tortoise. How dare you trick me? And you actually succeeded. Screech! Phew! At this moment, the primeval heaven's eyes scream sounded again, revealing endless resentment. It was infuriated. As the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way in the untainted land, it was played by the headless nascent soul and the void giant tortoise today. It was simply unbearable. In a rage, the huge green vertical eye in the void in the distance suddenly shot out 2 huge light beams from the pupil. In a flash, they came from the left and the right and went straight for Yi Xian and the void giant tortoise. This was clearly a furious attack and it wanted to kill. Boom. Rumble. Although it was only 2 light beams from the pupil to the primeval heaven's eye, this was the wrath of the heavens. If it was in the void of the untainted land fragments, these 2 light beams would be no different from a terrifying heavenly punishment. Under the sudden bombardment, it was very likely that a part of the world would be destroyed. Even in the untainted land that it could not control, the terror of its power could not be underestimated. The 2 green light beams struck out separately, and the deep and thick untainted land trembled violently. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth was coming at them. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart once again felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This attack was not only far from the pupil light beam that the primeval heaven's eye had shot at Yi Xian, it even vaguely surpassed the attack that it had just blasted at the headless nascent soul. After all, it was in anger, and the instantaneous explosive power could almost surpass its cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly way. Stinking brat, do you want to die? Right at this moment, in the distance to the right, the void turtle's muffled voice came over. If you don't leave, then this old turtle will leave first. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The huge turtle claw retracted into the void crack and disappeared in an instant. At this moment Yi Xian understood. Without any hesitation, while the primeval heaven's eye was distracted, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, fully activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system, and immediately began to jump. Swish. Almost in the next moment, an incomparably weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. The huge body of the ancient demon ape condensed into a small dot in the blink of an eye, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already disappeared completely in a flash. Not a single trace was left behind. And this time, the destination that Yi Xian had locked onto was none other than the base camp of the Source Nest planet, which was also located in the primeval void. Chapter 4908. Calculating the time, it had been dozens of years since Yi Xian left the primordial Chaos Star region's Origin Nest Star base camp. Before he left, he took out a large amount of purple gold medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine. Of course, these 3 different levels of flesh medicine were obviously supplied to different people. The top-tier chaos medicine was only for Yi Xian's core subordinates and those with higher levels of power. The 9-colored godly medicine and purple crystal medicine would be less valuable. In addition to these, Yi Xian also left behind a huge amount of other cultivation resources, as well as a portion of the various levels of precious pills in his hands. He gave all of these to Gui Hai Dao and instructed him to pass them to the old pig spirit after he came out of seclusion. Old pig demon distributed them. After that, Yi Xian chatted with his subordinates for a while before leaving the Origin Nest Star. In the blink of an eye, another few decades had passed. According to his calculations, the purple gold medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, chaos medicine, and various level pills he left on the Origin Nest Star should be almost used up. One of the reasons he decided to come to the Hongmeng Void this time was to take a look at the Source Nest Star's base camp and replenish some cultivation resources for his trusted subordinates in the base camp. And when he left a few decades ago, Flying Centipede and Silver G were already Emperor-level Undyings, and they weren't far from becoming Universe Knights. The 8 Vajra Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, Naibuashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuofeng Tai, and the other leaders of the demon army were all emperors and late emperors. The other 20,000 demon warriors were all late emperors without exception. Other than that, there were already 9 universe masters among the space beasts in the 10 million beast army, and old pig spirit had already reached the 9th stage of the universe master level. When Yi Xian left, he had just entered seclusion and was about to break through to the universe supreme level. As for emperor-level Undyings, there were thousands of them within the 10 million beast army. The rest were all at least normal Undyings and above. It was definitely an elite beast army. All of this was decades ago. Now that so much time had passed, and the subordinates in the Source Nest Star had a huge supply of top-grade cultivation resources, and there were no other disturbances. All of their time could be used to cultivate in peace and improve at full speed. Obviously, the speed at which their cultivation base and strength increased was very fast. Even Yi Xian was looking forward to it. In the primordial star field where the Origin Nest Star was located, Shio, an imperceptible light appeared along with the sound of breaking through the air. It didn't stop and directly rushed to the Source Hive star in the void ahead. It was Yi Xian. At this moment, after successfully escaping the great desolate heavenly Dao's green eye and successfully activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system within his body, returning to the Origin Nest base camp in the primordial chaos void, Yi Xian, who was originally in his throat, completely relaxed. The surroundings of the Source Nest Star were still incomparably quiet. Even though they were very far away, Yi Xian's divine sense could still see that there were some fierce beasts and demons patrolling the surface of the Source Nest Star. This meant that everything was normal. In the dozens of years after he left, nothing unexpected had happened here. That would be enough. As he relaxed, Yi Xian transformed into a light and landed on the surface of the Origin Nest Star. The patrolling demons and beasts immediately swarmed over, and they were all overjoyed. After some hustle and bustle, Yi Xian entered the first level of the Life Giant Fortress. It was vast and there was no end in sight. At this moment, the news of his sudden return had been relayed by the patrolling teams on the surface of the star. After entering the interior of the star, large numbers of ferocious astral beasts swarmed over. All of them were extremely excited. Guihai Dao, Zhang Qingyu, Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuofeng Tai, and other experts of the devil race were clearly among them. Including the 8 great guardian deities, the flying centipede and old monster Silver G, they were all shooting over. Everyone was incomparably excited. After all this time, Yi Xian had been gone for quite some time. It had been several decades since he left. The 8 great guardian deities, flying centipede, old weirdo Silver G, Guihai Dao, and other trusted subordinates naturally had a good time with Yi Xian. As for their cultivation progress, Yi Xian was very satisfied. It could be said that after a few decades, all the trusted subordinates left in the Source Nest Star had an astonishing increase in strength. Now, Flying Centipede and Old Weirdo Silver G had become Universe Masters, and they were not far from becoming Universe Supreme Masters. As for the 8 great guardian deities Guihai Dao, Zhang Qingyu, Naibuashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuofeng Tai, and the other leaders of the demon army, they were all Universe Knights now, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not far from becoming Universe Masters. As for the 20,000 great beings under Guihai Dao and Zhang Qingyu, without exception, all of them had the battle power of a titled Undying Emperor. Although they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it would not be long before the entire army of 20,000 demon soldiers became Universe Knights. However, that still required time. However, no matter how long it took, it was worth it. A demon army of 20,000 Universe Knights was a battle power that excited Yi Xian just thinking about it. In fact, Yi Xian had always regarded this army of 20,000 demon soldiers under Guihai Dao and Zhang Qingyu as an elite trump card battle team. Now, it seemed that the results were amazing. However, since the end of the universe had not yet arrived, Yi Xian would not stop. Everything would continue. He also wanted to see how far this elite demon army, which had followed him since the beginning, could reach in the end. If the end of the universe arrived in the future, these 20,000 great beings of the demon army would all have the power of a universe supreme master, and there would be some powerful beings of the primordial era supreme masters, and even late-stage desolate masters who were above level 7 as leaders and commanders. Then, this elite demon army would have a terrifying battle power that would make one's hair stand on end. In addition to the demon army, the space beasts and pig demons 10 million ferocious beasts army had also made amazing progress in their cultivation. There were 7 powerful beings of the primordial era, but they were only at the initial stage. After all, when Yi Xian left, he left behind a few level 28 pills, and at that time, there were already 9 universe masters in this ferocious beast army. After dozens of years, there were 7 first-stage great beings, which was normal. Besides, there were more than 1,000 universe knights in the ferocious beast army, and the rest were all emperors or above. 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite ferocious beast army. Chapter 4909. This time, although Yi Xian had not left the Hongmeng Void for a long time, only about 10 years, all the subordinates in the base camp of the Source Nest Star had been in closed-door cultivation. In the past 10 years, the star region where the Source Nest Star base camp was located was like a paradise that had been forgotten by the world. Without any disturbances, all the experts within the star region were able to calm down and use the various top-notch resources that Yi Xian had left behind before he left to raise their own cultivation with all their might. In addition, as the end of the Desolation era approached, the Primordial era was about to begin. The heaven and earth spirit chi in this primordial void had been continuously increasing. All these factors had led to a great increase in the strength of all the subordinates in the Source Nest Star. There were even 7 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era. In fact, although Old Pig Spirit was still in closed-door cultivation and Yi Xian did not see him when he arrived, Yi Xian already had an understanding of his cultivation strength from Guihai Dao and the others. That old guy had already stepped into the complete stage 9 of the remote antiquity era 3 years ago, which was the half-step desolate venerable realm. The reason why he had not broken through was that he did not have a level 29 desolate venerable pill. Otherwise, he would have become an extremely powerful desolate venerable 3 years ago. In the following 3 years, he had been in closed-door cultivation almost all the time. He would only come out for a few days occasionally. He looked extremely anxious and tried to break through on his own. However, he failed every time he tried to break through to the desolate venerable realm. Hearing this news, Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed. Speaking of which, he had dragged Old Pig Spirit down this time. Otherwise, if he had come back a few years earlier, Old Pig Spirit would have already stepped into the desolate venerable realm. In the current environment where the end of the world was about to arrive and the new Hongmeng era was about to begin, 3 years was very precious. If Old Pig Spirit had broken through to the desolate venerable realm 3 years ago, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, he might have even entered the middle desolate venerable realm of rank 4. After being separated for so many years, Yi Xian and the subordinates who stayed in the source nest star naturally could not help but laugh and joke together. After 3 days, the subordinates gradually dispersed. Their mission was to improve their cultivation with all their strength. It was the same when Yi Xian was not around, and now that Yi Xian had returned, it was the same. After the subordinates left, Yi Xian wandered around the star alone. In fact, this source hive star looked like a huge abandoned source hive star from the outside, but in fact, its insides had long been devoured. The surface of the planet was only about 1,000 miles long, and below that was the giant life fortress of the wild dragon ship. Yi Xian. If needed, Xian could. Compared to the heavenly legacy beast that De had created with the power of the entire heavenly legacy race, it was much larger. Of course, other than this star-like form, the wild dragon battleship could also transform into other forms as it was a living space battleship. For example, a vast continent in space, a battleship, or even a giant battle beast like the heavenly mystery beast would not be a problem at all. It was just that its speed was slower. After all, it was a living being and not an ice-cold machine. It could change in an instant once it started operating its internal machinery. Although the wild dragon battleship was not in its largest state, the size of a giant nesting star was not small. Now, the interior of the star had become the internal space of the wild dragon battleship. Naturally, it was impossible for there to be only one layer. In fact, the elite Demonkin army and the 10 million beast army were on different floors of the ship. Only the pig spirit, Guihai Dao, and the other upper echelons could enter the top floor of the command cabin. Currently, the pig spirit was in seclusion in a secret room in the command cabin on the top floor. Although it was called a secret room, there was actually another world inside. There were mountains and rivers, and it was incomparably vast. Yi Xian also came to the top floor of the wild dragon battleship after taking a look around. However, he did not immediately wake the pig spirit up in case something unexpected happened. He was on the top floor of the command cabin. He sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain and did not cultivate. Instead, he waited for the pig spirit while thinking about the arrival of the primeval heaven's eye. The infant corpse and the void tortoise had conspired to use the primeval heaven's eye and the power of the primordial void law to smoothly enter the Milky Way star sector. There was no doubt that this matter was extremely beneficial to the headless infant corpse, the void tortoise, and the others as well as Yi Xian. Yi Xian still did not understand why they were in such a hurry to enter the Milky Way star sector, which was still protected by the power of the primordial void law, and use this opportunity to get close to the mother planet. However, Yi Xian at least understood one thing, and that was that entering the mother planet was extremely important for obtaining the luck of the next primordial void era. For this reason, the headless infant corpse, the primeval heaven's eye, and Xing Bo were all making arrangements. Furthermore, both sides had made small gains. Previously, only Xing Bo, who was in cahoots with the primeval heaven's eye, had entered the Milky Way star sector. This made Yi Xian uneasy, and it was obviously not a good thing for the headless infant corpse either. At that time, the headless infant corpse had also witnessed this scene with his own eyes. After all, without his ability to conceal Yi Xian's aura, he would have been exposed at that time. Perhaps after that incident, the headless infant corpse became anxious and used some unknown method to secretly communicate with the void tortoise. It took a long time to set up this trap, and in the end, it succeeded in one fell swoop. Not only had the power of the primordial void law been used for all of this, but the primeval heaven's eye had also been miserably schemed against. Even Yi Xian had been kept in the dark all this time. Although the headless infant corpse and the void tortoise had not schemed against him, during this period of time, the headless infant corpse was still in the state of a corpse lamp tattoo, hibernating on the left side of Yi Xian's chest just like before. Yi Xian had been completely unaware of his various arrangements. If this were to happen to anyone, they would probably not feel good. It was the same for Yi Xian as well. However, that incident was already in the past. Not to mention the headless infant corpse and the void tortoise, Yi Xian could not deduce anything more based on the clues he had at hand. Moreover, even though he was unhappy, the headless infant corpse had already left after this incident and was no longer hibernating in his body. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to dwell on this matter at all. However, apart from this matter, there was still an existence similar to the headless infant corpse in his body, and that was the devouring system. This thing had helped Yi Xian a lot in the early and middle stages of his life. Could be said that without it, there would not be the current Yi Xian. However, until now, Yi Xian still could not figure it out. After this incident with the headless infant corpse, he immediately became vigilant. Now that he was deep in thought, he was considering the possibility of removing the devouring system from his body. Chapter 49:10. This time, after experiencing the headless infant corpse's plot, Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. He thought of the devouring system in his body. It could be said that the devouring system had helped Yi Xian a lot during the early and middle stages of his growth. Without it, there would be no Yi Xian today. But until now, Yi Xian still couldn't figure it out. Now that old pig spirit had yet to come out of seclusion, Yi Xian thought of the devouring system in his body from the headless infant corpse's plot. Unknowingly, he fell into deep thought, thinking of the possibility of removing it from his body. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought about this before. Back when he saw Xing Bo in the depths of the blood mosquito forbidden grounds in the primordial chaos void and knew that he was still alive, Yi Xian realized that something was amiss. He had a strong suspicion of the devouring system in his body. The devouring system was developed by Air. The system was said to select the best among the countless humans in the vast sea of stars. As for what the final result of the selection would be, it wasn't clearly stated. Previously, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. Perhaps it was because his level wasn't high enough and he hadn't reached such a high level. But later, with Xing Bo's appearance, he realized that Air and De were most likely in cahoots with Xing Bo. Then the devouring system was naturally not safe. Unfortunately, after realizing this, no matter how hard Yi Xian searched his body, he couldn't find the devouring system's dormant location. It was as if it didn't exist at all. Since then, although Yi Xian had temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind, he had always felt a heavy weight in his heart. He didn't dare say that it had become a knot in his heart, but it was probably not far from it. Later on, Air had used the power of the entire machinery race to fuse together and failed in his attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. He had been mercilessly suppressed by primeval Heaven's Eye, but De had gone easy on him and had successfully entered the true heavenly Tao realm. From this matter, Yi Xian realized that De was most likely in cahoots with Xing Bo and primeval Heaven's Eye. On the other hand, Air, who was originally full of doubts, was most likely not so. As for the devouring system, it was created by Air and spread throughout the vast sea of stars. If that was the case, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Although Air was also very mysterious, he could not be compared to Xing Bo and primeval Heaven's Eye. If he wasn't in cahoots with these three parties, then even if he tampered with the devouring system and really had some sort of scheme, it wouldn't be a good thing for Yi Xian, but at least it wouldn't be too serious. However, this was just a guess. There was no way that Yi Xian would be paralyzed by this. Previously, he had not been able to find the hiding place of the devouring system in his body. Since he could not find it, he had no choice but to temporarily put it aside. However, after entering the primordial void this time, Yi Xian had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and used the 9 transformations of the devil ape to the 9th transformation. After his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm, everything changed. At that time, Yi Xian had relied on the bloodline power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to successfully step into the heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, he was at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, after entering this realm, Yi Xian instantly felt a layer of membrane appear in the surrounding space. He couldn't touch it before, but now it was extremely clear. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. Although he had only temporarily touched it with the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, it had an incomparably great significance to Yi Xian. This was because in that instant he instantly gained all sorts of comprehensions, and the lights in his mind flashed one after another without end. Even the devouring system in his body, which he had always been unable to fathom, seemed to have gained some unknown insight at that moment. It was too complicated and obscure. He needed time to deduce and explore before he could understand. It could be said that at that moment, he felt as if he had been enlightened. Everything was incomparably mysterious. It was only after he had come into contact with the power of the heavenly Tao realm that he was able to understand. Later on, when he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body and instantly returned to the vicinity of the source nest star, Yi Xian immediately withdrew from the 9 transformations of the devil ape bloodline state. From then on, his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the supreme primordial realm. He did this for the sake of caution. He didn't want the primeval Heaven's Eye to sense the aura of a heavenly Tao realm expert and track him down. But now he had already entered the interior of the Source Hive Star. The Source Hive Star was originally a place used by the Hong Meng Void to nurture Chaos Fiend Celestials. Even though it had been abandoned, it still possessed a certain degree of isolation power. Otherwise, the Source Hive Star's surface would have been swallowed up by the Long Yi Hao's life giant plug. Without the isolation power, the abnormalities would have been discovered long ago. In addition to the isolation force of the Long Yixian's life fortress, Yixian deliberately restrained his aura. This way, even if he entered the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape bloodline, he wouldn't have to worry about his aura leaking out and being detected by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he entered the 9th transformation in an instant. At this moment, his cultivation soared, and he directly entered the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tao realm from the 2nd level of the Supreme Primordial Realm. However, he still maintained his height, and his terrifying aura didn't leak out. At the same time, Yixian's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. After a round of exploration, he found a rhombus-shaped crystal in the depths of his sea of consciousness. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it exuded an incomparably mysterious aura. This crystal was the devouring system. When it first met Yixian and merged with his body, it had been hibernating in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Even when Yixian's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Supreme Primordial Realm, he still couldn't find it. Now that his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tao realm under the 9th transformation of the Devil Ape, he easily dug it out. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful and terrifying the Heavenly Tao realm was. Shio! An incomparably weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Following Yixian's thought, this blue translucent crystal that was only the size of a pigeon's egg instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out from the depths of his sea of consciousness at an extremely fast speed. After rushing out of the sea of consciousness, it came to an abrupt stop. It floated about 10,000 li above the sea and slowly rotated, emitting an inexplicable mysterious aura. Finally found it. After a while, Yixian's spiritual sense retreated. On the face of the body condensed from his consciousness, there was a trace of disappointment that couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 49:11. After a short period of investigation, the divine sense that Yixian had extended into the crystal representing the devouring system retreated. On the face of the body that was condensed from his own consciousness, there was a trace of disappointment that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was rapidly appearing. Nothing. The present Yixian's divine sense was extremely terrifying. He was a true existence at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tao realm. But even so, Yixian did not discover anything even after probing with all his might for half an hour. From the looks of it, this was an extremely pure crystal. It was like the purest crystal. There was nothing inside, and he could not even detect any energy fluctuations. But in fact, it was emitting an extremely mysterious aura. This aura could not have appeared out of thin air. But inside and outside the crystal, there was indeed no trace of it. This made Yixian's heart sink. Even with the divine sense of a 2nd-level Heavenly Tao realm expert, he could not find any trace of it. How could an existence at this level be something that old fellow Dier could create? At this moment, Yixian's doubts arose again. He was suspicious of Dier again. However, although he could not find any trace of it for the time being, it was not impossible for Yixian to separate the devouring system from his body. Although he did not find any clues, one thing he was certain of was that this crystal was indeed the devouring system. If he wanted to remove the system from his body, he could just take this crystal out of his sea of consciousness and throw it as far away as he could. Thinking of this, Yixian's heart immediately palpitated with excitement. Previously, when the headless infant corpse set up the trap, he felt a huge threat. He also realized that the devouring system in his body was very likely to be a ticking time bomb. And the severity of the situation was definitely different from the headless infant corpse's significance to Yixian. Although the headless infant corpse was also suspicious, the possibility of it harming Yixian was not high. But the devouring system was different. Its existence itself had a very strong purpose. The possibility of it causing harm to Yixian was almost boundless. However, if he were to take this mysterious crystal out of his sea of consciousness and throw it far away, he would be able to completely separate the devouring system from his body. To Yixian it would be a terrible loss. But it was also somewhat shocking. With Yixian's current level, the system's other abilities were almost meaningless. Everything that the system's abilities could do, Yixian could do by himself. Even the treasures in the exchange shop did not catch Yixian's eyes. Ever since he entered the primordial void, his growth had been too fast. He had obtained too many treasures. Whether it was the quantity, level, or the quality, they were all infuriating him. There was only one thing that Yixian could not bear to part with, and that was the system's interstellar coordinate jump ability. Even now, Yixian was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. He had the terrifying cultivation level of a true Heavenly Tao Realm Stage 2. But it was still far from being able to achieve the same effect as the interstellar coordinate jump ability. For example, previously, he had successfully escaped from the primeval Heaven's Eye because he had activated the system's interstellar coordinate jump ability. The primeval Heaven's Eye was a true Heavenly Tao Realm Stage 8 expert. After Yi Xian used this ability to escape, it still did not give chase. It was obvious that it did not catch any trace of him. Just based on this point, it was enough to prove how powerful the interstellar coordinate jump ability was. Not to mention, Yi Xian currently had more than one interstellar coordinate jump point imprinted in the primordial chaos void, the three main planes of the starry sky, and the main fragment of the great desolate world where the demon palace was located. These areas were very far apart. Even a Heavenly Tao realm existence could not reach them instantly. But as long as they were in the same void or between two adjacent voids, Yi Xian could travel between the imprinted interstellar coordinate jump ability at will and instantly. Even at his current height and level, this ability was still very tempting. If he were to give it up just like that, it would really hurt. However, from this point of view, the devouring system is even more suspicious. Even a true Heavenly Tao Realm Stage 8 expert like the primeval Heaven's Eye might not be able to do this. How could the devouring system created by D-Air have such a heaven-defying ability? As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately made a decision. Forget it. I'll leave this crystal in my sea of consciousness for the time being. I'll just monitor it closely at all times. In the future, when my cultivation reaches the true Heavenly Tao realm, I'll use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. My strongest cultivation will probably reach the peak of stage 9 of the Heavenly Tao realm. When that happens, I'll investigate this crystal again. If there are any results, I'll make a decision based on the results. If there are still no results with my cultivation strength at that time, my dependence on the system's interstellar coordinate jump ability will definitely decrease. I dare not say that it will become dispensable, but even if I give it up, the impact on me will be minimized. When that happens, I won't feel as pained and conflicted as I am now. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, the green translucent crystal floating above his sea of consciousness slowly descended and entered his sea of consciousness. But this time, Yi Xian enveloped the surface of the crystal with a layer of his consciousness. As such, even if he was released from the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and no longer possessed a true Heavenly Tao realm cultivation, he would still be able to sense the location of the crystal in his sea of consciousness at any time. As such, the crystal would be under Yi Xian's close surveillance at all times. No matter how mysterious and shocking its origins were, it would probably be very difficult for it to cause any substantial harm to Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's present cultivation level, even if the crystal mutated and the devouring system suddenly attacked, he would still have certain means to deal with it. After everything was done, Yi Xian's consciousness exited his sea of consciousness. After returning to his body, his physical body instantly opened its eyes. Rumble, roar. This can't be an illusion, right? I can actually sense that little bastard's aura. Is this the rhythm of him finally returning? Motherf **, you've really screwed me over this time. Almost at the next instant, in the secret chamber where old pig spirit was in seclusion, there was suddenly an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. Following that, there was an earth-shattering roar of a beast. Old Pig Spirit's roar was raging endlessly. Clearly, Old Pig Spirit, who had been in seclusion all this time, had finally awoken. He immediately sensed Yi Xian's aura and was overjoyed, which was why he let out such an earth-shattering roar. However, this old fellow had clearly gotten a little carried away. He had been calling Yi Xian boss previously, but now he had become a little bastard. Although it was due to his deep resentment, it was still too disrespectful. Yi Xian snorted coldly and his expression instantly turned sullen. Chapter 49:12. By the side, in the chamber where Pig Spirit was in seclusion, there was an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. Pig Spirit, who had been in seclusion all this time, had finally awakened. He immediately sensed Yi Xian's aura. In his joy, he let out such an earth-shattering roar. However, the old bastard had clearly gotten carried away. He had been calling Yi Xian boss previously, but now he was calling him little bastard. Yi Xian snorted coldly as his expression instantly turned sullen. Rumble, phew. In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The giant door of the secret room that was made of starry sky alloy slowly opened, and a ray of light shot out from within. Its speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 300 meters away from Yi Xian and abruptly stopped. Who else could it be but Pig Spirit? Little bastard, it's really you. You finally know to come back? Motherf asterisk her, I've been screwed over by you this time. Upon seeing Yi Xian, a glint flashed in Pig Spirit's eyes. His face instantly revealed a look of anger as the aura in his body surged incessantly. It gave off a feeling of overwhelming rage. However, halfway through his sentence, the old bastard finally thought of sensing Yi Xian's cultivation aura. It would have been fine if he did not probe, but once he did, his expression instantly froze. The words he was saying came to a halt as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He looked as though he had seen a ghost and even subconsciously shrank his neck. His voice instantly weakened by an octave and he began to stutter. This. Old pig, am I hallucinating? Heavenly Dao Realm? Boss, you actually stepped into the Heavenly Dao Realm? Could it be that you have even refined a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill? Ayaya. It's no wonder you were delayed for more than 10 years before returning. You must have refined a level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill and used it to break through to the Desolate Supremacy realm. Then, you continued to work hard, hunting supremes of the primordial era everywhere until you refined a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. You felt that you had the face to return to us old pals before rushing back. Boss, you've worked hard. Old pig missed you so much. At the end of his speech, the old man shamelessly spread his forepaws and leaped into the air, wanting to give Yi Xian a bear hug. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement. To be precise, this was most likely because of the fact that he was about to get the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill and level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Bang. Get lost. Yi Xian had no intention of being polite at all. He pulled a long face and directly stepped over. With a loud bang, the old man's round body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. This was clearly done on purpose. He was trying to curry favor and make a scene. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him, the old fellow flipped over and ran over with his forehooves raised. He was clearly a big black pig, but now he was swinging his tail even more coquettishly than a dog. His long nose was constantly sniffing around Yi Xian's body, and when he looked at him coldly, he really was no different from a dog. Stop sniffing. My current cultivation strength of level 2 Heavenly Dao Realm can only be achieved in the state of 9 Devil Ape transformation. As for my own cultivation strength, I am only at level 1 Primordial Era Supreme. I just broke through not long ago. The so-called level 30 Heavenly Dao Treasure Pill, I don't even have the materials, how can I refine it? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian finished speaking and immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a small jade bottle shot out and directly landed in Old Pig's hand. This small bottle contained a level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill. It had been 3 years since Old Pig stepped into the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage. Moreover, he had tried to break through several bottlenecks. After swallowing this pill, it would take at most 3 days for him to welcome the Desolate Supremacy Tribulation and step into the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage. In addition to that, Yi Xian had also given him a large pot of chaos medicine that was over 3 million feet long. It was like an enormous mountain range. He had refined a lot of it last time, so he still had a lot of it in his hands. Old Pig was about to become the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage. Although the 9-colored divine medicine had extraordinary effects on him, in Yi Xian's opinion, it was naturally better to use the chaos herbs. With such a large number of chaos herbs, even if Old Pig successfully broke through and stepped into the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage, it would be enough for him to use for a period of time. At least, before he entered the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask for resources from Yi Xian. Level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill? And there were so many herbs of chaos? Big brother, I love you so much. Seeing the small jade bottle that was shot out, the Old Pig Spirit's eyes instantly emitted a green light as he used his divine sense to probe the storage magic treasure that contained the million-foot-long primordial chaos medicine. With a flip of his hooves, he put it away, pouted, and gave Yi Xian a bear hug. This was clearly the rhythm of asking for a kiss. The old guy's problem of being complacent was getting worse and worse. He was simply shameless to the extent of having no bottom line. Bang. Get within 10 feet of me again, he said. I'm going to use underhanded means. Thinking of his disgusting pig mouth, Yi Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He glared at Old Pig and gave him a fierce warning on the spot. The kick sent the Old Pig demon thousands of miles away again, but the old man was not hurt at all. He still rushed over with a grin on his face, but he did not dare to come any closer. Instead, he stopped abruptly 100 feet away from Wu Qi. After playing for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed and he suddenly said, By the way, how many changes are your 9 transformations of demonic pig? You can't have been trying to break through to the primordial era for the next 3 years, right? There must be no result. If I were you, I would use the time to deduce the 9 transformations of demonic pig. At the end of his sentence, Yi Xian spread out his hands with a helpless expression. Of course, you're a pig, so you might have a different choice. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I can understand your innate talent. Woo! Old Pig was instantly angry. He raised his head and roared, "You are obviously calling me stupid in a roundabout way. Duel, we must duel." Roundabout way? I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Actually, I didn't want a roundabout way. Let me change my words. You are a pig, you are stupid. You wasted 3 years for nothing. Do you think this will work? While speaking, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and rubbed his wrists. He sneered, "Also, I heard you say something about a duel and you must. Are you sure?" "I was just joking." Old Pig immediately became dejected. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Xian bitterly, "But I didn't waste all 3 years. At most, I only used half of it. I used the remaining 1.5 years to deduce the 9 transformations of demonic pig. Now, I have already deduced the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic pig. If I successfully break through this time and officially enter the primordial era, once I activate the 9 transformations of demonic pig, I will instantly become a 2nd stage primordial era. After using the 7th transformation, won't I immediately become a 9th stage primordial era? At the end of his words, the old guy's eyes turned green. He raised his head and roared excitedly, "Woo!" Chapter 49:13. 7th Transformation? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before a strange expression appeared on his face. "I'm also at the 1st level of the Desolate Sovereign. You old fellow, you're about to step into this realm as well. In addition, the 9 transformations' divine abilities have already reached the 7th transformation. If that's the case, the difference between us is only 2 small ranks. It seems that I have to work harder. Otherwise, if I want to bully you again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy in the future." Hearing this, the old pig spirit rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. However, his face was filled with smiles. As he spoke, he wanted to move closer to Yi Xian. "Boss, why would you bully me, the old pig? We are good brothers." Bang! "Don't give me that." Yi Xian also rolled his eyes. Without the slightest bit of politeness, he directly raised his foot and kicked the old fellow flying. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind him, "Remember, after you break through, don't spread out your cultivation before you leave the secret room. At that time, I'll cover it up for you and you should be able to avoid the detection of the primordial void's aura." In the past 10 years, the desolate supremacy old monsters on both sides of the Milky Way have been hiding their heads like turtles, afraid that the old bastard will hunt them down. We are going to refine a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill, and the raw materials are 5 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now that you have broken through to the desolate supremacy realm, there will definitely be a desolate supremacy tribulation. At that time, you can go to the right bank of the Milky Way to undergo the tribulation. Hopefully you can attract 1 or 2 desolate supremacy old monsters. Yes, boss, you are smart. You can even think of this. As soon as the old pig spirit heard about the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill, his eyes lit up again. Without hesitation, he rushed into the secret room where he had been in seclusion before he finished his words. Rumble. As the old pig's figure disappeared from the secret room, the giant door of the secret room made of starry sky alloy also closed. There was no sound coming from inside. The old pig should have swallowed the level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pill that was given to him just now and had entered a state of seclusion. Yi Xian didn't leave because if nothing unexpected happened, pig spirit's seclusion would end in 3 days at most. This time, the reason why he asked the old pig spirit not to reveal his aura after breaking through was to prevent him from being punished by the desolate supremacy thunder tribulation on the spot. Instead, he would go to the left bank of the Milky Way and undergo the tribulation there. His goal was not only to attract 1 or 2 desolate honorable starry sky beasts, but also to attract the giant void tortoise. This time, the headless infant corpse and the giant void tortoise had worked together to set up a trap. Although the target was the primeval heaven's eye, Yi Xian had been kept in the dark. Now the primeval heaven's eye had successfully entered the Milky Way starfield and achieved its goal. The void tortoise had successfully retreated and escaped the pursuit of the primeval heaven's eye. The two of them were satisfied, but Yi Xian was depressed. Until now he still had no idea what their goal was. This really pissed him off. Of course, if they deliberately looked for the void tortoise that had been in hibernation for a long time, it was completely unnecessary. However, now, taking the opportunity to lure the void tortoise out while trapping one or two desolate supremacy beasts, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. That guy was still thinking about Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly elixir and had been hunting desolate honorable starry sky beast. He didn't know how many heavenly elixirs he had, but he was sure that it was definitely less than 5. If that was the case, when the old pig spirit suddenly underwent his desolate supremacy tribulation at the right bank of the Milky Way, the void tortoise that was in hibernation would definitely not be able to hold back and would most likely appear. Of course, this matter couldn't be known to the old pig spirit. It was fine if it only attracted one or two desolate supremacy old monsters that came from a forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way out of curiosity. If he knew that the void tortoise would also descend, and its goal was to kill a desolate supremacy, he would probably be scared to death. The void tortoise was not an ordinary desolate Zune old monster. His half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation base was already extremely terrifying. In addition, he was a super old monster that had lived from the beginning of the Great Desolate Era to the present. Even an expert at the level of the old pig spirit had the impression that the void tortoise was definitely a legendary existence. Once he knew that he was being used as bait by Yi Xian, not only did he want to bait such a terrifying existence, but the other party's goal was to kill him and refine the desolate supremacy blood essence. With the old pig spirit's temperament, he would probably get angry with Yi Xian on the spot. 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Xian's guess was correct. This time, the old pig spirit's seclusion time was exactly 3 days. Rumble? On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Xian was meditating at the peak of a giant mountain on the top deck of the Long Yi ship. The giant alloy door of the secret chamber below suddenly moved, and an earth-shattering rumbling sound was heard, "Xiao." As the giant alloy door opened, a ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly in front of the open space. It was the old pig spirit. At this time, although he appeared in his original form, his body had shrunk to only a few feet. A dark red color could faintly be seen on his black body. This was clearly him forcefully suppressing the aura in his body and not letting it leak out. "Boss, you have to move faster. Otherwise, this old pig can't guarantee that I won't explode from holding it in." Raising his head to look at Yi Xian, this old fellow had a constipated expression and was extremely depressed. "Can't you see that this body has become round? At least it's a lot fatter. If this drags on for too long, I'll really explode from holding it in." At this moment, the old pig spirit's body was indeed filled with air. It was as if he was about to be scalded and shaved. Yi Xian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, this old fellow was right. Looking at him like this, he really couldn't hold it in for too long. "Xiao." Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly sent the old pig spirit into the Shinnon cauldron. At this time, Yi Xian had also been released from the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. However, the Devil Ape bloodline was still in the midst of being activated. Therefore, the aura emitted from his body was actually that of a second-order desolate ancient venerable. Moreover, even if he was a second-order desolate ancient venerable, he deliberately suppressed his aura and activated the spiritual force source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. With the spiritual force of a demon, he displayed a perfect spiritual force secret technique, perfectly concealing his figure and aura. After doing all this, Yi Xian's figure, which had been hidden for a long time, disappeared instantly and appeared directly in the cosmic void outside the source nest star. Then, with a flash of his figure, he immediately displayed his extreme speed and shot toward the right bank of the Milky Way in the distance. In this mysterious and dark primordial void, Yi Xian only imprinted a total of 2 interstellar coordinate jump points. One was near the source nest star's base camp, and the other was near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest avatar. He had never used the imprint of the last interstellar coordinate jump point, so now that he was rushing to the right bank of the Milky Way, he could only cross the void. Chapter 49:14. Even if Yi Xian had only activated the ancient ape demon's bloodline and had not entered the state of the 9th transformation, he still had the terrifying strength of a second-order desolate master, so his speed was naturally very fast. In just 1 day he had arrived at the right bank of the Milky Way, but he did not approach the remnant star fields and the fierce beast forbidden grounds on the right bank, because that would be too obvious and would arouse suspicion. He stopped in the void tens of billions of miles away from the right bank of the Milky Way, and after searching for a while, he determined the most suitable star field. There were many abandoned stars in this area, and it was the best place to set up an ambush. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out and the old pig spirit was released from the Shinnon cauldron by Yi Xian. It had only been a day, but this fellow's body had become even fatter. His entire body was suffocated to the point of being purple. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud when he saw this, but this fellow just rolled his eyes. It was unknown whether he was angry or suffocated. Alright, this is the place. You can slowly release your aura now. Remember, don't be too fast. Otherwise, you'll leave before the fish take the bait. After saying a few words to the old pig spirit, Yi Xian's figure flickered and disappeared into the distance. He entered the depths of an abandoned star and perfectly concealed his figure and aura with a perfect vibration of spiritual power. He was only more than 10 billion miles away from where the old pig spirit was. As long as it was necessary, he could arrive at any time in an instant. A woo, boom, rumble. The pig demon raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless amount of anger. In an instant, there was a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth as a large amount of black clouds of catastrophe surged forth. When he raised his head to look over, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, an area of over 100 million kilometers in circumference had already been completely covered by pitch-black tribulation clouds. At this moment, the supreme ancient aura in the pig spirit's body had already been sensed by the power of the primordial void. Naturally, a lightning tribulation would descend. This was the desolate sovereign tribulation that belonged to him. After waiting for so many years, old pig's desolate supremacy tribulation is finally coming. A woo, rumble? As more of the old pig spirit's aura spread out from his body, he raised his head and let out a roar. The tribulation clouds in the sky gathered even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they had already covered a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The sudden appearance of this terrifying tribulation cloud could be sensed from hundreds of billions of miles away, let alone tens of billions of miles away. In the distant right bank of the Milky Way, the various remnant star fields and forbidden lands were already in an uproar. A large number of star fields and forbidden lands upper echelons all walked out of their seclusion grounds with bewildered looks on their faces. Soon, a large number of figures rushed out from various star regions and forbidden lands and gathered in this place. Their cultivation level was at least above the normal immortal level, but the strongest were only some of the desolate era almighty beings. Ever since the giant void tortoise killed a few desolate supremes, all the desolate supremes in the remnant star field and the desolate beast forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way went into hiding, not daring to show themselves. In just a short time, a large number of remnant star experts and beast experts from the right bank of the Milky Way had gathered in the void 20 billion kilometers away from the abandoned star field. There were too many of them, densely packed and overwhelming. After all, this was the desolate sovereign tribulation. Even in the primordial void, it was not something that could be seen casually. Witnessing a quasi-desolate sovereign tribulation with one's own eyes was an indescribable benefit. As long as one had the strength to ensure one's safety from a distance, one would not want to miss such an opportunity. Since the start of the meal, old pig spirit had been slowly releasing the aura and power in his body. Now he finally could not hold on any longer. In addition, in the surrounding void 20 billion kilometers away, a large number of remnant people and beast experts had already gathered. The news had spread and the commotion was not small. If there was a desolate sovereign coming, it would be soon. Thinking of this, old pig spirit raised his head and let out a long howl, a woo, rumble. As if in response, the vast tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion kilometers above his head also let out a shocking roar at this moment. After all, this was the desolate sovereign tribulation, and its power was not to be underestimated. Hence, the number of tribulation clouds was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. With old pig spirit's last howl, the dense tribulation clouds that had gathered in the sky suddenly increased in size. Rumble, kacha. At this moment, the tribulation clouds that had gathered above them were dense to the point they were pitch black like ink, and they enveloped an area of almost 5 billion kilometers. It was an astounding sight. Moreover, a bolt of violet gold lightning descended at the first possible moment amidst rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. This bolt of tribulation lightning was too thick, and it was almost 3 kilometers long. Based on its might, even an ordinary star would be slashed apart with a single strike of this lightning. Although it could not be compared to the tribulation lightning bolt that Yi Xian had experienced before, it was not too far off, at least about 70% of its power. In the distance, a large number of remnant people and beast experts from various star fields and forbidden areas had gathered. They had been quietly lying in wait, but now they were alarmed by this extremely dense tribulation cloud that shrouded the area, and all of them became vigilant. Without any hesitation, they immediately scattered in all directions, retreating more than 10 billion kilometers away before stopping one after another. the power of the tribulation lightning was too amazing, and its power was monstrous. Only by escaping so far away could they feel a little sense of security. They were afraid that if they stayed too close they would be implicated. Roar. Regarding everything around him, Old Pig Spirit did not take it to heart and completely ignored it. At this moment, his entire mind was attracted by the first wave of tribulation lightning that fell from the sky. As he raised his head and roared, his entire body shot up into the sky at this moment. With a flash of black light, Old Pig Spirit's body was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sea of purple lightning. Yi Xian was not worried about this at all. This old guy had a rough skin and had entered the peak of the desolation stage for a long time. He had a deep foundation, so it was absolutely impossible for him to not be able to withstand these 3 waves of tribulation lightning. At this time, Yi Xian's thoughts were all in the surrounding void, paying close attention to other changes. His goal was only the beast desolate venerable and the most likely appearance of the void giant tortoise. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, from 3 different directions in the distance, 3 faint sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Among the dense crowd of experts, 3 figures rushed out at this moment, at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for Old Pig Spirit. Although they deliberately concealed their aura, Yi Xian was also a desolate venerable expert, so he keenly captured a trace of desolate venerable aura from them. Good heavens, I didn't expect that there would be 3 of them at once. Chapter 49:15. What made Yi Xian even more delighted was that the 3 desolate supremes that suddenly appeared emitted a rich aura of ferocious beasts. In other words, they were all space ferocious beasts and not primordial survivors. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If he could kill all 3 desolate supremacy ferocious beasts, it was no different from instantly obtaining 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. On this point Yi Xian was very confident. This was because he had long sensed that the 3 desolate supremes were only at the 2nd or 3rd stage. If Yi Xian entered the 9th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, even if his body remained at a height of 10 feet, he would be able to instantly possess the combat strength of the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, even if he gave up on the augmentation of his massive body of 60 million kilometers. If he was caught off guard, killing the 3 early-stage desolate supremes would be like child's play. In fact, the 3 desolate supremes that unexpectedly appeared were all space ferocious beasts. This was to be expected. Space ferocious beasts would devour each other to increase their cultivation level and bloodline. Old Pig Spirit was also a desolate supremacy. Now, he was undergoing a tribulation, and before he completed his tribulation he was a quasi-desolate supremacy. A quasi-desolate supremacy was not considered a true desolate supremacy, but the lifeblood in his body was no different from a true desolate supremacy. However, there was a difference in combat strength. Therefore, the 3 desolate supremacy ferocious beasts chose this moment to attack. Once they successfully devoured Old Pig Spirit, it was no different from devouring a desolate supremacy level existence. The benefits to them were immeasurable. Returning to the cave abode and spending time to refine it, it would not be long before they experienced another breakthrough. It was even possible for them to break through twice consecutively. Such a temptation was too great. Even in this vast and boundless right bank of the Milky Way, with the void gigantic tortoise's tyrannical power enveloping it, there were still those who could not suppress their greed and took the risk. Furthermore, there were 3 of them at once. Of course they were clearly prepared. Previously they had concealed their auras to the extreme, mixing with the remnant experts and space ferocious beasts that blotted out the sky. It was impossible to sense them. Now, it was only because he had suddenly attacked and released a trace of his aura that Yi Xian had instantly locked onto him. Moreover, even if these 3 fellows took the risk to attack, they still hadn't revealed their true appearances. Their figures were only around 30 kilometers tall, and they were even slightly small and inconspicuous when compared to the ferocious beasts in the surrounding space. Even his entire body was shrouded in different colored balls of light. Once his attack failed, he would probably immediately retreat to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. He would go for wool and come home shorn. Yi Xian originally did not plan on taking action now, as the void giant turtle had yet to appear. However, with the situation in front of him, in order to wait for the old bastard that might not appear, it would not be worth it if the 3 desolate supremacy blood essences that were about to be obtained slipped through his fingers. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and rolled his eyes unwillingly. With a flash of his figure, he immediately rushed out of the dormant star core of the abandoned star. At this moment, he had instantly displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. Originally, his cultivation level was only at the 2nd stage of the desolate supremacy realm, but in an instant, it had skyrocketed to the second stage of the heavenly path realm, which was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Xian's figure was still maintained as a starry sky berserk ape that was around 3 meters tall. He held a large black rod in his hand. This kind of form, this kind of weapon was already a famous symbol on the right bank of the Milky Way. Anyone who saw it could tell that it was that ferocious and outstanding violent ape that had arrived. However, although he had already displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, instantly possessing the terrifying cultivation level of the second stage of the heavenly path realm. But at this moment Yi Xian still maintained the perfect spiritual power mystic technique, trying to hide his figure and aura as much as possible. This was also to avoid being detected by the primeval heaven's eye. When the primeval heaven's eye arrived in anger, he was afraid that it would ruin things. In addition, once the void giant tortoise sensed this aura, even if it came, it would most likely turn around halfway. That was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. Whoosh! At this moment, as his figure rushed out of the abandoned star where he had previously been hiding, a faint sound of something breaking through the air flashed. Yi Xian's figure appeared behind a desolate supremacy beast in the blink of an eye. It was unknown what form and bloodline this old fellow had, but there was no doubt that it was a ferocious star beast. At this moment he was rushing towards the purple lightning sea that enveloped the old pig spirit when he suddenly felt an obscure aura behind him, faintly making him feel a sense of crisis that made his soul tremble. In shock, his figure instantly stopped in the void. And subconsciously he was about to turn around. Rumble, bang. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, but his figure did not appear. He was still hidden and even his aura was the same. However, the big-headed black cudgel, which was an offensive weapon, directly appeared from the void and smashed down with a shocking sound of thunder. In less than a tenth of a breath, it fell on the head of this desolate supremacy beast. There was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the entire body of the desolate sovereign ferocious beast turned into a rapidly spreading bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the target's body exploded and turned into a blood mist, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and a majestic invisible strength rolled out from his body, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then he would start the blood essence condensation. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a matter of seconds. From the moment the big-headed black cudgel suddenly appeared from the void and smashed the desolate supremacy beast into a blood mist, to the moment when Yi Xian waved his hand and the big-headed black cudgel disappeared again, the blood mist was also quickly taken away by him. It did not even take a breath. In such a short time, such a shocking change happened and no one could react. Roar! Kachacha! Again this old pig is itching for a beating. Awoo! At this moment the first wave of thunder tribulation dissipated and the old pig's figure was revealed. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was unscathed. As he raised his head and roared, another earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. After a cracking sound, the second and more powerful tribulation lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the old pig spirit's body, and a vast sea of lightning raged. At this time, the two desolate supremacy old monsters that were rushing towards the old pig from the other two directions had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of Thunder, less than 10 billion miles away. However, they clearly sensed the change that had happened here. At the same time, their bodies came to an abrupt stop, and they also turned their heads in surprise. At this moment Yi Xian had also made a move. He had concealed his figure and restrained his aura. In less than a tenth of a breath, he had already crossed more than 20 billion miles of space and appeared beside the second desolate supremacy old monster. Chapter 49:16. Rumble, bam. As Yi Xian silently crept over, his figure did not appear and was still hidden. Even his aura was the same, but the big-headed black stick, which was used as an offensive weapon, directly emerged from the void. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out, and the big-headed black stick smashed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the head of the desolate sovereign beast. Still there was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the entire body of the desolate sovereign beast turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! This was already the second target. As its body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, sweeping up all the blood mist that had just spread out and absorbing it into his body. After the war, he would send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. All of this went too smoothly. In just 2 breaths of time, the 2 desolate sovereigns had been killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and the bloody mist that exploded from their bodies was instantly collected. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. This was definitely an instant kill, and it was an instant kill twice in a row at that. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the last desolate sovereign was so scared that his body trembled violently. He sucked in a breath of cold air and no longer paid attention to the old pig spirit, who was still roaring in the sea of lightning formed by the second wave of lightning tribulation. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a crack in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and was about to step into it and escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. Bang. Almost at the same time, in the space to the right of the desolate sovereign, a big-headed black stick suddenly stretched out without any warning. With a fierce smash, accompanied by a rumbling sound in the air, the desolate sovereign's body, which had just taken a step forward, was smashed into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. When the last target fell, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and condense it into desolate supremacy's blood essence. At this point, the 3 desolate supreme-ranked ferocious beasts that had taken the bait had been completely annihilated. Moreover, in the short span of 3 breaths, their bodies had exploded, and even the bloody mist had been taken away. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. In fact, even Yi Xian himself felt like he was in a dream, let alone the countless survivors and ferocious beast experts who were watching from afar. Although the 3 old fellows were desolate supremacies at the early stages of the second and third stage, a desolate supremacy was still a desolate supremacy. It was very difficult to truly kill them. For Yi Xian to kill them 3 times in a row, it was even more shocking. If it was in the past, even if it was in the dark like this, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to sneak an attack with the big-headed black rod when caught off guard. Not to mention instant killing, it was impossible for him to even successfully kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured, but now he was a terrifying existence at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His combat strength was far from what he could compare to when he was in the primordial world fragment. Furthermore, with the terrifying power of the big-headed black stick, his sudden sneak attack had resulted in such an outcome. Roar. Kachacha? The last one? Come on. Hawu. It was not until then that the third wave of thunder trial finally dissipated and Old Pig's figure was revealed. He looked more pathetic than before, but he was still unscathed. He raised his head and roared again, and there was another shocking explosion in the sky. After a cracking sound, the third and more powerful thunder trial struck down. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Old Pig's body and turned into a vast thunder sea, raging endlessly in the void. All this happened within a few breaths of time. It could be said that in a flash, the 3 desolate supremacies who had suddenly attacked had been annihilated one after another and turned into ashes. The countless survivors and ferocious beast experts who had gathered 20 to 30 billion miles away in the surrounding void trembled violently as they vaguely realized something. Those existences with weaker cultivation levels could only guess in their hearts. With their cultivation levels, even Universe Knights or Universe Masters could not figure out the specific details. Everything happened too quickly. However, among the countless survivors and ferocious beasts who had gathered to watch, there were obviously some Universe Supreme beings and even great beings from the primordial era who had been hiding in the crowd. Their cultivation levels were higher, their divine senses were sharper, and their perception was stronger. Although they did not see through everything, they had basically grasped most of the facts. It would have been fine if they did not know, but those Universe Supreme beings and great beings from the primordial era who knew the truth were even more shocked. Their bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped in horror, and suddenly, there was a tide of horrified exclamations. Desolate supremacies. The 3 beings who suddenly appeared just now were definitely desolate supremacies. Hiss. It's too terrifying. 3 powerful primordial supremacies were killed by the same person in less than 3 breaths of time. The bloody mist that exploded from their bodies was completely absorbed, and not a single hair was left behind. This technique is so familiar. Could it be that the legendary giant turtle is here again? But it doesn't feel like it, and he doesn't seem to be that strong. That's right. To be able to kill 3 primordial supremacies in an instant, this is definitely not something that desolate supremacies can do. It's impossible for him to do it so easily. The one who did this is probably a great being of the Heavenly Path realm, or at least the first level of the Heavenly Path realm. Heavenly Path realm? How is this possible? 10 years ago he was only a great being of the primordial era, and he relied on some mysterious and heaven-defying secret technique to have the cultivation level of a primordial supreme. If his combat power has reached the Heavenly Path realm, does it mean that his real cultivation level has already reached the real desolate supremacies? You guessed it too? What kind of cultivation speed is this? In less than 10 years he went from the initial level of a great being to the real desolate supremacies. It's clearly an improvement of a whole realm. That's right. It's him. It must be him. That big-headed black stick is so familiar. I can recognize it even if it turns into ashes. I've seen it a few times from afar. This time the one who did this must be the infamous violent star ape. It's him? Heavens, after being silent for nearly 10 years, has this god of death returned? 10 years ago he was only hunting great beings, but now he's like that giant turtle. He's also hunting desolate supremacies. Boom! Amidst the exclamations, countless experts in the distant void immediately turned around. Like stray dogs they scattered and fled for their lives. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. After killing the third desolate venerable beast, the big-headed black rod had once again disappeared into the void. At this moment he was still using his full strength to activate the perfect mental energy technique. Not only was his figure hidden, even his cultivation level of the second level of the Heavenly Tao realm was hidden as much as possible. Chapter 49:17. Roar. Screech. Screech. Far away in the surrounding void, countless experts from the starfields and forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way were fleeing like stray dogs. They were all frightened out of their wits. The raging star's ape, which had disappeared for more than a decade, had returned. Furthermore, the moment it appeared, it instantly killed 3 powerful primordial supremes in a short span of 3 breaths. This was definitely a sign that its peak combat strength had reached the Heavenly Tao realm. There were naturally Heavenly Tao realm existences in the primordial chaos void, but they were extremely rare. Furthermore, they had never shown themselves. No one knew where they were hiding. Now one had suddenly appeared. Furthermore, it was an infamous raging star's ape that had killed its way to the Heavenly Tao realm. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. At this moment he was still using his full strength to activate the perfect mental energy technique. Not only was his figure hidden, even his cultivation of the second level of the Heavenly Tao realm was being concealed as much as possible. If he did not know that he was here and deliberately investigate where he was standing, he would not have sensed any trace of him. The reason why Yi Xian was doing this was to wait for the appearance of the void giant tortoise. He always believed that the old bastard would not be willing to miss such an opportunity. Yi Xian was waiting for the appearance of the void giant tortoise. However, even if the old bastard did not appear today to Yi Xian, today's plan was considered perfect. It could be said that he had exceeded his original goal. Previously he had only hoped to obtain 2 desolate supremes blood essences today, but now he had killed 3 powerful desolate supremes. He already had 3 desolate sovereign blood essences in his hands. Now, with the addition of 3 more, the number of desolate sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 6. However, this was still not enough. It was far from enough. Furthermore, the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill still required a special material. Therefore, although the minimum requirement of 5 desolate supremes blood essences had been gathered, Yi Xian would not immediately refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. There was no way to refine it. He had to continue gathering the materials. Roar. Kachacha. Awoo. At this time the third wave of thunder tribulation finally dissipated, and the figure of the old pig spirit was revealed. This time it was obviously more embarrassing. It seemed that he had been slightly injured, but it was not serious. At least it did not affect his combat strength. At this moment, as the endless sea of lightning dissipated from the third wave of tribulation lightning, the endless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the sky above also disappeared completely in an instant. After successfully passing through the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation, the old pig spirit was now a true desolate supremacy. The desolate supremacy aura that emanated from his body was extremely dense. Awoo. From this moment on, I, old pig, am also old monster Huang Zun. Awoo. In its excitement, the old pig spirit raised its head and roared. It let out 2 earth-shattering howls. Previously, it was said that this fellow would forget himself once he was proud, and this problem seemed to be getting more and more serious. At this moment, as he successfully passed the desolate venerable tribulation and stepped into the true desolate venerable realm, the old pig spirit raised his head and roared. The aura in his body instantly spread to the extreme as if he was showing off. Even in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, one could probably sense it a little. Boom. Selah. At this moment in the sky above the old pig spirit's head, there was suddenly an earth-shattering explosion. Without any warning, a black crack was torn open in the void. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. It was extremely terrifying, like a ferocious giant mouth. From the black crack that was like a ferocious giant mouth, a greenish-gray claw stretched out. It was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. With a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, it slashed towards the old pig spirit who was roaring at the sky. At the same time, there was an extremely powerful suppressive aura that extended out from the huge black crack. It was like a raging river. In just an instant, it completely enveloped and locked onto the old pig spirit's huge body. This aura was not to be underestimated. Although it was not a true heavenly Tao realm, it was stronger than any peak desolate supremacy at the ninth step. It was infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. It was only a thin line away. It was definitely the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. It was unrivaled. Furthermore, the aura was ancient and dignified. It exuded an inexplicable suppressive aura. The old pig spirit's body stiffened. He was stunned on the spot. Although he was already a desolate supremacy, he had just experienced the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. Not only had he just entered this realm, his cultivation had not even stabilized. Now, although he was in the same realm as the owner of the greenish-gray claw, the two of them walked on opposite ends of the spectrum. The old pig spirit could be said to be the weakest existence in the desolate supremacy realm, while the owner of the greenish-gray claw was definitely the strongest existence in the desolate supremacy realm. As such, the huge difference in strength between the two was obvious. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, with such a terrifying suppressive aura enveloping him, the old pig spirit's body trembled violently. He stood there in a daze. His face was filled with shock and horror. He did not have the time to dodge or turn around to escape. The giant claw that suddenly stretched out from the void was extremely fast. It was faster than lightning. Although it was far away with such a terrifying speed, it would probably kill the old pig spirit in less than 2 breaths. If this scene really happened, the final result would be obvious. With such a huge difference in strength between the two of them, the old pig spirit, who had just passed the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation, would instantly explode and die. At the same time, when his body and soul were destroyed, the majestic blood fog formed by the explosion of his body would be instantly collected by the other party. Then the other party would immediately escape, because the owner of the greenish-gray claw was the void giant tortoise. Yi Xian was waiting for this moment. In fact, when the black crack appeared in the void on the right side of the old pig spirit, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. And now, as the greenish-gray claw appeared from the crack in the void and attacked the old pig spirit, Yi Xian, who had been hiding in the dark, had a cold flash in his eyes. He immediately took action. Boom! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, the crack in the void instantly exploded. It was originally only a few 100 million miles wide, but now, under the terrifying power of Yi Xian's second stage heavenly Tao realm strength, it was instantly torn to tens of billions of miles wide. Half of the void giant tortoise's body was revealed. Furthermore, there was an invisible and terrifying force that wrapped around his right forelimb and forcefully pulled his entire body outwards. The void giant tortoise was caught off guard. Its body slammed into the crack, and the crack instantly widened. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly turned ferocious. As he roared, he exerted his strength again. "Old bastard, let's see where you can run to this time."